Hey, everyone. Before Edgar comes up to announce our next guest, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I just got pulled into a very interesting meeting. We have a very generous donor who is willing to work with all of us in the room to make a donation to the shelter fund. So this individual is willing, if we are able to raise $10,000 tonight, or by the end of the day today, this individual will match the $10,000 or up to $10,000. So we have a possible $20,000 donation for the shelter fund. If we could get all of you to participate, I'm out of breath. This meeting literally just happened, but we're going to have a QR code up on the screen after Josh's presentation, so we can so you can donate to a level. Hey, we've already got it started. Thank you, Mr. John Sibley. And now we just need to. Now we've kicked it off. We want all of you to participate so we can get the full $20,000 going towards the shelter fund. So I'm going to introduce Edgar back up on the stage while we get the QR code ready to go. Thank you, sweetheart. $30, you guys. See how easy this is?
Hey, so
wait,
look at what's happening here. So you got to think about it. If there's 500 attendees here and we got to raise $10,000, that's not
I think it's doable. I think it's absolutely doable.
I am this. We're gonna make it happen.
Take cash.
Look
I'm fine with that.
I love this
Thank
so
you
much.
guys. This is amazing.
All of you are
Wait,
incredible because you're saving
now.
lives. You don't realize what you're doing. You're saving so many lives with this. This is incredible.
I know.
We do need a money tree.
I'll just sit here while Josh talks. How's that?
Yes. And you
Thank you, guys.
Yes. You guys are so, like, the generosity here. You guys, somebody film this. Please. I gotta, hold on.
Wait, I need a container. What is going on?
Woo! National Storm Chaser Summit. Look at what you're doing. You are changing lives. Give yourself a round of applause. Woo!
We haven't even
Look
started
at
yet.
everyone donating. But I just have to say, look at this. Look at that pile of money right there. Look at that.
Guys,
like, that's
show up and show out in a massive way. And this is incredible. And we're just getting started.
You guys have blown my mind that, like, I feel like I'm going to cry.
What is even happening right now?
I know. This is incredible. I got it. My purse is back there. I'm going to throw more money in that. Seriously, everyone, thank you so much for doing this, because this is our mission, right? Like,
I'll be here.
we're here for a purpose, and we want to save lives and help those communities that, struggle and may not be able to afford something to protect themselves. So this is something that is so meaningful and powerful. Like, I don't know. I'm absolutely blown away by every single one of you. Yeah. Oh, QR code. Yes. We'll get that.
We're going to have the QR code by the end of Josh's presentation, hopefully sooner. But we got to get, I literally just got back from this meeting.
Anna Connor's coming. Connor's coming up. Woo! Look at all this. This is, you guys, I just have to say, our community is amazing and wonderful, and I am so lucky to be a part of it, and every single one of us are. Let's continue this generosity, not just for the shelters, but with the kindness for ourselves, and support each other. I've had some amazing conversations throughout the past couple of days with people, and the positivity at this event is just unmatched. You never go to an event like this and have so much positivity and support. And if you need help, you need support, reach out to us. We are all here to help you out and lift up everyone together. If you're starting a new merch store, if you have an idea to do a YouTube channel, let's all rally behind everyone and help support each other.
Yeah, thank you guys for giving so far. I just want to let you know that Brandon Kopic just came up. He didn't have the cash in hand, but he just said he's going to donate $1,000 right now. Thank you, Brandon. One of the best guys in storm chasing over there.
Yeah, this is incredible. And I just have to say thank you all so much for just being here, being present, asking amazing questions, because our speakers have come from all over the country, all over the world. I know you have too, and you're spending your hard-earned money to be here. So we want to help you and give back. So whatever any of us can do, I can do, jump on a Zoom call to help you out through your career, or just do anything. Edgar, we're all here to help and support you. So seriously, thank you so much for everything. And Edgar, we have an amazing speaker that's about to take the stage and blow your mind. And he is one of, like, Edgar and I are like, we're kind of like taking turns like introducing people, and we're both like, we want to introduce.
Not for him, right?
I know.
We both want to introduce.
I know, because he's that big of a deal.
Super huge deal.
Yeah, and he travels around the world. He's the most prolific hurricane chaser, typhoon chaser, all the things. And he's also an incredible human being.
Amen. He's the person who made hurricane chasing cool.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I mean, literally, he's the one.
Yeah, he is the one. And I've interviewed him. I've talked to him over the years, and he's a great friend. And he's just one of those people. He's brilliant. But if you have a question to ask him, he's approachable, you know? I mean, he's just an all-around amazing, incredible human being.
Also, guys, he has a hurricane house.
I know.
A hurricane house. How cool is that?
I know. I've been to his house, and I'm just like, can I have like a gen room? Can I just come and visit you?
You need your own little area over there.
I know. Oh my God. And it's amazing. And what he's doing, the data that actually he's collected, because he doesn't only just chase, he collects data because he wants to further the research and the science.
Yeah, and like, where does he chase? Everywhere. Like everywhere.
Soon he's going to be chasing on Mars, you know? Yeah. I mean, we're going to go over the entire solar system in the future. That is happening. You're going to be the first storm chaser to chase on some kind of planet. I don't know what, but it's going to happen. Yeah. It's definitely going to happen. But you don't want to hear about us anymore. Let's bring Josh Morgan on the stage. Woo!
Hey everybody, great to be here. God, with that build-up, that was the best introduction I've ever gotten. I'm like humbled by it. I'm like, I'm not going to live up to that. So here we go. Feeling small now. Want to start by just giving thanks, gratitude to Eric and Holly and the board of directors and the folks back there doing like the sort of visuals and the sound for making such a great conference. Let's give them a hand. Yeah, seriously, I'm really excited to be here. Like I noticed like the last couple of months, every time I thought about the National Storm Chaser Summit, I got this warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach. And I'm like, what is it? I mean, besides just wanting to see Jen Watson, what was making me so excited and happy about it? And I was like thinking about it and I couldn't figure it out. And then when I got here, I realized that when I step out among you all, I feel larger than life. Because while you guys are out chasing those cute little twisty things, I'm circling the globe, hunting the real cyclones, the big game. And here I can come brandish that, as I am today, talking about Melissa, the biggest of big cyclones at ground zero, and the sport of hardcore hurricane chasing. Now note the word choice, okay? Because there's hurricane chasing, whamp, whamp. And then there's hardcore hurricane chasing, okay? And today we're talking about hardcore. And I thought I'd start with some definitions. And I went right to the Oxford Dictionary. Of course, the term is there. And they had some very helpful definitions. So let's look at them. Definition number 1, it's hunting violent tropical storms outside the cozy American cocoon where we all like to chase, okay? There's also a slang usage of it, which means pushing yourself to the limit. And then there's a very interesting clinical definition. Form of acute masochism characterized by obsessive self-destructive behaviors and foolish risk-taking, untreatable via traditional psychiatric therapies. And very sadly, that is the definition which is most applicable in my case, which is very unfortunate. Okay, so what are the characteristics of hardcore hurricane chasing, you ask? Well, let's go through them. First off is dangerous expeditions that last a week or more. But that's actually a lot of you guys, I see you go out on your tornado tours and you're going multiple days because there's a setup that's going across the country. So y'all are used to that. Okay, number 2, immersion in foreign, sometimes forbidden cultures, communist dictatorships, drug cartel territory, developing nations that don't have any infrastructure, all those things where everything from the language to the driving is very different. Okay, it means working without the usual toolkit like radar. A lot of times I'm just I'm chasing without radar because it's not where I am. And even things like, you know what, good roads are part of your toolkit. You didn't know because you take them for granted here, but that's a thing. All right, it means no friend-filled traffic jamborees. You're all alone. So I watch you guys on Twitter and I'm always like, wow, there'll be like a picture of a cool funnel with like a traffic jam of smiling chasers around it. It reminds me of like a discarded lollipop with ants all over it. And I'm going to be honest, I don't get it, but you do you, okay? Now, on hardcore hurricane chases, you're alone. There's no other chasers, and also there's usually no other human beings. It is a very lonely sport. And related to that, it also means hunting solo, because usually you can't find another freak who wants to come with you on this kind of a journey. So that's one of the biggest tests, is just learning how to solve problems in foreign cultures alone, where everyone's speaking Chinese, for example. Okay, it means hurricanes that smash the top of the intensity scale. So we're going beyond like trading model category 5s into the high-end category 5s. And then this last one, well, this is going to go over like a lead balloon in this room, but it means, oh, sorry, there's one other one down here. It means being trapped for days without power, food, or running water. Like living in your car or living in a bombed out building for days, as I did in Melissa. That's part of it too, learning how to kind of survive in that. And then the last one that is going to go over like a lead balloon, and I don't want to alienate everyone here or turn you off from this beautiful activity, but it means no Applebee's steak dinners with all your friends an hour after the storm. Sorry. I know that's a deal killer for the folks in this room, but anyway, I just had to give it to you straight. All right, so let's talk about it. Now, I've been obviously hardcore hurricane chasing for over a decade, or for many decades actually, but this October I finally met my match, which was the wicked Melissa in Jamaica, and this is what it looked like as it came ashore. The most hardcore of hardcore chases. It was my toughest chase physically and emotionally, okay? It was also my longest chase. I was on that island for like a couple of weeks. By the time I got back to Hurricane House and hobbled up the porch steps, I felt older. Well, I was older. I was 2 weeks older, but I mean, I felt like wizened. I felt like this Jedi warrior. I felt like Yoda, like I'd gained all this wisdom while I was away. And I picked this like sort of picture of the Odyssey because I had like sort of an Odyssean feel. And it actually taught me, it helped me crystallize for me, what are the things that go into hardcore chasing? What are the principles that I live by? What are the 10 mantras that I say to myself to, you know, when the chips are down and the chasing is hard? What do I do to get through these experiences and be successful? And that's what I want to talk about today while mixing in the meteorology. Now, spoiler alert, most of these come down to mental control, how you control your mind when you're in stressful situations. A lot of things are changing. And actually, everyone, all jokes aside, all the chasers in this room understand that, especially tornado chasers, because everything's happening, especially with tornado chasing. I appreciate how fast everything is evolving, how quickly it's going, and like keeping mental control when like the S is hitting the fan and everything's going crazy and you've got to make very quick quality decisions. Yeah, like I had that too. It's on a different scale, happens in different places, but it's very similar. So hopefully some of what I say might be helpful in terms of how I learned how to kind of control my mind and keep it together when everything gets ugly. I think a lot of people in the room know me, but just in case you don't, quick primer. I chase hurricanes. I only chase hurricanes. As I always say, I don't sleep around. I'm faithful to hurricanes. I've been doing it 35 years. I do it all over the world, and I don't have meteorological credentials, but I collect really good field data, which the National Hurricane Center and other scientists use. So I say I'm not the scientist, but I'm the scientist's hunting dog. I chase very aggressively. I'm very competitive about it. I make no secret of the fact that I consider it a sport. That offends some people, but that's what it is. To date, I've been in 84 hurricane cores, 84 hurricane eye walls, and this is my work to date, from the very first one when I was a little kid on Long Island to, actually, the last one was not Melissa, there was one after that, but that's sort of my body of work. It includes 6 category 5s across different countries. A lot of these are big headline makers. You probably recognize some of these names, like Super Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines, of course, Hurricane Michael in Florida. How could we forget that one? And Dorian in the Bahamas. That was my previous biggest test. And then came Melissa, which, believe it or not, was even more crazy. But yeah, these were the sort of ultimate experiences, these 6 category 5s. All right, so people ask why I do this. You all get this question. All of us get this question. Whether you're famous or not, everyone wants to know, why do you do that? So I think early on it was about the drama and the adrenaline and just like the adventure of it and posing for like embarrassing publicity stills and things like that. But it actually evolved over time. And now for me, it's all about the numbers. I'm really like, and I noticed this happen when after chases, instead of looking at the video footage, I'm like downloading data and looking at, okay, what was the lowest pressure? How fast did it drop? What were the gradients? Is there signs of mesovortices? Like that's the stuff I really get off on now. So that's actually really what I'm into now. So I take this stuff, I make nice charts, I put it in a report, send it to the Hurricane Center and other scientists, and they use it. So I'm such a hurricane nut. I bought a piece of land in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, which is a Gulf Coast town very prone to hurricanes. And I built this specially designed hurricane house. It's in the local architecture style, very New Orleans style. This is the hurricane house. A lot of people in this room have been there. It's a special hurricane resistant house. It buttons up nicely when a hurricane is coming. It's got an awesome high-end mesonet grade weather station, a Campbell Scientific weather station on the back lawn. And again, this is only a block from the Gulf in a place that gets direct hits. Actually, this exact location went through the eye of a Category 5 in 1969, Hurricane Camille. So if we ever get a repeat of Camille, I'm going to get some very sexy data. I had that pole put into my lawn so that the anemometer is at exactly 10 meters. Like I want to do it right, get good readings. Okay. So while I'm narrow in terms of subject matter, I'm just unlimited in terms of geography. I chase everywhere. Only about a third of my chasing is in the United States. Another third is in what I call the Americas, which is like Mexico, Caribbean nations, stuff like that. And then another third in East Asia and Australia. So why do I chase abroad so much? It's really just the addiction. It's not like a money-making it's not like if you want to like sort of like get viral video, get on TV, this and that, it's not the way to go. It's like I call it like a get poor quick scheme, but it really is like the addiction because there's few other reasons to kind of do it. But the foreign chases challenge me, and getting back to the sports analogy, they keep me tough and flexible, like as an athlete, as a storm chaser, so that when I come back to the US, oh my God, it's like, it's so easy. It just feels like vacation. It's like runners who do altitude training, they run at high altitudes where the oxygen is thin, and then they get back down to sea level and it's like they're Superman. That's how I feel like when it just feels so easy once you come back because you have all these things. All right, so the 2025 season, the big characteristic was that it was actually kind of a slow season. So this is 2024, the year before. I was very busy. I had 10 hurricanes that I went after in East Asia and in North America. Very busy, moving constantly. Last year was actually much quieter. The Atlantic was kind of, well, it wasn't dead. It actually ended up being a normal season, but it was a lot of fish storms. So it wasn't a lot of chaseable subjects. But also the Pacific was kind of dead. So there was not a lot of action, you know, Melissa aside. It was sort of like there was less chases. I only had 4 last year, which is really not very much for me. Started with this early season storm, Hurricane Eric in the Eastern Pacific. This was a tough chase because it approached the coast. You could see that angle as it was coming in. I was driving along the coast trying to kind of pinpoint where it was coming ashore. No radar, middle of the night in a very rural, dangerous part of Mexico called Oaxaca. Not very good roads, very small core to this hurricane. I managed to get inside of it and it was very violent. It lasted only about an hour, but it really heavily damaged this town. Every building lost its roof. And I was stuck there for a couple of days because there was utility poles all across the roads. I did make a lot of friends. This little kid found one of my devices and took it home. His parents realized there's this weird stranger walking around town who seemed to be a scientist or something, so they realized it belonged to me, so they brought it back to me, which I very much appreciated because all the good data was on that one. But yeah, I made some friends and stuff. I'm going to talk about this later, but one of the most important things to do when you're chasing abroad and you're a stranger is to make friends. It's very important. Okay. Then came Typhoon Ragasa. This was a big nightmare. It was a Category 5 approaching the Luzon Strait, which is this space of water between the Philippines and Taiwan. I flew into Manila. I wanted to actually get onto an island right there, but I didn't figure it out in time, so I missed that, which was a big Category 5 typhoon. That was the island I wanted to get on, but it's actually hard to get on that island, and I didn't kind of arrange it in time. So once it went into the South China Sea, I had 2 options. One was to just go home empty-handed. The other way was to figure out a way to get into communist China, which I did figure out. They've changed the entry rules, and there's a way to get in on a technicality without a visa if you just only stay a few days and you only go into one certain airport and stay in that state. So I did that, and I hunted it. And I hunted it to a resort island called Hailing Island. Now, in China, you can't rent a car if you're not Chinese. Like, you just can't do that. So I had to have a driver. That was my driver, Mr. Chen. He didn't speak any English. I don't speak any Cantonese, so we were like, our relationship was entirely through Google Translator apps, but we somehow made it work and we got through it. It was an unraveling Category 3 by the time I got into it. Then there was Melissa, which was just a nuclear bomb. Then a couple of days later, after getting home, I was so tired. but there was a typhoon in the Philippine Sea, and climatology, my decisions about chasing are very climatology driven, and typhoon, Philippine Sea, November, go for it, because the climatology says it's going to go nuclear. This is one of the few that actually didn't. It was kind of just a bit of a dud, I would say. Created some interesting waves on the coast, but it was a real dud. Fortunately for the Filipinos, because they'd had a few other ones that season. So that was those storms. Okay, so let's talk about Melissa. I want to kind of just give the essentials about it before I talk about the chase. So this is the whole life cycle of Melissa. This is color-coded. Gray is when it was just a tropical wave or tropical depression. You could see, or not even a tropical depression, sorry, just a cluster of thunderstorms. And you could see it went days and days across the Atlantic into the Caribbean. Then it became a tropical storm. Green kind of meandered for a few days, then became a hurricane, then became a Category 5, purple, then hooked into Jamaica, hit Jamaica full force, hit Cuba a little weaker, hit the Bahamas basically as an unraveling Category 1, and then shot out into the Atlantic. That's the life cycle. Now here's the sort of like the facts on the hurricane. You could see that first landfall in Jamaica was at peak intensity, 892 millibars, 160 knots. Sorry, hurricane guys use knots, 185 miles an hour to you guys. That's the sustained wind, gusts well over 200. Now, the Hurricane Center has not finished their autopsy on the storm, their post-analysis. There's a chance that that's going to change, but operationally, that is how it was ranked. Here's how it looked as it came in. You're not going to find a more beautifully formed tropical cyclone than that. That's just as like hardcore as they get as it was coming in. And I was right there. We'll talk about that in a second. And you're going to go through it with me. Okay. So where does it fall in the record books? Okay, this is a table of all known Category 5 hurricane landfalls anywhere in North America, Pacific, Atlantic, either side, since 1851, meaning Category 5 estimated sustained winds went across the coast. And it's in order of estimated maximum sustained winds. So where does Melissa fall? At the top. Tied for first place right now with Dorian in the Bahamas, which I was in a few years ago, and the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. So this is like the creme de la creme. This is an elite hurricane. In case you're curious, these are the 4 ones on mainland United States. Michael down there is one that a lot of people in this room went through. Okay, so now let's go on the chase, on the hardcore hurricane chase. Okay, let's talk about the beginning. So to start with, I was not into this system. Like some systems, you get a feel about it, like you get tingles. This one was like the opposite. This is how it looked for days. It just was such an ugly scrambled eggs mess. I couldn't even look at it. But the computer models kept saying something was going to happen in the Caribbean. And then finally on the 16th of October, it hit on the 28th. So we're talking like 12 days before. I was like, all right, I guess I had to tweet about it. Was not enthused about it and was just like, I hated it. One of the reasons I hated it was because once the computer models, once they got it into the Caribbean, there were just lines in every direction, like ratty old hairbrush. And I'm just like, so you had no idea where it was going to go. So when you looked at a map, there were too many possibilities of what was going to happen. And being Mr. Control, I did not like that. So as it was approaching the Caribbean and the computer models were suggesting it was going to grow fangs, I was like trying to figure out what I was going to do. And at different times over the course of a week, I was making travel arrangements in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cayman Islands, Cuba. I was actually trying to figure out how to find a driver in Cuba, the Bahamas, everything. It was like even the Yucatan, because some of the ensemble outliers took it west. It was just like all over the place. And the other thing I was grouchy about was that it was going to be a game of what I call island roulette. I don't like chasing hurricanes on islands. I hate it because you can't maneuver. And it's stupid because my best chases have all been on little islands, but it's not like fun chasing. So I was just like in a grouchy mood about it. Okay, so 21st of October, this is zoomed in on the Caribbean, Jamaica, Hispaniola, that's Haiti right there. So you can see it's coming into view, still just a tropical disturbance. The 22nd, it becomes a tropical storm, that's green. And then it's like the 23rd, it's kind of gaining a little latitude, getting toward Jamaica. Here's the track. Notice how it's discontinuous, the line of the track. That's because the system was so disorganized. It was such a mess. The system kept reforming and relocating. So it was just like all over the place. I was like, okay, I guess I have to go to Jamaica. So it seems like that's what it's going to be. Was not enthused about it. I didn't want to be stuck on a small island. I booked a flight, then I canceled it. I got cold feet. I was just like, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. So then the next day, I finally was like, all right, I got to pull the trigger. This is how it looked the next day. It was still just meandering in the Caribbean, but the computer models were getting very insistent on 2 things. One, that it was going to get very intense, and 2, that it was definitely going to hit Jamaica. So I was like, all right, I got to go do it. So I took an early morning flight to Jamaica. And this brings up point number one, which is to embrace the unknown. Just be cool with not knowing what will happen and be cool with not having control. Now, actually, one of the tornado chasers said yesterday, and it really resonated with me. He said one thing he loved about his lifestyle was waking up in the morning and you don't know where you're going to be in the evening. Totally. So you guys all get that because a lot of these chase capades that you guys do in the US are like that. You know, you're just like, you don't know where you're going to end up, what county, what state even. So imagine this on another scale. When I went to chase Typhoon Regasa, I didn't even know what country I was going to end up. I ended up in China. I wasn't planning on going to China. You just don't know where it's going to take you. And with this Jamaica chase, I just really was like flying to the island with no idea. And I'm Mr. Control. If you go to my house, it's super clean and organized. I'm all about control. And I had to learn this. Some of you, this maybe comes easy, just going with the flow. Hey, I'll just go there and figure it out. I had to learn how to do that, how to just go somewhere without knowing what's going to happen. But the thing to remember is that the prey, the hurricane, is writing the story, not you. You guys get that because tornado chases are all about you're just literally just hunting it down. Some of the young hurricane chasers, they try to kind of plan it all out 3 days before, like exactly where they're going to be and stuff. And it's like, doesn't work that way. All right, so I landed in Jamaica in the afternoon. And then I set up here. This is a bigger city called Mandeville. Notice it's kind of inland. So folks were like, God, why is he there? That's like, is he a wimp? Is he scared to be on the coast? No, because that was a staging location. That was not my chase location. So the computer models at this point showed this range of possible landfall points. And when you see that's the range of possible landfall points, that location makes a lot of sense. That's a good location from which to do recon, to try to, like, before the hurricane, go to different parts of the coast, see what's there, assess the risk, things like that. So it made a lot of sense. And I holed up in a big corporate hotel, gated, nice and safe. There's a good restaurant. I was eating a lot because I sensed a big battle coming. I was trying to almost like stock up on calories and nourishment and rest, you know, as I figured this out, because I got there a couple days before, so I had some time. So point number two is to start with a good staging location. Don't try to pick your chase location 3 days before, because you will definitely be wrong. It's one of the sort of the quickest signs of a new hurricane chaser is they have their place worked out 3 days before. They found this resort. It's right on the water and it's right where their hurricane center's track is showing at that moment. It's going to move. I usually don't know where I'm going to be until about 6 to 12 hours before landfall, if that far in advance. So if you're going several days before, just think about, okay, what's a good staging location that's going to give you access to all the places where the hurricane could come ashore. Don't worry about getting to that waterfront hotel. That's actually going to be a mistake. Okay. So by that night, it finally became a hurricane. The yellow is Category 1. And then overnight into the 26th, it started to bomb out. And by morning, it was a Category 4. That's that maroon color. Okay. And then it started to really, for the first time, it started to look like a real system. Okay. The other thing I started doing, and I talked about this before, was immediately as I was staying in the hotel, I started making friends. I just made friends with all the staff people. I had conversations. I let them know my name. This is the general manager of the hotel. I let him know I was there. We talked a lot, got to know them, got to create community, okay? So if you're going some strange place, and I say strange just because I don't know anyone in Jamaica, okay, and you're going into a dangerous situation, the smartest thing to do is just make a lot of friends and build a community. So if that hurricane broadsides that island and everything is just out of control, you have people that you know and that you've made some kind of relationship with. That's really an important thing. Just getting to know people. And it's also just a good way to live your life as a human being. Be nice, be friendly, make connections with other human beings, but it's also a survival mechanism. Okay. So I'm starting to think, okay, Treasure Beach is where I think the hurricane's going to come ashore. It's like the southwest coast. I'm like, all right, that's where I think. So I drive down there. I do some recon. This is like still 2 days before the hurricane. I'm alarmed at how low-lying everything is. I'm like, okay, this is definitely dangerous. Beautiful sunset, but the water's starting to get aggressive. It's coming up a little, okay? And then by nighttime, you can see it's a Category 4 and it's continuing west. And almost when you look at it, not to personify it, but it looks like a serpent or a cobra, kind of like getting ready to pounce on Jamaica, just kind of circling around it. It's so interesting how it, like, at least to me, it like looks that way, that track, which is so interesting. Okay, then overnight into the 27th, it became a Category 5. The purple means Category 5. So the thing started to get definitely nuclear, and the Jamaicans started talking about it a lot, and they also started to notice that we were talking about it a lot. They were noticing the American weather nerds were like really talking about this. Point number 4, and this is like an important one. Be helpful to the locals, okay? Two important things about this. One is do not be apocalyptic. It doesn't matter how bad you think the hurricane is going to be, even if you think it's going to be a category 9, okay? It does not help anyone to be like, oh my God, Jamaica's going to get erased, man. Like, it's just like, it's not going to exist anymore. It doesn't help the people in the stricken region. I'm not talking about downplaying it. I think you have to talk about the risk in an honest adult way, but don't make it worse than it is. These are human beings who are in the path of this thing. And the other thing is don't be condescending, okay? Jamaicans have been through many hurricanes. They actually have a lot of experience with hurricanes too. And actually, in a lot of ways, their houses are stronger than ours because they're a Caribbean country, so they don't mess around. They build a lot of concrete. We'll talk about like how their houses went through Melissa in a second, but don't be condescending. And it's okay. Listen, to some degree, a lot of us are professional weather communicators. A lot of us get on TV or social media to educate, to share information. So I guess there's a fine line between being informational and helpful and being condescending. So I think at the end of the day, it's about finding a balance. I tried to, as I realized I started gaining a big Jamaican following. A lot of Jamaicans were following me, and I realized, okay, every word I say, it really matters how I communicate about this thing. So I just tried to be sort of cool and be like, okay, this is a very dangerous hurricane, and here's the things that you could do to get through it in one piece. Just constructive, actionable information delivered in a cool way, not in a like freak you out way, and also to try to just sort of like teach in a way that's not like talking down to people like they don't know anything. So that's like really important. Okay. Point 5. Okay, so now we're zeroing in now on the hurricane. Okay, so this is the final day. So I'm thinking Treasure Beach, but then, so I'm thinking Treasure Beach, and I find this location, which is like, oh my God, just like heaven. It's like, look at that. It's like concrete. It's like beautiful, and it's on like a hilltop with these like unbelievable views, and the owners are really nice, and there were other people there, so I didn't feel lonely. And they were going to make like a fish dinner, and I was really hungry. And I was so excited. I was like so into it, and I was like, yeah. Well, guess what? Okay. And this brings up the next point. As a chaser, never fall in love with your location. It is a trap. Okay. You're chasing the hurricane. You're not chasing a cool location. And a day or 18 hours before the hurricane, if you think that's exactly where it's hitting, you're wrong. It's going to move, okay? I mean, you can like your location. You could flirt with it. You could have a glass of wine. You could get some action in the back seat, but do not get married to your location. Sorry, that was crass. Edit that out, please. Seriously, and I've seen it happen with chasers. Like during Michael, there were a few chasers who they had this amazing waterfront condo, and like the views are incredible, this and that. They missed the eye wall because they got so into that location that they didn't move. It's like, no, you're not chasing a gorgeous location. You are chasing the core of the hurricane. Keep that mission in focus. So I'm just like, I try to be very cold about it. So with Treasure Beach, I finally started to realize, you know what? The hurricane was like trending more left, and I'm like, oops, I actually have to get up and leave, and I hated it, and I was in such a bad mood. I had to hit the road late in the day and leave this like cocoon that felt perfect because that's not where the hurricane was going, and I was in a really bad mood. But I was like, I had to remind myself I'm chasing the hurricane. I'm not chasing comfort. Okay. By 5 p.m., it looks like the hurricane's starting to curve toward the island a little. Okay, this is the day before impact, okay? So I drove about 30 miles up the coast to White House. I figured, like, okay, I think it's going to come in around there. That's what I'm starting to think, okay? And I get to White House. It's like around dusk. It's getting dark, okay? And this is what White House looks. And I have a little Airbnb set up, and I'm like thinking White House is a good call. Well, I get there after dark. No one's there, and I call the lady on the phone who I thought I was supposed to talk to. I'm sorry, sir, we're closed, and you're not in our system. And I beg her, I'm like, there's a Category 5 hurricane. I have nowhere to go. She's like, I'm sorry, you're not in our system. So it's late at night, Category 5 hurricane coming in. And by the way, this is a part of Jamaica. It's not like chasing in the US where there's like a Hampton Inn and with a 24-hour lobby, and you could just step in and be like, oh, hey, can I just sit in the lobby? No, everything's closed, boarded up, no one's around. And I'm just like, okay, getting in a really bad mood. So at this point, okay, I'm dealing with a crisis. Okay, so at this point, what I do is I simplify. take it one task at a time. So like a lot of, and I'm sure you guys know this too, chasing has become a game of multitasking. You're working for some media company. You got to talk to them. You've got to do social media. You've got to photograph stuff. You've got to like look at the models. It becomes like, it's like nonstop and you get crazy from all the tasks. I'm in a crisis now. Category 5 hurricane coming in. It's dark. It's starting to rain. I'm like, I have to just find where I'm going to be. So I just said, okay, I clear out all my tasks. I'm not going to look at social media. I'm not going to look at the models. I just need to find where I'm going to be. This tennis champion talked about how she won the US Open. She was down like a set and a break. And she said, the thing you do is you laser focus on the point you're playing. Don't think about the score. Don't think about how you're down. Just think about that point and what you're doing at that moment. And at that moment, I just needed to have tunnel vision and find somewhere to be and just do that. All right. So I went from White House and I went back down the coast to Black River. Black River ended up being the largest town in the direct impact zone. And I got there, pretty big town, but there was nothing. Like everything was closed. There was like nowhere to go. I went to the hospital and I was like, oh, maybe I'll write it out in the hospital waiting room. The security lady was very nice. She was like, well, there's like this guest house up the road. Maybe you could do that. But I started to get in a very bad headspace. And I called this, my friend James Reynolds, who's he's a British typhoon chaser who lives in Japan because his wife is Japanese. We call it the darkness, but it's a feeling we get. I call this the armpit of the chase. It's like right before landfall and it's not coming together and you're getting in a very bad headspace, but I call it the darkness. You just feel this creeping feeling of doom. Like it's like you're just like, it's a bad, bad feeling. Okay. And what I've learned how to do, my most important thing is to just turn that off. Turn off those feelings, okay? So I got actually this one from a rock star. So you know the rock group Heart, Ann Wilson? Okay, so when they were a big band, they would fill stadiums with 40,000 people. And Ann Wilson, well, she's a rock star. She's also a human being. She would get anxiety sometimes. And she said one time before she went out, she just had like crazy anxiety. And she imagined it was like her brain was a bunch of pinballs just knocking into each other. And she imagined herself like taking all the balls and just like pulling them close and like quieting them down. And I'm like, yeah. Like I listened to this interview and I was like, that's really cool. So I use that. I imagine taking all those emotions, just pulling them close and then putting them in a box and closing the box and being like, I'm not dealing with that right now. And I know it sounds very Californian, but that creative visualization helped. Actually, I do that. I did it when my dad died too. I had to be of service to my mother. I had to be stable and strong for her. I had to deal with things so that she could grieve. So I had to do that. I had to put the emotions away. And it's one of the, I also call it compartmentalization, but I had to do that on this moment in the chase. I was in a very bad headspace and starting to panic a little bit. And I'm like, all right, just drive down the road and look for the guest house. Stop being hysterical. All right. So I did that because the emotions aren't irrelevant. They don't help you with task completion. So from Black River, I went back up the coast a little bit and lo and behold, the universe gave me rays of light. And then I found this guest house. Oh, no, this was seriously like this big, solid, concrete guest house, like on a hill next to the highway. I was like, and this was the room, and there's a little old guy out front, just like she said, he gave me the room. This was like, I was happier with this than like if I was like in the presidential suite of the Four Seasons in Beverly Hills. Like I was so happy to have this room. And I just finally felt like, oh my God, okay, it worked out. I stayed calm and the universe paid me back. All right. So I'm there, everything's good. Okay, overnight, the hurricane, just as soon as I get to this location, the hurricane turns and starts racing toward the Jamaican coast. This is by 5 a.m. It's like, uh-oh, and it's bombing out. It's actually getting stronger. It was already category 5, now it's going nuclear, and this number stood out to me. Uh-oh, the central pressure is below 900 millibars. This is getting totally hardcore, okay? And I'm like, okay, and it started to dawn on me that this is gonna be really ugly, that this thing's gonna come in with the force of a nuclear bomb, and I'm in like a very kind of rural area with just little small fishing villages. And I just had this feeling of like standing on the edge of a cliff, like looking over it, just like, okay, do I want to do this? Like maybe, I had time to retreat. I could go to the North Coast where it won't be as strong. I could go to Montego Bay, a bigger city. Do I want to be here with all that this is going to entail, the ugliness, the violence of the storm, the being stuck there for days. I knew it, and it happened, by the way, exactly like I expected. Do I want to do this? And the answer, yes. Yes. As effed up as that sounds, yes. Because what I've noticed throughout my career is that the epic conquests, the ones that like are you feel like the chase had consequence. You got unbelievable data. You got incredible footage. You helped further science. You made TV shows about it. You talk about it at conferences because people want to see it. People want to see the video. Okay, all of them are ugly events. They're not nice. They're not polite hurricanes. They're the really scary ones. No consequential chase is easy. And your greatest achievements, and probably a lot of people in this room with your tornadoes, same thing. That crazy footage you got because you accidentally 0-metered or went right inside of it. It's like, that's kind of how it is here too. All right, so here it is coming ashore, sort of colliding with Jamaica, and you could see it just comes in at full force. Watch that, boom! And then kind of falls apart a little bit, and then the system reforms, but you could see that that's how that thing came in. All right, this is the final radar shot out of Kingston before the Kingston radar went out, but you could see that very well-defined eye wall. That's my location in relation to the eye wall. That's just before we got into the eye wall. All right, so now I'm gonna bring you through the experience with video. Okay, so let's first look at the approach to the hurricane. So after Kingston radar went down, we had this radar. Cuba has surprisingly good radar, and the Pilon site covers Jamaica. So it's low res, but it's good enough where you could see the sort of structural features, and you could see the eye wall, that sort of yellow circle. So there it is, that's 8:40 a.m., and that's 9 a.m., and that's 10. And you can see, okay, it's just like making a beeline. So let's look at what that looked like as it was coming in. And one thing you'll notice is that the winds got destructive even before the eye wall arrived. All right, let's check that out.
Category 5, Hurricane Melissa is coming this way. I look at the radar and I can see the violent core of the hurricane coming literally right for this town. I'm in this big concrete building. I think I'm going to be okay, but the punishing gusts are starting to rattle it. And I think right now I'm going to have to get inside and basically not come up and so fast that this is going to be one dangerous storm. Winds of 180 miles an hour. Jamaica has not seen a hurricane like this in its history. This is a very solid building, solid concrete. Alright, there's the latest Cuban radar, and I'm just right there. And it looks like it's coming right here, that inner core, that eye wall, that yellow ring. I think at this point it's almost imminent that this location's going to get really rocked. Look at that. I mean, that's getting very close. I'm getting nervous. All right, just outside the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. The wind's already very destructive. So that's as it's approaching. Okay, so now we get into the core, the eye wall of the storm, okay? And the radar shots, you can see 10:20 is about when you feel like, okay, we're really getting into that. And then 10:40, there's that radar shot. Now, that was the only radar shot for like another hour, but that's when we're really starting to get in the eye wall. So the things to notice, so this next clip, it's 2.5 minutes. It's kind of long, but I want you to kind of experience the kind of build of energy. Notice that you start to get this weird whistling sound, and it builds. And then as the tree outside is getting more and more bent over, the whistling becomes like basically a scream. It just like you could feel the energy building. And that's one of the things that made this hurricane the scariest for me, was the sound was crazy. Dorian in the Bahamas was supposed to be about the same strength. Dorian was this low roar. Melissa was a scream. So let's look at that, and you can sort of feel that energy building. Oh, and by the way, just so you see what happens. So, I ended up in my room, the direction it was facing was not a good place to be, so I went into the hotel's kitchen. So I'm filming from the kitchen. You'll see a family run into the room with me. I think their windows blew out or something, so they came in there, and then I was with this family, and we rode it out together. So that's if you're wondering who I'm with, that's who I'm with. And this is, like I said, it's from the doorway of the kitchen. It was oriented in a way where, for at least a time, I could watch what was going on. So finally, it got so crazy that you could see that the teenage girl in the family, she decided to shut the door. I was not happy about that, but you know what? The locals get to decide. They felt in danger, and it was like it's what it was. I just had to be zen about it, and I understood they had a baby, and also the direction of the wind was changing, so they shut the door, which was probably good because the wind got stronger from there. And so this next clip is when we're deep in it. Okay, not just in the eye wall, but like in the inner eye wall, and you could see on the radar there, we're just getting absolutely raked by that inner part of the right front quad. This is the strongest part of the hurricane, where it's going like totally nuclear. And basically what you'll notice is, well, there's two things basically to notice. A white void. Every time I manage to get the camera focused outside, it's just nothing to see. It's just white. It's like, you can't see the building across the street. You can't see that palm tree anymore. It's like the balcony railing and the color white, okay? And then the other thing was just this constant harsh screaming. You see the kids are both holding their ears. It wasn't because of pressure changes. It was because it was so loud. It was the loudest hurricane I've ever been in. My ears were ringing afterward, and now you're going to experience it too. Okay. So soon after that, I noticed that this screaming sound, like the pitch started to lower just a little. And at first I thought I was imagining it, but then we got in the eye. Now, we were in the southeast corner of the eye. We didn't get right into the middle of it. And actually this radar shot, you could see how there's that little clear area? That's the part of the eye where there was sun. We got in the eye, but it wasn't in that part. The winds calmed down, the rain lessened. You could see it like I'm about to show you footage. Someone comes outside and there you could see them walking across the street. So we got in the eye, but it was on the edge. And here's actually, this is the Grand Cayman radar, which is a slightly higher resolution. And during this time of this next little clip, this is where we are in relation to the center. So it's like on the edge of that eye. And this is the first time that we saw the extent of the destruction. Even though it wasn't dead calm or there wasn't sunshine, you could just see what was going on. But just look across the street at how the buildings look. You know, it was like after that white curtain disappeared, you saw how bad it looked, including the concrete building across the street. So then the backside of the hurricane came in. That's the radar shot showing that. Now, one thing that helped us was that the hotel was sort of nestled up against some hills, and the wind was coming from that direction. So those hills actually blocked the wind a little bit. So the backside wasn't really as severe as that front side was. Notice that the change in wind direction, everything's blowing exactly the opposite direction in this clip. That tree, that's the same tree you were looking at before. Can't believe it's still up. Now it's going the other way. So it died down soon after that. So some quick analysis. So after the hurricane, when I got back home, I made like a radar track. So I took all the radar shots, and this was like a painstaking process. It took a couple of days, but I just mapped the sort of the center of the hurricane as it came in, got an exact landfall point and landfall time. I don't know if the Hurricane Center will use it, but that's the kind of the results of my work. And I made like a chronology of what happened. This is what I like to do after a chase, is really understand kind of the phases of it. This is the radar shot at landfall, and I was able to kind of assign some basic dimensions. The pink circle is basically the eye wall, the blue is the eye, and the orange is the sort of what I call the inner clear area. And then what I did was I took those radii and I sort of superimposed them on my radar track, and I have basically a diagram of the landfall, and the damage on the ground lined up pretty well with this. And I was there for days, so I saw a lot. So again, this is the eye wall. Cities inside this were in the direct hit zone. For example, Black River, Crawford, White House, New Hope, that was where the landfall was, and then up to around Bluefields and beyond. And you can see this is where I was, just inside the eye, and this was the clear area. So I met a couple people in White House and New Hope, and they described, they didn't get like a blue circle or a stadium. No one said that. They got smoky, hazy sunshine was what they said. No one saw like a crazy stadium effect or anything. Remember, Jamaica's not the US. We have like flat, swampy land where like a hurricane could come in really clean, you know, like Michael. No, Jamaica's very mountainous. So it's like, even I find this in East Asia, as the hurricanes are coming in, the eye will start to fill in a little bit. It doesn't lose strength, but the eye starts to get a little cloud filled. It's something where it's starting to feel the mountains or the terrain or something. So it was sunny apparently, but it wasn't like any kind of blue circle or anything. But yeah, you could see, so this is sort of like a basic schematic of that landfall. And like I said, the damage on the ground lined up pretty well. So here's all of Jamaica. I wanted you to see the size of the impact zone. So people are talking about, oh, Jamaica's going to get erased. This is the Jamaican islands. It's actually not a big island, but zoomed in, it looks pretty big. Here's the capital, Kingston. These are some of the important towns. Mandeville, where I was staging, Spanish Town, Ocho Rios, Montego Bay. Okay, this was the direct impact zone. You can see it was actually kind of small, and this is the more rural part of the island. Like Kingston is the big city and everything. So the only major town in the direct hit zone at Category 5 intensity was Black River, which I think is only around like 5,000 people, but it was the biggest town in the region. But I wanted to give you perspective on what it looked like in terms of, okay, overall impact. In Kingston, they had tropical storm conditions. Everything was fine. There was power. When I got back there days later, it was like the hurricane didn't happen. The North Coast got blasted. They didn't get a Category 5 up there, but places like Montego Bay and those communities up there definitely got probably a major hurricane. You know, it lost some punch as it was going up there. Okay, so I had 4 devices going, and they were all collecting data, and they all pretty much, like, the traces looked very similar. Let's zoom in on one. My lowest pressure was 926 millibars, which seems kind of high, given that I was in the eye of what was apparently a sub 900 millibar hurricane. I talked to the Hurricane Center guys about that. They just assume that there's probably a lot of gradient in the eye, that even in that eye, there was like probably 10 millibars or 15 millibars per mile, which I've measured gradients like that in other hurricanes, and that's probably what was going on. But on the edge of the eye, yeah, that was my lowest pressure, 926. Notice the very volatile fluctuations. This was during that part when everything was white, you hear that screaming sound. That's when all this was happening, probably mesovortex action or just some kind of turbulence. And if you zoom in even more, you can see it really good. Here I overlaid the phases. These are subjective, but this is like roughly when I think we went into the eye wall and came out. The pink is when we were getting those peak winds. Blue is when we were getting that lull. Notice the lowest pressure came right at the beginning of the calm. That was when it bottomed out, when we were in that part of the eye. Here you can see even closer in. Some of these fluctuations are really wild. This was as we were getting deep into the hurricane. There was just some crazy stuff going on with that air pressure. All right, let's look at the impact. So the wind, first of all, let's start with a video. This is the morning after, just to give you a feel of what Crawford, the town I was in, looked like. That's wind damage. That's a concrete building. This is the hotel.
I've been in a lot of hurricanes. The power of this one was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I love getting pop-up feeling.
My God. Destruction.
Yes,
It's just complete. It's just if it wasn't concrete, it's gone. How is your home?
Oh, my home breakdown. Tree fall in my house.
Stop blew off.
And the roof is gone.
That's the hotel.
And then I started hearing things breaking, like the roof, it just started going in and out, like very deeply. I started seeing the roof, the boards started to come apart and everything. And then when I look, it was one piece that went. And then after that, there was a section. And then, it was very bad. The only thing I was thinking about is like, oh my God, how am I going to protect my child, And then I just sat there. She started crying. I started holding her, and I'm like, you know what? Just pray. We can always try to rebuild eventually, but it's the best thing is that we're alive.
The entire roof just went off. One move. So I said, I'm gonna try to open the door at the back to go out through the back because the wind is coming from the front. By the time I tried to open the door, I had to go under the bed. The entire house just rolled over.
So this is very dramatic. So this is the view from the hotel. This is like from my hotel looking across the street. That's right before the hurricane, and that's right after. Just like, I mean, that concrete or cinder block building, the whole second floor just sheared off from the wind, every building missing the roof, and notice just the complete sort of like deforestation. Like, look at all those trees and it's all just gone. So one of the things that makes these disasters really traumatizing for survivors is the way their environment changes. It's not just that their house is destroyed. I mean, look at that. You live in this lush, green, tropical place with all these nice plants and flowers, and now it's just like, it's like, that's psychologically there's like a lot of trauma in that, I think. This is the hotel. Hotel did very well. This is that tree, that we were watching for a lot of the video. That thing was like a real trooper, man. But it became very useful for me when I was doing my analysis afterward. When I was creating my chronology, I was able to judge the direction of the wind from that tree. That tree was very valuable to me. I love that tree. So basically, most wood structures were flattened. just completely, with whole houses were just slabbed. Like my friend Demaine, who was just telling what happened to him, that was a wood frame house, probably wasn't fastened down properly, but the whole thing it just literally blew away while he was in it. He managed to get next door to a little cinder block building. Thank God he found somewhere to be, but this is what his house looked like. Like I said, wood stuff on the side of the road, these like little like kiosks and marketplaces, just totally all of it completely destroyed. Cement houses, concrete houses performed for the most part very well, but the roofs were a consistent weak point. So a lot of folks in Jamaica, they have concrete houses and they're actually pretty solid, judging by what you're going to see in a second, but the roofs are like a super Achilles heel. Like it's like the concrete deck roof is what they call it, is very, very expensive. And it seems like they have no middle ground. It's either you get this really expensive solution, which it does stay on, or you get a very kind of flimsy solution, which doesn't stay on. So you see a lot of this. This is a nice big house. Look how it looks fine. The walls are good. The columns, the railing, everything is good, but catastrophic failure of the roof. Here's another example. Again, the roof looks pretty good. I mean, the house looks pretty good, but the roof is destroyed. Another example, every house lost its roof. What I learned in this storm is not all concrete is created equal. There were some spectacular failures of concrete and masonry buildings, like this one across the street from us in the hotel. Again, that one. Here's another. This was from wind, not water. This was wind damage. This is in Black River. This was a historic old brick church. That's wind damage. The wind just tore it down. Okay, this is the St. Elizabeth Parish Courthouse in Black River. This is a big masonry building, okay? And again, this is wind damage. The wind just tore it down. It looks to me, I'm from California, it looks like earthquake damage, just like the whole building just fell down like a pile of rubble from the force of those winds. The defoliation was complete. What was interesting was that the palms performed surprisingly well. They really are just designed by nature, man. Even in a Category 5, they just kind of go with the flow. It's pretty incredible. But the defoliation was just unbelievable. And here's just some examples of it. I also did see what looked like some debarking. But you could see it's just that the hills were so stark. Now, I just went back a week ago, and actually those hills are starting to turn green again. This is the deep tropics, and stuff just grows back fast. So that was actually very heartening because the environment was already looking better. All right, let's look at the storm surge. So this is the Galleon Beach neighborhood of Crawford. This is about 2/3 of a mile down from where I was during the hurricane. This is right on the beach. This is storm surge damage. So this is my friend Benji, and this is Desreen. Okay, so these two people, and they are friends of mine because I went and visited them again. Okay, they should be dead. Okay, so that purple thing up there that says Crawford Guest House, that's where I rode out the hurricane. This is where Benji and Desreen were. Okay, they were on a little concrete jetty on the waterfront, 6 feet above sea level, okay, in like a high-end Category 5. Like it's insane. It's insane, okay? This is what it looked like. That's the building where they rode it out. That one just somehow stayed up. This is the other side of the building. A boat got rammed ashore, crushed that car. But they were really lucky to be alive. It's incredible. I'll let you okay. Oh, and then afterward, when I returned last week, Benji helped me measure. So that ground is 6 feet above the water, okay? And then based on what he and Desreen said, we estimated the highest water was around 11 feet, but that was some wave action. So it was really around 9 feet. 6 plus 9 means it seems like the surge topped out at around 15 feet above sea level. Remember, the biggest storm surges anywhere in the world are the United States Gulf Coast and Bangladesh. Other parts of the world, especially mountainous islands, don't get the big storm surges that we do. So 15 feet might not sound like a lot to you guys. For a Caribbean island, 15 feet's enormous. And here we can hear their account of it, talking about how they got through it.
I find out that the water reached this level, and the water just keep rising, so I just stay on the foam.
You stood on foam?
Foam, yeah, styrofoam.
Like, is it that?
Yes, styrofoam.
So you stood on that styrofoam?
Yes, styrofoam.
And floated?
Float, yes, floating foam. Yes, out the fridge. So I just stay up on it. So while we also didn't have to touch that roof here.
So you floated up to the roof?
To the roof.
Well, we were here not expecting this magnitude of the storm, but we were warned to evacuate. But then we doubted. But then Melissa came powerful now, the sea rose. But we float and we hung on. We hung on for hours.
How were you feeling? What were your emotions?
I cried. I cried. I said, I'm gonna die. But then he said, just relax, man, hold on. So he said he's Job. He have faith like Job. So I start calling him Job because I tell him he's full of faith. He's full of faith. Otherwise, we give God thanks. We are here, we're trying to recover. We don't know what we're going to recover to do or where to start. Everyone is confused. So we're just trying to recuperate and just hold on until assistant come to assist us in every enemy. Water, clothes, everything. Because everyone basically lost.
I find their story so inspirational that they lived and they made it through, and how he kept her calm, and she wanted to try to swim out and he was like, no, because the building was open on a part. He was like, no, if we do that, we're going to die. And he was right. They stayed in the building. They held on. Anyway, here they are. Okay, this is quickly, I want to show you, this is Black River. This is the biggest population center in the direct hit zone. This is a combination of wind and storm surge flooding. Black River is right on the water and it's got no elevation. So this is what the downtown looked like right after the hurricane, and it was a big old mess. Now I want to show you, this is a quick clip, final one, showing you the damage in other cities. Black River, also White House, where very close to where the exact landfall point was, and just a couple other places, so you can get a feel for what the damage was like across the impact zone, because it looks a little worse in some of these places. Crawford is a very small town with low population density. These other towns are denser, so the damage looks a little more crazy. A combination of wind and storm surge.
Six people killed during the passage of Hurricane Melissa, which devastated the island on Monday and Tuesday. Prime Minister says rebuilding the town of Black River will be a massive task for the government.
Truly incredible wind damage. Okay, so I was there for days and days. One, the roads were blocked, and two, my car, I had a bunch of flat tires, so I was just stuck there. I think it was 5 days about. And I just, I had to survive, but I knew that was going to happen. I was expecting it. So that's fine. So two things I want to say about this. One is, if you're going to do this kind of chasing, be in good physical shape, because you're going to be roughing it, and there's not going to be any medical help if you need it. If I had any kind of medical incident, forget it. I'm a healthy guy. I made sure not to step on nails and do things like that. But it's you really need to, if you've got any kind of health issues, you can't do this kind of chasing, because you're, you're also without plumbing and without anything, and without air conditioning and all that. So that's one thing I want to say. Yeah, and I just got up every morning. I kind of did sunrise on the roof and just tried to kind of be zen. It was beautiful in a weird way, just the sounds. First of all, there was no light pollution, so you could see all the stars, and it was very clear the days after the hurricane. And it was just animals roaming the streets, and it was the sounds in the morning. It was very beautiful. If you watch my video on YouTube, you get a feel for it, but I tried to just kind of appreciate it in its own weird way. Final point I want to say is, if you're in a hurry to get home, you're not doing this right. This kind of chasing, you have to just kind of, if you want to hunt down really intense storms in developing island nations, you can't be anxious about when you're getting home. You just have to go into it, just take a chill pill and just be all right, I don't know how long I'm going to be there, but it is what it is. And while I'm there, I'll just try to be helpful. I'll try to document it and all that. And the documentation was very important, because I do want to, it's my desire to keep this story alive in the news, on Weather Nation, where I work, and also on media, because they need help. know, they need resources. It's going to be a long-term, it's going to be like Katrina on the Mississippi coast. I mean, it's just the wipeout is so extreme that we're talking decades for recovery. So my desire is to just keep the story alive, keep talking about it, keep going down there, and just sort of like humanize it for people. So like the donations keep coming in. All right. But yeah, hardcore expeditions are open-ended affairs. If you don't follow me, this is where you can. If you want to see my video, it's on my YouTube channel. And if you want to see my meteorological, like my analysis of the storm, which is a big report with all that data and all those diagrams, that's on my website, icecyclone.com. Just go to the chases section, go to Melissa. There's a downloadable PDF, and you can really, if you want to really nerd out on the kind of meteorological analysis. So big thanks to all of you for letting a hurricane guy come and talk. I appreciate it. And if you want questions, let me know.
Josh, you are amazing. We got questions for Josh? Yeah. All right. All right. We're going to start over here. All right. Here you go, buddy.
What did it feel like while you were in the hurricane?
It was scary. One thing I'm glad you asked this, because one thing that the video doesn't pick up is how it feels. So you heard how loud it was and you saw how crazy it looked. But what the video doesn't capture is you feel the building shaking and you feel energy in your chest from it. It's just this energy. It's really scary. But I also get a rush from it, which is why I do this.
Mr. Josh, I think a question a lot of people would like to know is when you approach some of these folks that have just gone through this devastation, how are you presenting yourself to them before you take any video, photos, etc.?
I'm glad you asked that. Different cultures are different. Jamaicans do not like being filmed if you don't ask. It's very rude there. Like more so than in the United States. Like I learned really quickly, don't do that. So I'd ask them. I would start talking with them human to human and just say, hey, what happened? How are you doing? And then if the story was interesting and I wanted to capture it, to humanize this, because I think those stories of those people, I think it's very touching and I want people to hear these stories. So then I said, the ones I interviewed, I said, hey, can you tell this to camera? A lot of them were way too shy. Some of them were okay with it. And I tell them the truth. It's I want to get this on social media. I want the world to see what happened to you. And they're mostly, when you position it that way, they get it. They understand that this is important. They're not going to get help if people don't know how bad it was.
All right, we got one more over here, and then we're going to go to Edgar.
Hey, Josh, just real quick, how do you keep your accountability, right? How do you keep communication flowing to somebody who knows where you're at, so that you're making sure that if something really does go seriously bad, that you can get out of there somehow, or at least let somebody know you're in trouble?
I have to get better about this. I've just been kind of winging it. And I didn't have an internet connection for a while. I'm doing Starlink this year finally to so I have an unending connection. But honestly, that was an area where I wasn't so good about it. I was all right, something bad could happen and people might not know about it. I took stupid chances.
All right. We got one over here, Josh.
Hey, Josh. First, I want to say that, you were actually the reason I got into storm chasing.
Thank you.
So
thank you. It means so much to me. Thanks.
And my biggest question for you, as somebody who cares a lot about contributing to the science, there seems to be a lot of information about how to do it for tornado chasers. But for somebody who is chasing tropical weather, do you have any advice regarding building relationships with the National Hurricane Center? Building credibility with local National Weather Service personnel. Any advice on that direction would be greatly appreciated.
I'm really glad you asked this because I've been thinking about this. I think that if storm chasers are going to get in there, everyone should have a barometer. Everyone should be measuring air pressure because the more of those data points we have, the better we understand the hurricane. But it's not just getting a device into the storm. It's also collecting high quality data that aren't contaminated. And there's things if you want to collect good air pressure data, there's a certain way to do it. If you're in your car driving around, that pressure trace has no value. It's just it's garbage. It has to be in a stable place and you can't move it during the storm, et cetera, et cetera. I was thinking of creating creating some kind of, it's funny you asked this because I was thinking of creating some kind of like, I don't know, a PDF or an instructional document of here are the basics of how to collect good data. So if you're going to do this, you're going to do it right. Now, in terms of developing relationships with the Hurricane Center or other entities, that was over time. I would always just send them my data. One thing I did to build credibility with the Hurricane Center was, I don't just send them, oh, hey, I measured, 926 millibars. I send a whole report, and the report is very precise about where I measured it, how I calibrated the instrument, what was my assumed elevation for sea level pressure. I mean, it just goes so deep. So if there's any incorrect assumptions, they can correct accordingly. But by giving really complete documentation, I think that built credibility with them over the years. And now they use my data. So I think it's a slow process in terms of kind of building that relationship. But the first step is to get good data.
We got one more question.
Hey, Josh. So, you were talking about how Melissa specifically sounded different than some of the other Cat 5s you've been in. Do you think that might be due to the type of building you were in? Because I can't remember off the top of my head what you were in for Dorian.
Yeah.
Or do you think that's more due to the strength or intensity of the storm?
It's a great question, and it's one that I've thought a lot about myself. I think it's a combination, but absolutely part of it is that I noticed in Japan, and James Reynolds noticed this too, you get really cool howling sounds, and it's something with their electrical wires, like the way they are, like with the wind blowing over them. So I think part of it was that. In Dorian and Melissa, I was in sort of similar buildings, and so it could have been the building, but I think there was just different hurricanes just sound different. But I do agree with you on a lot of it, or what you're implying, which is a lot of it has to do with the buildings and the terrain that the wind's scraping over.
I think we got time for one more. There you go.
So you were talking about you were chasing in dangerous parts of Mexico for some, certain storms. Has there ever been a moment where you were in like immediate danger by like the cartel or a group of people or?
Yeah. No, this is a great question. And I don't want to jinx it, but the answer is no. And I've gone, I've chased in Sinaloa and Tamaulipas and some of the states where you're not supposed to go. And my experience every time has been, okay, it seems once you get there on the ground, it feels fine. And again, I don't want to tempt fate. I don't want to say that it's fine. And then the universe will strike me down for saying that. But no, I've never felt any aggression. And Mexico is one of my favorite countries. I always felt very at home there, maybe because I lived in Southern California for a long time, but no, it's been okay, honestly. But again, that doesn't mean that it won't be, because there is violence, drug cartel violence in Mexico. So, anyone else?
All right, I think we're great, Josh. You are
Thank you.
so
Thank you so much.
incredible. I could listen to you talk all the time. Awesome. All right, so it is lunchtime, but before we get there, Edgar has some giveaways.
Oh yeah, I have some giveaways, guys. We have some more of our past conference shirts that I just wanted to give out, and what I'm going to do is we're just going to toss them. So here you go. We're going to throw it that way, and if you get one that's like, maybe you can trade with someone else.
All right, we want to get people in the back too. You want that? Oh, there you go.
All right, I have a couple Edgar the Storm Chaser shirts too. I'm going to throw out.
Woo! So Edgar. All right, so you want to be back here. We have some other important announcements too. The match, we've got a QR code too. So if you'd like to donate money for our storm shelters, because we were trying to get to $10,000 by tonight for the match. And I just have to say thank you all again. What happened earlier this morning was so magical. Like everyone was talking about it. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this community and seeing the generosity that you gave up here. Just everyone coming up here. We had a pile of cash up here. Yeah. So we're continuing to raise $10,000 by tonight. We will get that match of $10,000. So we'll have $20,000 to give. I think it's Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Oh, it's right here. We've raised over $2,000. This is thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. That's awesome.
You are so incredible. So spread the word. If you know maybe someone else hasn't donated, see if they have anything and they're able to do so. It is lunchtime. Now, coming up, we have Jordan and Sierra. They're right after lunch. We're also going to have Thunderhead giveaways. So you know the adorable Thunderheads you're seeing over there? We're going to toss some of those into the crowd. And then after that, Otis is speaking. So there's so many great things coming up. So quick lunch, bring it in here, eat it. We don't care, but we want you not to miss anything.
Hey,
So-
don't forget to go by the MyRadar booth. They have like those, I think, a giveaway for Poochie helmets. You got to go check that out.
Yeah.
Super cool. Who doesn't? You got to protect your noggin, guys.
100%.
We'll see you guys after lunch.
All right. We love you guys.
So we've been having the 50-50 raffle going on for about a day or so. We're about to start the prize raffle drawing. So you can go for the same price as the 50-50 tickets. If you go buy a blue ticket, you're going to get both of your tickets. You're going to keep both of them. You're going to take one half of the tickets, and we're going to have prizes available, including the Grzoulis book, which is incredible. You can bid. We've got this. We've got Tim Vasquez books. We've got artwork by David Mayhew, by Willard Sharp. We have so many great prizes. So please, if you get a chance, go buy raffle tickets, and you can put in for some seriously excellent prizes.
I love that because that book goes for online for $400, $800, like that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So do it. We've got so many.
It is worth it. I have this as my coffee table book, and it is incredible.
See, I don't have one, so now I'm going to enter to win because I really want that. Yeah, this is exciting. And now, on top of that, we have more giveaways. So has anybody seen these adorable thunderheads around? Yeah, woo! So they're so adorable and amazing, first of all, but they're also educational, right? Because if you open this up, it tells you a little bit about whatever it actually is, whether it's a thunderstorm, there's freezing rain, there's all the things. But come on up here. This is one of the guys who actually started Thunderheads. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. Hi there, I'm Andrew with Thunderheads. I am not a storm chaser, but I'm excited to be here and join your community as a toy maker. And I've been chasing my dream to come out with weather toys, and here they are. So hope you enjoy them, and thanks a lot for taking a look at Thunderheads.
All right, so you guys heads up, okay? Because we're just gonna throw these, just throw them into the crowd, okay? This is what we're doing. I know, hold on. So we're going to be doing more stuff like this. You got to sit up closer. That's the moral of the story. With that said, there may be two more that might be tossed. Okay, so Stormcat 5, don't get sad. All right, so our next two speakers are two incredible individuals. I've known Jordan for quite a few years and Sierra as well. And they work incredibly well together. They play off each other really well with their knowledge of meteorology, storm chasing, everything. And I'm always inspired by them because I remember listening to their talk 2 years ago when they were with Reed Timmer and talking about how they intercepted a tornado and just the pressure drop, how it felt, all of those different things. And now they're here today to talk even more about their storm chasing experiences. So without further ado, we have Jordan and Sierra.
We got two more. Who wants them? Sweet.
Awesome.
Sweet.
So you're gonna start.
Awesome. How's it going, everyone? So I just want to talk a little bit about where I grew up, how I got into storm chasing. So get over to the next slide there.
Did we get a clicker by chance?
There, clicker? Play button?
You needed that.
All right. So I grew up in Metro Detroit in the city. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I grew up playing hockey. My older brother played hockey. That was just our life growing up. It's all there is to do up north, really. But I was always obsessed with Mother Nature. Everything that you could even think of that had to do with weather, tornadoes, space, geology. I was obsessed with it. And I always really wanted to become a scientist when I was a kid. And I had dreams of being maybe like an astrophysicist or a meteorologist. I just knew I wanted to be involved in science in some way. However, I did really well in my science classes, but I did really poorly in math. I always struggled with it. I just thought I wasn't a math person. And because of that, I just thought that, meteorology was out of my reach. And I really doubted if I should be in a scientific field. And in addition to that, I love weather from a young age. I love severe weather. But we didn't really have too much of that in Michigan. I tried my hand at the occasional storm chase. I'd go out whenever there was storms or if there's little tiny mini supercells, but never really saw much. I saw a few supercells. I saw a few funnels. I lost my mind when I saw Mamadas for the first time. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I'm like, I'm a legit storm chaser. But it just wasn't really enough for me. And so for years, I worked in finance and secondary marketing, and I handled and funded loans on the secondary market. And I was comfortable doing that. I was really good at doing that, but I did not feel fulfilled. I was not happy doing that. And so at the time, I decided to keep taking math and science classes on the side at my community college. And I had to start over from the very, very, very beginning. And I had to learn, your basic algebra. I put some of my homework there. That's my actual homework. I had to learn basic algebra. I had to learn the unit circle, limits, triple integrals, and eventually worked my way up to equations of motion. It was hard. But one day when I was sitting at home, I realized that was not, like I said, finance was not what I wanted to do. And I decided that I had to do something different, and I had to do it quickly, because I did not want to live for the rest of my life knowing that I didn't do something I wanted to do because I was scared to do it. So back in, it was late 2022, one day I just decided I'm going to take a leap of faith and I'm going to do something crazy that I've never done before. And so I quit my job. I applied to the University of Oklahoma, boomer. I signed for an apartment in Norman from my phone while sitting in my apartment in Michigan. And I signed for the lease without ever even seeing the apartment or knowing where it was at. I just knew it was in Norman, and that's where I wanted to be. And I rented a U-Haul, met Jordan. He came up to Michigan, helped me pack up my U-Haul, and I was living in Oklahoma a week later. So I began chasing immediately.
I'm pretty sure, not to interject.
Go for it.
The U-Haul trailer there, we had to hook up a hitch for her Jeep, and I think her Jeep's had transmission issues ever since I drove that back. But we drove it through a hailstorm in Missouri on the way down.
Yeah, I watched it wasn't just that. I remember watching a roof. Like, we're driving, and I'm like, all my belongings are in there. We got to be safe. Watched a roof get sucked up, some shingles. I was like, oh my God, I'm losing all my belongings. So yeah, we started immediately chasing together, just chasing through Dixie, Oklahoma, wherever we can find any severe weather. And soon after that, I started chasing with Reed, Team Dominator, and we just started intercepting tornadoes right away. I mean, I just moved from from Michigan, and all of a sudden I was driving into tornadoes, going to see hurricanes, wildfires. Like, I really got thrown into the fire right away. Oh yeah, that's actually my acceptance letter. But what do I do now? So everybody's probably seen some of these pictures. That was right after the Spalding intercept. Over here, I'm a big fan of hiking. I always love the outdoors. Sometimes every chaser knows this experience. Sleeping in the back of a car on the side of the road when you haven't slept in 3 days, but you can't stop chasing.
Also to add, Reed, I'm pretty sure Reed stole all of her water and she was sick.
Yeah.
So she woke up, she's like, I need my water. And Reed's like, oh, I drank all that.
Yeah, I said, where's my water? He took it out of my backpack. But yeah, I met some amazing people down here once I moved to Oklahoma, and just fell in love with my new life, and just had no regrets and loved every decision I made to get myself there. Just a few pictures. That's me on my first tropical storm. That's what the inside the Dominator looks like when we're trying to stream, so all you people can see what we're up to. But yeah, so I really had a very boring life, and then just jumped into what I wanted to do, and it's been the best decision I've ever made. So sometimes you really just gotta leap into what you want to do and just don't second guess yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You have more slides?
It's on you now.
All right, I guess it's my turn. So who am I? I grew up in Montana. A lot of you guys might not know this. Not very many people you meet from the state of Montana. I actually met somebody at this summit from Montana. Really nice girl from Livingston, and it's not far from where I grew up. And I feel like it's kind of a forgotten, area. So grew up, loved the movie Twister. Watched my favorite TV show when I was in middle school was Storm Chasers with my dad. He's always been my biggest supporter growing up. But went to college at Shattuck State, played wide receiver for college football for a year. Started storm chasing for real after I graduated high school. The small town of Baker, Montana. Some of you guys might know this tornado. Yeah. That was about 2 weeks after I graduated high school. Destroyed the house across the street from mine, just sucked some shingles off the roof of my house. So chased that. My grandparents were actually watching that tornado from our basement. But that's when I knew that storm chasing was for me. I've had a really crazy path into storm chasing. It started with me going out there. I want to see the clouds. Just like every single one of you in here like to do. Reached out to Brett Adair with Live Storms Media. He brought me on initially. My first storm chase partner ever was Derek Smith. And some of you guys might know him. Some of you guys might not. He is awesome, but he's also nuts. But him and Brett taught me how to edit video packages and how to make money in the field. And to me, that kind of clicked because I was like, if I can make money, I can fund myself staying out in the field. So that was my journey. I started in 2017. I left Live Storms Media for Spear Studios in 2020. Kind of just took that leap. I liked the crew over there. I was getting a little more attention. I just liked the more one-on-one, and Corey and I had become very good friends. And in fall of 2021, I ended an engagement. I was fully engaged to get married in Rapid City, South Dakota. And she was very anti-storm chasing. That's a hobby, not a full-time job. We hear that a lot these days, but I think the most important thing is if you have a dream, you need to go get it, because if you don't, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. And I've been told that by all my mentors, and I live by that to this day. So ended my engagement in the fall of 2021, moved to Norman, Oklahoma, and it was on. Very similar to how Sierra's story is going right now. So as I moved in there, I balanced Uber and DoorDash full time so I could still be flexible enough to go storm chasing. Transitioned to a full time in 2022 where I was able to finally quit doing DoorDash and Uber and be full video. I get to go out there. I get to shoot tornado videos, weather videos, any video.
Uh-oh.
This is on. Okay. It's all right. I can talk loud too. So, making money shooting video there. Joined Team Dominator in 2023. Reed asked Sierra and I to hop on, and that was an adventure. While doing that, also, I had a really cool opportunity to team up with MyRadar, and they gave me a shot. It's very similar to how Capucci came up and about. You got to be persistent. Thank you. All right. Mic check. There we go. So it's very similar to how Capucci came up, because you have to be persistent, but you can be annoying, but you better be right. You got to bring value. You got to show people, hey, you say you're good, but show your work. Are you good, or are you just saying you're good? So I made it a big push to just try to prove myself. And I got the opportunity to jump on with MyRadar all the way back. I think it was in 2024. I got my first ever contract for content in 2024, which is an awesome tornado year and severe weather year. Signed a multi-year agreement with MyRadar this year in 2025, which has been the best thing ever. And then signed with Ryan Hall also. I don't know where this came from. We're just going to proceed right past this one.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't happen. Nobody ever here does that.
All right, I'm going to get into the meat and the potatoes here. Now that you guys kind of know us. Storm chasing is changing completely. Chasing community continues to grow. All these awesome people here. Social media has become the heart and soul of storm chasing. Whether you like it or not, it has been. And it's led to a lot of new expectations about who can get closer, who's going to get the coolest video. And honestly, I think it's a little bit of cancer at times. There's more pressure to chase. The mental health burnout's a big thing. And I think we've had a lot of really good speakers over the last 2 days talking and addressing that. And I think it's super important to hit that reset button and know how to do that. Same, but different.
Different.
So this is kind of what our whole talk's going to be about. Every single one of us likes to chase in their own ways, and they have their own passion and dream that fuels them to get out there. So can I get a show of hands? Who here just likes to stay back, get the landscape, get the whole storm in the shot? Can I get a raise of hands? Awesome.
Nice.
Now, how many of you crazies want to get your hood right up in the tornado and just watch it get, yeah, okay.
A lot of you.
Right. So there's a variety. There's some of us in here that probably don't even like tornadoes. Can I get a raise of hands over there? No, Josh? Hey, there we go. Yeah, he likes tornadoes, but
He stays committed to hurricanes.
exactly. But at the end of the day, there's a place for every single person. And that's what I think is important. Because somebody getting the shot from 5 miles away versus somebody getting the shot right up in it is the same thing. And we all get to enjoy those moments. It's the same passion, it's the same drive. So what happens when you have those people that want to get a little close, or actually they say they want to get close and how hardcore they are, but they don't?
You find out that you don't know how you're going to act until you're in that moment.
So I'm going to ask you before I play this next slide, how confident were these people this day when they came in the vehicle?
Oh, I mean, they were, I mean, really, they were teaching us how to storm chase.
They were teaching us how to storm chase.
They were our mentors.
Yeah. Oh, we're hardcore. This ain't nothing.
Yeah.
And then do I need to click again for it to play?
Let's drive. Let's just drive, man. Just me.
We got about 10 minutes to shoot that.
Jordan, just drive.
Zoom in on that.
Jordan, drive. Jordan, drive. Come on. Jordan, let's go. No.
Just wait.
I don't believe it.
Jordan, let's go, man. Please. Jordan, let's go, man. Now. Now. Oh, Jordan. Jordan, moving left to right. Let's just go, Jordan, please, man. Jordan, let's just go.
So I just got to add. So you notice how, anybody who's trying to get that real cinematic shot will notice. You notice how it's just drifting constantly. I'm not really focused on the debris so much. It's because I'm, hanging out the window filming that, and I have a guy in the seat behind me that's whose voice you hear, and he is rocking, holding his chest and whimpering, and he's telling me that he's having a heart attack and that we need to get him to the hospital. Me and Jordan tell him, there's no time for that. You're not having a heart attack. You're here.
Not having a heart attack, brother.
You're in the situation, and it's not changing.
It's just scary.
Yeah, and this was coming at the moment. It was coming right at us, and it was so intense. You could feel the ground shaking. You could feel it in your chest, how you really want to experience a tornado, honestly. But yeah, they weren't ready for it.
No, and after this tornado, we actually stopped chasing and went back into this town of Minden, Iowa, and did search and rescue and made them stay in the vehicle because a lot of them, thank you. We made them stay in the vehicle because obviously they were panicked. They've never been in that situation. And I think it's important if you don't know how to do search and rescue and you're scared and you're panicking, it's probably best not to go out there. And that might be people might not like that, but I was a first responder for multiple years, and the last thing I want to see is somebody running out there and then tripping over a power line that might be live, getting a nail through the foot. If you're going to do it, know what you're doing, and just be safe. You don't want to add to the problems. But so we went out there, we did some search and rescue, made sure people were okay, and then I'm going to go into the next slide. So that's obviously right up close, which is awesome. But my favorite thing that I can't do, that I appreciate other people can do, is sit back and shoot wide. And this is one of my favorite photos from 2025. I called Brandon this morning and asked him if I could use this today. This was I believe this is Enderlin EF5. This is an insane shot. And you can't see this when you're up underneath the collar cloud. And it's absolutely gorgeous. And I wanted to at least shout Brandon out because I don't think this picture gets enough attention, honestly. So. All right, so growing up, I think every single one of us in here has a dream. We all have a dream. We all have a passion. And I think a lot of us have been told, I think everybody in here has been told by somebody that you can't do that. It's not feasible. You don't make enough money. Has anybody told you that?
Yeah, I mean, they tell you you're crazy if you tell them that that's what you want to do for your career. And a lot of people tell you that that's just fantasy. And sometimes you believe it. There's times where you think I should go get a job at McDonald's. Where's an application? So.
So I actually thought of this line this morning when I actually added this slide. And a dream is a fingerprint to life. Everybody's dream is unique to themselves. It can be similar to others, but it's unique to you in your own ways because it's only your dream and it's not somebody else's. You might have similar ideas, but there's something about your dream that's unique to you, and I think that's important. And that is why I think it's important to always be willing to learn and surround yourself with the people that can help you get to that point. But don't copy. And there's a difference between learning and copying somebody else's algorithm and how they do that. Have mentors. I have had the best mentors on the planet. And since I get a good stage like this, I get to take advantage and call them out for a second. Because I met my early on mentors. I met them at ChaserCon back in, I believe it was 2017. And that was Dan and Jerry from Nebraska. They took me in. I was just a dumb college kid. This is nuts. I was like, I just love weather. We're gonna go out there and do it. And they brought me in, and they really taught me a lot. They taught me you can go out there and have fun. I learned how to stay calm, because when I'm with them, you could be next to a tornado. You could be in like, Dan, 5-6 inch hail, and you don't hear it's quiet. Nobody's screaming. And I'm like, I can enjoy this and actually not like, oh my God, big hail. So thank you, Dan and Jerry. I want to say thank you, Reed. I've had a lot of mentors there. Corey Hartman, Eric Fox has been awesome too. And yeah.
I'll add to that. I mean, you always hear especially you hear a lot of times as a female that when you want to join the storm chasing field, it's predominantly male. And a lot of times I've heard people say that, you're going to face some heat, some pressure from that. You're not going to get the acceptance that you want. But I do have to say, and this is to everybody, thank you so much for welcoming me into this community. And every single person I've met and who's helped me and I've ran into on the side of the road has been so supportive and so amazing. And I have never felt anything but welcomed in this community. So my mentors were everybody that I've met along the road over the last 3 years. It's all of you, and I appreciate all of you.
Yes. Awesome. And with that being said, like I said, you got to have mentors. You got to remain humble, but you need to be proud of yourself too. And there's a difference, because if you do something great, you need to celebrate it, because that's what it's all about. You've accomplished something. So celebrate yourselves a little bit, because I know a lot of us can be hard on ourselves, especially if we miss something. Take a step back and just be like, hey, we're out here. We get to do this again. I got so many more times to try this. So, and yeah, the only way you're ever going to feel fulfilled truly with yourself is if you're doing what you want to do, not what somebody else wanted to do.
So, we talk about our own individual stories, how I got to where I'm at and how he got to where I'm at. And honestly, it's amazing. It's an amazing individual growth and experience. But something that makes the experiences so much better is when you have your people, when you meet the people that you end up clicking with, who end up being your best friends, sometimes your family members. I mean, the people who support you, that you care about most, really make the experience worth it and make it amazing. And, it's always good to find your people and find the people that you can share that with. These are just a few of our friends we've met on the side of the road. And it's not just with storm chasing, it's not just being out in the field. I'm a meteorology student at the University of Oklahoma, and some of my best support that I've received in my own career is meeting other amazing students at the school who have been there to support me, help me with my homework, give me advice. And it just finding a group that can bring you up and uplift you and support you is really key.
Heck yeah. So with that being said, following, everybody has a place in storm chasing. It's awesome. I kind of want to brag, and we want to talk a little bit about a chase that was fun this year. So one of my passions and one of my dreams has always been taking my little brother storm chasing and my family storm chasing. So Sierra and I got the opportunity to take him this year. He's 13 years old. He is stubborn. I love him to death.
He's a dog.
And he always wanted to come with. So we got to take him on July 28th. Does anybody in here know what day that was, or chase that day? There we go. I got a couple of people. All right. So that's always been a big passion of mine. And we left the day before to come up to South Dakota, and we missed the Watertown, South Dakota tornado. I think Kopic and Connor and those guys were all over it. And I was mad. I was crashing out in a Dave's Hot Chickens. Here, I can tell you this.
Yep.
And
it was a sour day.
It was one of those situations you got to take a step back, reset. So we drove all the way to South Dakota, and I want to show you guys how that went. What do you think? What do you think right now?
It's a crazy tornado.
Great job, bud. So obviously he's on cloud 9. He's shooting a tornado. And the next photo is awesome. He didn't know he was on the Weather Channel live. Beautiful.
By far, out of all the tornadoes we saw last year and all the cool experiences we had, this was by far my favorite because, I love Coulter. I've known him for a long time, and just getting to see his face as he saw his first tornado was honestly one of the best experiences I've ever had. It was magical, and he was a champ. He was hanging out the window. He was calm. He was, shooting wide, perfect horizontal frame. He was perfect.
He was quiet. First tornado, mind you, you guys saw Minden earlier. You heard how that guy saw his first tornado. All right. Coulter not only got closer to this one than they did, Minden. Obviously, Minden's a big wedge. But he was silent. I was like, are you good? And I just looked back there, he's just filming.
He's locked in.
Right now. And so that was one of my favorite experiences on the planet, and I just wanted to be able to share that. My favorite part, though, and this is really cool, we have the highs of we're into cloud 9, we just nailed it. Yeah, you get a little confident. Coulter got a little confident that day. So from fun to fear. So that day, as we all know, grew upscale, supposed to be a derecho, if I said that right. High winds, damaging winds, and you'd possibly have embedded QLCS tornadoes in the line. So going out that day, I was like, all right, it's going to go into the nighttime. I know some people don't like chasing at night, and it's scary. So I was like, all right, Coulter, are you ready? Because we're about to lock in. You're going to be a little nervous. So
and he brushed it off. He's like, I just saw my first tornado. It
can't be worse than seeing Dixon tornado.
He's stubborn, he's confident, and he's a little cocky, which isn't bad.
Yes.
He thought it was no big deal. And then dark happened.
So then it started getting dark, and we had this beautiful shelf cloud, trying to stay out ahead of it. And I shot some video of them with the shelf cloud. But you're going to hear just a little backstory here. I was sitting with Kopic, and we were positioned out ahead of this bow, and it kinked up really hard. Confirmed tornado. This bow, I believe, was moving over 80 miles an hour at the time. So you basically got to pick your spot and be ready, and obviously you don't want to be in the wrong spot. So we were a little aggressive. We got right in front of this kink, confirmed tornado, and then I overjumped it. It was going a little quick. So I turned around to go south, and we got caught in the RFD or whatever happened to the north. And Coulter is freaking out in the backseat. It turned from fun to I want this to be completely over. And we had a METAR very close nearby that recorded 99 miles an hour during this.
Just do it. You just got it. You got to get your first selfie. Ready? No, you got to take it. It's a selfie.
Yeah, take a selfie and take it with the shelf.
There you go. Champ.
What do you think of this shelf cloud?
It's really cool, and it's coming at us real fast.
It is coming fast, isn't it?
Come on, brother.
You're right. Put the blanket over you, okay? If we lose a window, just stop the blast from hurting you. Okay?
Probably one of the most extreme windstorms I've ever seen in my life.
It's right behind you. You're good.
It's hauling ass. It's gonna get a little stronger than this probably. Just bear in there.
Yeah, that was a nasty, nasty line.
Yes.
So yeah, we as you see in the video, we had no visibility. Jordan had to turn his RAV into the wind. We were rocking like we were inside of a Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. It went from, just a pretty little shelf to, max intensity, just like that.
So yeah, it's just a good example of you got to stay safe and aware. And I got a little aggressive that day too. I'll be the first to own it. But you can, like I said, you go from cloud 9 to you get humbled by the weather, and it's important. You got to respect Mother Nature too, because she can bite you at any given point.
And you don't always get to see Dixon, South Dakota on your first tornado chase.
Exactly.
You got to remember that.
So we're gonna go to the next one. Teamwork at the end of the day makes the dream work, in my opinion. So I think Sierra talked about this earlier. Finding your people, find the people in your niche. Some of you guys, I might not agree or get along with everybody here, or some people might be in the photography, some people might be in the video. We all find our friends that help push us to be better, and it's important to have that group of people and have that support, because you can only get better if you surround yourself with people that are going to help lift your floor. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just like he was saying, find your people. And like I was mentioning earlier, something that enhances the experience from amazing to even better amazing, whatever we want to say, is being with the people that you care about. And one of the most incredible parts about my chasing career that I've had is being able to chase with one of my best friends. And, my best friend, my boyfriend, my love, all that stuff. And, meeting some of these amazing people that we've shown in these pictures. Like, it is just, I can't say much more about it, that it's just been incredible.
And I want to touch on this too. So you can see this bottom photo. I want to talk about this a little bit. That is Aaron Rigsby. You all know who he is. I see his cute butt sitting right over there. He's one of my best friends. So this was, we did a typhoon chase this last year in the Philippines. We went to the Batanes Islands, which is really cool because you get to go travel and you get to see places you would have never seen in your entire life or didn't even know existed. For those of you guys that don't know, the Batanes Islands are very small. You can scooter around it in like 15 minutes. Rigsby said it reminded him a lot of Hawaii. While we were there, we inadvertently ended up staying at the governor's house during this event, and we're providing satellite screenshots, seeing if the storm was going to wobble, how it was going to impact this island. And as you all know, this typhoon super typhoon is this high-end Cat 5, ended up shifting south, and the eye missed this island by probably about 40 nautical miles. So we still got some pretty decent wind, and they had some very significant surge on the southeast side of the island. But what we didn't know is that the entire island is huge on Facebook, and they were following our weather updates. And next thing you know, everywhere we go, that's like, hey, Jordan, hey, Aaron, what's going on? And I was like, how do these people even know who we are? I'm in the Pacific. So what's really cool and something I want to point out, pay attention to what you're posting and don't over exaggerate things, because people really do listen to these things. And they come to you, especially in areas that might not get great weather coverage. They're going to start relying on you. They're going to start putting trust in you. And it's important that you take care of that trust. So this photo was cool because at the end of the event, the governor called us to I think it was the Capitol building, and gave us these military coins. These do you remember the exact name for them, Rigsby? Challenge coin. Yes, a challenge coin. Thank you. He presented us with these challenge coins and his direct contact info and thanked us for helping provide weather to the entire island, which I thought was really sweet and really humbling for both of us. And then on the bottom left, you'll see a video from this next. This is the Coast Guard in the Philippines coming to check on Jason and I after our viral video of me getting hit with a lot of water. And I believe Josh was not too far away during that storm either. I think he was just to my south. So this was a fun one, fun little storm. It wasn't crazy, but the surge that came out of it was actually pretty nuts. So I'll go ahead and show that. Yeah, here it is. That's a big one. Wow! Oh my God! I gotta get the hell out of here.
Jordan? Jordan?
So I wanted to add that last shot in there. Never get too confident. So I say chase with a chase partner. It's great. It helps. Obviously, a lot of us chase solo. When you're with a partner, you can help each other be smarter, but you can also get a lot of false confidence too. This situation, I was so overly confident. I'm actually buried into this stairwell, concrete stairwell on the backside here. And we had a couple little waves that came in before that, nothing like this one. And I was just overly confident. I was like, I'm going to get a crazy shot. Jason's here if anything happens, which, mind you, what's he going to do in that situation? Is he going to get me? No. So I think this was a very good reminder for me to like, hey, you got to take a step back. You guys need to hold each other accountable. You need to stay safe. You need to get home at the end of the day. But regardless, it's a pretty cool video. Just saying.
He did not think you made that.
What was
He
that?
did not think you survived that on the stairwell.
Yeah, no, I was actually I wasn't on that stairwell thinking I was okay there. I was like, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. So it's a very good reminder that Mother Nature's in charge. at the end of the day. Which leads me to honestly the most important thing, and you can take this one.
Yeah, so I mean, we're all different. We all like to do different forms of chasing. Like you mentioned, some get close, some far away, some are photographers, some are streaming, some people go out just on a chasecation, some people make a career out of it. But regardless of what your interest is in weather, or even if you want to storm chase or not, I think we can all agree in this room that we are just nerds who like clouds. We just love, experiencing Mother Nature. We love the community and getting together at events like this and just sharing our passion with the people who understand us. And it is important just to have fun, do what you want to do. For me, I go to school at OU, so I haven't been able to chase as much over the last 2 years, but that's just in an effort to be able to enhance my skills for chasing and be able to be a better forecaster and be able to see more tornadoes. And really, like I said earlier, just taking that leap of faith and jumping into what you want to do is key. You never want to regret not doing something just because you were scared to do it. So it's important to just go with your passions and always make sure that you're just having fun.
Yeah, I think having fun is the most important thing. Do what you love, and then you'll always love what you do. So with that being said, do we have any questions? Anything?
Boomers.
Sooner. Oh.
Get him that microphone.
What's your question? What's your question?
My question is that exactly how powerful was the tornado when you were in the car?
Which one?
The tornado that you were in?
We went inside of?
Yeah.
Spalding.
So what was Spalding at? What did it get rated at the end of the day?
I think it was like an EF2 or something.
If they rated that one an EF2.
I don't remember.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
EF1. Wow.
EF1, they rated it EF1. I don't think it hit anything.
Yeah, so it was in the Nebraska Sandhills. Who loves chasing there? It's an amazing place, but there's not really much out there for things to hit. There might be few shrubs, but few farm homes, but there's really not much for tornadoes to hit. So it becomes very difficult sometimes for them to rate them to the appropriate wind speed. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it got rated at EF1, but it was much more strong than that.
Yeah, I think according to the data that we did in that presentation 2 years ago, somebody had equated the wind speeds. Was it like
150, 160, something like that?
Yeah, there was a wind speed recording they were able to do math with, like 150, 160.
If I remember correctly, it's like a 50-something millibar pressure drop and then a 23 millibar pressure drop in 3/4 of a second.
Yeah,
so whoever can do the math on that, whatever that is, but that was inside the core of it. So it was definitely really strong. The Dominator is a 13,000-pound vehicle, reinforced with steel, plates and all that. And we had our anchors in the ground and we were still rocking back and forth. It was very, very windy. It was intense.
Good question. Do we have any other ones? Anywhere? At all? No? Oh, what was that?
Who said that? What
We're at
happened?
the playoffs, I think, right?
Yeah, I think we
blew a
should.
17-0 lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cried.
You're trying to make us cry on stage?
It's not fair.
Back
There's
there.
one way back there.
Yeah, back there.
Or is that just Chris Hall stretching?
Right back there.
There's one right there.
We want to get on the microphone?
I think he's got it. He's running over there. That guy's going to bring you a mic so I can actually hear you. He's a rock star. Yeah, my
guy! Woo! Do you know how windy it was?
For which one?
I forgot.
You forgot? Whatever tornado you're thinking about is probably pretty windy.
I don't. If you're asking about the typhoon, I don't remember what the winds were. And as far as the tornadoes go, I know Minden, I believe, was rated at EF4. Minden Harlan. Mm-hmm. That was the one where the people were freaking out. And then Dixon, I don't remember the rating on.
I don't remember what that was rated, but
EF1. Okay, thank you. One right here.
Go right here.
July 28th, Gary, right? Gary?
Gary? No, that was
No, that was a Gary.
I have no idea.
The one you saw with Coulter.
The one we saw with Coulter. That would have been an EF1, I think. Somebody.
Yeah, I think it was rated in EF1. I don't think it hit much.
What? I'm going to the mic guy. I'm watching the mic guy.
Oh, is someone right there?
Who's got the mic? We're watching him. He's got the mic.
I got the mic right. I got
right here. Follow him.
Jordan.
Yes.
Can I go chasing with you?
I'm not going to say no, but we'll have to talk about it. I'll leave the door open, but I got you, Briscoe.
There's some, over there.
Just a quick shout out to Sierra. Thanks for being a representative for all of us female chasers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. Jordan, it was nice meeting you last night. Sierra, look forward to meeting you this afternoon. Quick question. You've chased typhoons, you've chased tornadoes. Is there something that's on your bucket list that you haven't accomplished yet?
Ooh, it's a good question. Hello? Are you there? Sorry.
It's calling.
Yeah. So I had the opportunity of doing typhoons internationally. I actually got a tropical cyclone this year in Australia already in January, which was really fun. What do I really want to do? And I've been bothering Rigsby about this. I've always been obsessed with volcanoes. So I want to go, I don't want to do just like a basic volcano. I want to go hike one, and I want to get some really crazy shots of one actually erupting with a drone right up on it. I'll probably lose a couple drones, but that's kind of like my goal.
Yeah, that's pretty much up there on my list too. Seen the tornadoes, hurricanes, we've seen the wildfires, we've seen the blizzards, all of that. But yeah, volcanoes are up there on my list too. Pretty
Great
cool.
question.
Right here?
Oh, he's right here.
Hey,
Follow him, bro.
what's up?
Hey.
Don't mind the shirt, Sierra.
Red Wings.
Yeah, I mean, this is Avalanche country. I mean, it's awkward because of the rivalry you guys had for so long. But anyway, my question is, guys, what's your favorite state to chase and your least favorite state to chase?
You start.
So, and you're going to think my decision was based off of this past summer, but it wasn't. It was my favorite before this summer too. I love South Dakota. Absolutely love it. Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can't beat it. Northern Plains, you get the high bases, the low precip, high contrast tornadoes. Landscape is just beautiful. I mean, you have the Badlands, the plains, the hills. Like, to me, you just can't beat South Dakota. And a lot of times there's less traffic. Roads aren't always the greatest, but yeah, it's just, you can't beat South Dakota.
So my favorite is definitely Mississippi. No, I'm just kidding. South Dakota's right up there with me. Growing up in the Northern Plains, I've always been a little biased, but I have fallen deeply in love with the state of Iowa, believe it or not. So, and I'll give you a reason why. It's because it's Kansas, but it actually gets tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, Kansas doesn't get tornadoes anymore.
It's a myth. And the roads are great in Iowa.
And the roads are gridded.
Perfect.
And honestly, you don't have that red clay either, so.
Yeah. There's someone, right,
there he is.
Right here.
Follow the mic guy.
Mike guy.
Hi, Jordan. I love you.
I hear Brandon.
I just wanted to ask for the next generation. What's your advice to the next generation of storm chasers, and what can they do to make themselves great?
I think my advice to the next generation, it's a big one. You're going to have a lot of people that tell you you can't do it. Oh, you're a nerd. If you want to do it and you love it and you want to chase weather, please do it. Chase your dream. It's the biggest thing ever. My dad hammered that into me when I was in middle school. I don't care what you want to do. If that's what you want to do and it's your dream, you need to go do it, because he tells me he'll regret it, that he doesn't chase his dreams. And he's 46 now or something, and he's never chased his. So chase your dream.
Mr. Matthew.
Hey, Jordan, can I go chasing with you?
No.
Yes,
Matthew. Can I go chasing with you? Your presentation yesterday, I mean, you always kill it every time.
Do you want to talk anything to the younger generation before we take another question?
Oh, yeah. I mean, let me think about that. I mean, like you said, if you love something, you have to go for it. My mom always told me growing up, don't live in fear. You can't ever make your decisions out of fear. And if you're even the least bit, you're hesitant about doing something, you have to remember that, it's okay to fail. It's okay to do something and you don't like it, or maybe you're not so good at it at the beginning. It's okay. But if you have a strong interest in doing that, you have to keep trying at it, and don't be scared if you think that maybe you won't be successful or you won't fit in right away. There's always places for everybody to fit in and good people for everybody to find. And this community is so great at uplifting people and supporting people and being good mentors. So yeah, find those people.
Do you have any advice for someone that's completely out of the circle that you guys are in, no contacts, don't know anybody, how to approach people to find a mentor or a chase partner without coming across as cringy or a creeper? You know what I mean? You can bring something to the table, but they don't know that. How do you come across as a normal person without being weird?
This is a phenomenal question. And I think the first step in that, you're doing it right now by being here. So I just want to congratulate you for being here. And as far as that goes, you're in the right place, because every single person in this room loves weather. And I'm sure if you've been watching the presentations, and mingling is a big thing, you're going to meet a lot of people during this event that you can talk to and pitch those ideas to, or ask them for advice. And everybody here is pretty much an open book. So I think honestly, just communicate with everybody, talk to everybody, and I promise you somebody will come along where you're like, yeah, I'll be more than willing to take you, because there's lots of people in this room that are more than willing to take you storm chasing, I promise. And then we have
There's someone right here. I've seen your hand up a few times.
Oh, he's right here. He's running up at you now. I think he's right here. Thank you. You're probably getting your workout in, aren't you?
Hello. So as storm spotters, we're expected to provide some basic, succinct information whenever we do a report, or they don't take the report. There's been a surge over the last few years of social media, and as pointed out by other people, some people use that as a primary source of information.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed a lot of social media posts lack basic information, such as the most basic stuff is when and where. How can we, as a community, improve that so that any post begins with that basic information without scrolling through a bunch of comments?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's really easy in the moment. Like when you're out there chasing, you want to get the information out quick. You're excited. You want to post it to social media. You want to show people, look how cool this is. Look what I'm doing right now. And so sometimes it is, tough to remember to include all the important details. So it is definitely important to remember that you're not just chasing for yourself. You're chasing to warn other people and try and provide good information. So yeah, it is good. It is important to be mindful to include that information, because you never know. Even if one person sees it who maybe wasn't watching TV or, didn't hear the sirens go off, you might help one person. So yeah, always remember to put that information in there.
And I'll add to your thing. I think it is important that if it's breaking, obviously there's social media, people will post old content all the time to get views. I think in the moment when we are all out chasing, it is a good idea that if we were going to post a tornado video or say wall cloud here, to add the date, add where you are. I mean, that's basically like basic spotter 101. But with social media and the way that's explode, I think we kind of forget that, hey, social media is in a sense kind of like its own version of a spotter network, if you want to call it that, because you're reaching the general public and they're looking at your content and they need to know what's going on. If you just go wild tornado right now in Dixon, South Dakota, they're like, was this right now? Is this so it's a great question. I think it's important to work on as a community. Try, if it is breaking and it is new, add the dates. Say, hey, this is right now. And then if you're posting old content, obviously say, this is from 2024 or whatnot there.
And tag your local weather service office.
Yes, tag the local weather service.
They're the real deal with getting the word out.
So this is a question for Sierra. What was your least favorite math course?
Ooh.
Brutal.
So I've been through Calc 3, I've been through differential equations, I've been through, some of the math in my meteorology program, because I think I forgot to say that earlier. I am currently in my meteorology program at OU. But funny enough, my least favorite was geometry. That was most people's favorites, and I'm not a shape person. I'm not good at spatial math like that. So that was my least favorite. I think my very favorite is just calculus. But work hard in that. Just do your studying. There's so many resources online that'll get you through it, and you'll be great.
All right, next one. I see you.
This is a question for both of y'all. What would be y'all's dream chase? Like it could be like a typhoon, it could be a tornado.
Wow, that's a good question.
Did you say a typhoon and a tornado, or a tornado?
It could be anything.
No,
Like you said, it could be anything, right?
Yeah. Dream chase.
What would be your dream chase? I'll start and you can think about it.
Yeah.
I think I had my dream chase this year. The Gary, South Dakota chase day was phenomenal. And the only reason I say this is because we committed that target early in the day. We sat in Watertown all day, and I was grueling. But the first storm of the day is one of the most forgotten storms of the day, and that was Clear Lake. And that tornado alone was like insane. It was very strong. I don't think it did a whole lot of damage outside of a bunch of tree farms and maybe some outbuildings. And then Gary happened, and I've never seen a tornado spaghetti the way it did.
It danced.
It danced.
It danced.
So that, for me, honestly, I think that would have been actually, if I could have wrote it up from a forecasting standpoint to a seeing as believing standpoint and being on it. And that Gary tornado did unfortunately hit a home, but I don't believe anybody ended up dying. Thank goodness. So that's why I will chalk that one up as probably my favorite.
I mean, that was, I think, definitely probably my favorite tornado that I've seen as well was Gary. I mean, you just can't beat it. It took on so many shapes. It danced, it wiggled, it piped out, it drill bitted, it did everything. So, and it was in, beautiful location, beautiful backdrop. So that was probably my favorite tornado. But honestly, I think my new dream now is to experience like a Cat 5 hurricane, because I've been in a few weaker ones. I think Idalia was Cat 2, Cat 3. Was very intense, but I'm a big tropical person. That's something I didn't get to experience much growing up in Michigan. My mom's from Pensacola, Florida. She went through Hurricane Camille back in the day, and she always tells me the most crazy stories about the hurricanes she went through growing up. So I really want to experience an intense hurricane like that.
But with that being said, I want to say thank you all for having me. And Sierra, she is a rock star. So Sierra is an absolute rock star. If you haven't gotten to know her, you got to know her a little bit better today. And if you see her around, go talk to her. She's awesome. And thanks everybody for having us. I want to say one reminder, because I'm kind of dually up here. Check your emails for MyRadar. You should be able to download premium for free for 3 months. Everybody in here. So just want to point that out. Thank you all so much. Here.
Place it right there.
Huh?
All right, how's everyone doing? Yeah! Woo! All right, things are about to get real. First of all, Sierra and Jordan are incredible and amazing. I love them so much. But let's talk about Otis. Otis.
About there.
There is observations of tornadoes by UAV systems. So this is the one talk last year. If you were here last year, you should have seen the crowd. You could have heard a pin drop, and you watched everyone's body language just lean in, and we're like, we're about to see something we've never experienced or seen before. Mm-hmm. It was video of the inside of a tornado, and now they've basically changed the entire weather industry, and things have exponentially grown from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been chasing for 13 years, never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Your minds are about to be blown.
They will be blown. And I got very lucky enough to go out and chase with the Otis Project. And it's incredible what they do, because when they go from one storm to another, they're not just relaxing and kicking back. No, they have all of their tools in their truck, and they are fixing their drones, doing whatever they need to do to make sure they have it all set up for the next tornado. I've never seen such dedication and determination by young men. They are in their 20s.
Brilliant.
They're brilliant. And also, one other thing, you could not, I don't think anybody else in the entire world could do what they do. It's the perfect group of people that are making this happen, from the engineers, the meteorologists, the storm chasers, the director, the photographer, everything.
The whole package.
It is the whole
100%.
package. So without further ado, they really don't need an introduction, but we wanted to stand up here because this is going to be one of the most powerful presentations that you'll ever see, and they are truly changing the world. So with that said, we're going to walk off the stage and play the video.
Yeah.
I'm in it!
Holy crap, I was just flying inside of a tornado for like 5 minutes.
When you see some of these strong tornadoes, it's like a bomb went off.
Hello?
As technologically advanced as we are, we still don't know why some tornadoes form and some don't.
It's okay, keep her ready.
You're the first people to document die in a tornado. So that's pretty cool in itself.
Insane views out of Oklahoma. The Otis Project, they have all kinds of weather data they collected. Can't wait to get our hands on that.
Temperature, pressure, relative humidity, that's difficult to get.
This year's gonna make or break us.
Be patient.
Stuff's not cheap, it's all on our own dime. There's not an option here. There's no data on like vertical winds.
Whoa!
And that's what's doing a lot of damage.
Tornado formation, for centuries, people have been trying to figure out. Tornadoes can expend the energy of thermonuclear warheads. If we learn exactly how tornadoes form, we can model them better, predict them better, and save lives.
Wow. That's pretty awesome. Where's the clicker? Let me grab that.
Got it.
Sweet. All right, well, welcome to the Otis Project Presentation 2026. We're really, really excited to share with you guys everything that we did last year. There was a lot, so a lot to go through today. My name is Lewis Tucker. I'm the Executive Director of the project. I was a former collegiate drone racing champion in 2023. And I'm the main quad builder and lead pilot for the project. And I'm also the older brother to Nelson.
My name is Nelson. I am the president of the Otis Project. I'm a meteorology student in my final semester of undergrad, and I lead the academic, scientific, meteorological side of the project.
Hey, I'm Tanner. I'm the chief engineer for Otis, and I've been flying drones for over 8 years now. And I used to work at SpaceX. I just quit like a couple days ago. That was Elon's dream, and then this is my dream, so that's what I'm going to try to be doing.
Woo.
Eric Fox, I'm like the guy who just drives the car and go where Nelson tells me to. No, it's all right. I'm the lead storm chaser, the one that is in charge of keeping us safe. I'm like the safety officer of the group, chasing and teaching young Nelson here how to storm chase because, he's fresh out of college, coming out of college, and brilliant meteorologist, or will soon be.
and brilliant kid. And at this point, I'm just driving because it's all Nelson.
And I'm Stephen Bruker, documentary filmmaker. I was able to embed with these guys for a wild ride. And I own a company called Paradigm Films for the past 11 years, and excited to kind of show what we captured this last season.
All right. So in 2024, we got 1 intercepts, and last year we did a presentation on what is our project. You know, people didn't know much about who we were and what we were doing, so we described a lot about the needs that we found in society, what we wanted to solve. And so for this presentation this year, we want to talk more about, in practice, going out there, doing the chasing, the intercepts. We're going to be doing 2 deep dives into the Arnett and Spiritwood days. We had full days of chasing, forecasting, intercepts, recoveries. So we want to give you guys kind of like what it's like to be one of us as we go on one of these chases, as well as in the beginning talking more about data, because that is a huge focus of our project and what we've learned about what it means to really collect good data. And then as well, we're going to be talking about engineering. There's so much incredible engineering behind what we're doing. And then as well, talking about future goals and challenges that we're going to have to overcome. So really excited for today. And so for those who don't know, OTIS stands for Observations of Tornadoes by UAV Systems. We started out as a passion project in February 2024, a conversation between me and my younger brother. And from there, I pulled in Tanner, Eric Fox, and then Steven as well. So the main goal of the project is to gather data that ultimately helps people through many different ways. So we want to help protect lives and property by enhancing structural resilience. And then as well, we want to better understand what is really feeding tornadoes, how can we better predict where they're moving, where they're heading, and have a better idea of how that whole entire process works. So in 2024, we talked about how we got 1 intercept inside of a tornado. Well, I'm happy to say that in 2025, we got 11 intercepts inside of tornadoes. Yep. And what we're especially proud of is the world's first night vision drone intercept as well. This was the same night as the Enderlin EF5. So very happy about that. We doubled the amount of drones that we used from the previous year. We had 4 drones out in the field, and we also chased much, much harder. We were out for many, many months this past year, whereas we were only out for about 2 weeks during 2024.
So OTIS data collection, the purpose of what we're doing, the reason why we're using drones is we're trying to get to locations that are otherwise difficult or impossible to safely reach to get direct atmospheric measurements. We want to directly measure things. We have indirect measurements with radars to a certain extent at certain levels in tornadoes. So we're trying to get really that near surface area with drones, get into the core flow, the corner flow, understand the kind of air that's moving in and out of the tornado, and especially to collect 3D wind measurements in these areas where the damage actually occurs in tornadoes, which is often below the radar beam.
Yeah, so this is our sensor philosophy. First of all, we are always assuming that the sensor is contaminated. This is just a state of fact of how sensors work. Even the best sensor in the world, you could have ions coming from space that are hitting it and slightly changing the measurement. But it's all about just figuring out what is the significant and what are the insignificant contamination sources. And then you need to find all of those and figure out how much of each of them you have. And then once you have an idea of all those sources, you can actually give a good number to how accurate your sensors are. The second thing is the accuracy number in these data sheets for sensors is in steady state air. There's no wind, there's no sun. So they're kind of lying to you. As soon as you start moving a sensor, you start getting debris, you start getting wind, you start getting changes in temperature. That accuracy number doesn't really mean much. So you really need to test everything. And number 3 is every sensor is guilty until you prove it innocent. There's tolerances from the manufacturer. There's all kinds of things that can affect like your build quality, can affect the values that you're measuring. So you need to make sure you test not only your entire system, but every system that you make.
So for collecting data, we need to understand what is good data collection, because collecting numbers is easy. That's kind of what we did in 2024 to prove the concept that you could have a system, a drone that collects measurements to a data card and transmits back to the vehicle while inside of a tornado. But those sensors were not intended for, that was not the work to get real accurate like wind or thermodynamics. So collecting useful data, that is very, very hard. That is much harder than the actual drone process of this project. We have spent the vast majority of our resources and efforts focused on the sensing and the data collection relative to the drone side, in fact. And most of that is because we're trying to prepare for an environment that most sensors out there in the market are not made for. Tornadoes are just another level of extreme. You need to have incredibly fast response times. So they need to be both sensitive and they need to be really strong to withstand a tornado, and they need to be protected from contamination, from water, moisture, all those things. So controlling variables with tornadoes is very hard. You just simply can't control a lot of it, but you can engineer a system that can bypass some of those things. And again, getting data that is useful in a context. So getting measurements that can be integrated with other systems and are the most useful for protection of life and property. So we have spent hundreds before. I think at this point we're at thousands of hours on sensor work and development over the last year. We're still running tests on temperature, pressure, relative humidity sensors to isolate some variables for validation this spring. We'll be flying out here back again to do some flybys with the mesonets for the farm, the flexible array of radars and mesonets. And we're still looking at all sorts of things, test this stuff. We'll go more into the wind sensing aspect later in the presentation, but we've had some delays with some government shutdowns with our NIST wind work, so our wind tunnel calibrations have been delayed, but we did collect some wind data, and we're working to expand that in this coming year. And also I want to also add too, we're going to show some plots of data in this presentation. I think it's really important to understand the trajectory of what we're trying to do and educate on not only just like what we're trying to get as a whole, but the process of data, which is so important. These charts, these are not finalized data. We're not going to be talking about direct, like accurate numbers or decimals. We're going to be talking about the big picture here, which we think this data is good enough to show. So I'll turn it over to Tanner.
Yeah, so as Nelson mentioned, we're working with NIST to develop a wind probe. And in 2025, we deployed a partial wind probe. This is just a single element, and on the final probe, there'll be 5 of these elements that all go around. So we basically get wind measurement when it's coming within a 90-degree cone around that center axis there. And we had to develop custom code for the airspeed sensors to get that into the flight controller, and we had to make a bunch of circuit boards and whatnot to get that all talking with everything. And some open work to do is that we still have to write a Kalman filter, which basically lets us estimate the attitude or like the pitch, roll, yaw of the drone, as that's actually pretty challenging to get from inside of a tornado. So we also completely changed the thermo probe in 2025 from 2024 after learning about the response time issues. So these are some of the fastest response time sensors that you can buy. We pretty much bought these like straight from the silicon manufacturers. And these will also have custom boards you can see on the bottom there. And we integrated that into the flight control code. We also made a separator that separates water droplets and dust from the humidity sensor and the temperature sensor, because if you get a humidity sensor dirty, it really degrades its accuracy. So yeah, the response times, we had 4 seconds on humidity and under 100 milliseconds on temperature in still air, and we're still doing the dynamic response time tests. Another thing that we did that was pretty cool is that we got to collaborate a little bit with Josh and Karen and their team. So we wrote some software that takes the live telemetry from the drones, and it could display the location of the drones in real time along with the vehicle on their Guru software. So anyone on Ice Chip, if they wanted to, they could go ahead and see exactly where we were flying and where our car was. Another thing that always gets brought up with drones is FAA approval. So we spent about 6 months basically telling the FAA exactly how we identified every risk and how we mitigated it. And after that time, they gave us a waiver for beyond visual line of sight, no visual observer, ground speed, visibility, and cloud clearance.
All right, so these are the intercepts we got in 2025. So the chart that you see here, these are the direct intercepts. So these are each time a drone passed directly through the center of a tornado and was collecting some form of data. We had 8 different tornadoes total with 11 different flights in 2025. And on the other side, we have, these are all the tornadoes we saw with drones. Some of these we got into, some of these we didn't for different reasons, and we'll get into those next.
All right, so this is going to be our first deep dive. So we're going to exit stage, and we're going to play a little bit of the Arnett Day. Not working? Yeah.
Saw the Otis project video. What do you think? Groundbreaking. It really is. They start getting measurements from that close and those elevations. Yeah, you're gonna add some more fire to the equation of trying to solve why does a tornado form. Like, these guys are legit. Better places to be here, but I guess these days I'm 2.5. Better line. Check. Boom. Okay, it's good. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. You're good. It's gonna be right here. So. Behind us. Behind us. Yo, Eric, behind us.
This is the most incredible intercept so far.
All right. Yeah, I can't stop watching that Arnett intercept. It's just unbelievable.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the day, right? If you were there, raise your hand. Arnett Day, probably such a huge day. I'm glad that we made a decision. Jeff Petrowski, I got to give a shout out to here. Nelson and I, we collaborate everything. Everything we do, we work together. It's hours upon hours of, just like any chaser or meteorologist, you're going to analyze every level. And I teach everybody when I chase, what I look at is from the highest levels down, not the opposite. It's because upper levels mean everything. And so that day, we were looking more towards Kansas, right? Everything looked like we started in Wichita, Kansas, and we were going to end up, I was thinking Dodge City originally. Just looking at it, you had a good 15% hatched, your upper levels were there, your diffluence was there, everything was there. And Nelson and I woke up the next morning and said, uh-oh, because what happened? We had massive thunderstorms going on still in enforcing a cold pool that was basically I-70, 50 miles on each side, a thunderstorm, so we knew everything was going to shift. SPC didn't really agree with us, so they kept the 15% hatched up there, and we're like, no, let's go to Medicine Lodge. So we went to Medicine Lodge. Do you want to add anything to it?
No, I mean, that's really what happened. I mean, technically speaking, it did verify later on. It was just that during the daytime, that environment up there was not going to give us what we were looking for. So we had to go south to the warmer air.
Yeah, so, all right, so we go to Medicine Lodge. We decided, you know what, we're going to go to Woodward. Several of my friends in Medicine Lodge thought we were crazy. Why are you going south? We're going south. We don't tell our secrets. So we're going south. Next slide.
So we're sitting in this gas station, like what you see in the video, And Tanner and I have a pretty unbelievable realization. And we realize that our wind probe is the same exact size as a Slim Jim. So we came up with the idea to do Slim Jim drone delivery, but then Eric and Nelson pulled us aside and they were like, hey, we have to go. So we had to go. And this happened.
So, and I want to talk about the meteorology behind this because this is a safety thing. I broke my own rule. What did I do? I lost situational awareness, put us in a precarious situation. The only thing I know, I look over and I see Jeff Petrowski getting littered with debris. And I'm like, holy crap, that house just exploded. But what happened is what I didn't realize is that the mesocyclone was actually starting to occlude and stretching along with the thunderstorm. And there was no tornado that you could visibly see, but it was behind us. So you hear everybody, holy crap, behind us. We're looking north, the tornado's south of us. There's a translucent funnel. You couldn't see it. Why? We positioned in the wrong spot, and I put ourselves in a precarious situation because I was so focused, I was hyper-focused on something instead of keeping situational awareness. But it worked out because we were, having people. That's why I'm a big proponent of not chasing by yourself. That extra set of eyes really helped. We knew what was going on.
All right, so this is some flights we took off literally seconds after that tornado was first spotted. This was our best example of the season of having 2 drones at once, orbiting with a tornado, collecting data. So this is a 3D plot down there of the thermodynamic measurements that we're still processing here and the altitude-adjusted pressure plots here. So this was a really great use case here for having 2 drones at once to compare data to and to compare camera aspects to. And we ended up in the end in a really fortunate area to be able to tackle it because we did not have any chaser traffic at all at that point. It was Jeff Petrowski, us, and that's all we could see as far as the eye. Yeah.
And let's talk about that, Nelson. The reason we did that was because of something that we saw while we're nowcasting. We're continuing to look and monitor as we chase. We don't just pick a target and go. So Nelson and I are constantly looking and evaluating. We go and move down to a little bit of southward. I don't remember, right on the state line with Oklahoma, and we look at the now Warren on forecast, and it has this huge supercell coming across Higgins. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, we have this. So it's just always ever changing in the field.
And so this is a slowed down perspective of some of that, looking at the ground circulation of this Higgins tornado. This was an anticyclonic tornado, so it did not spin, it spun clockwise rather than counterclockwise. And you can see here the ground patterns with the foliage. You really get a sense of how chaotic the vortices were at ground. We often imagine tornadoes as these perfect cylinders, but this was just chaos. I mean, you had subvortices going in and out. I don't have it on this video, but there are other videos from earlier in the flights where you could see vortices break down and have these starburst formations where the wind just goes in every direction and then slams back together with a convergence and just repeats the cycle. It is really spectacular to see this process from this aerial perspective. I'm really hoping we can do some photogrammetry in future. I am in my final semester of undergrad, so I'm looking at grad school. I've already submitted applications now, so I'm hoping I can do some more digging into this and get into the academic side. But yeah, this is just an excellent example of some of the things we can see.
And that log right there is probably 150 pounds. It's not a small log, guys.
All right, and this is just a really good illustration of the invisible vortex soup. So he gets a little bit of height here, goes up, and stops below the condensation here, and turns around. And Lewis basically throttles almost to 0. He's riding this updraft from this tornado and just nailing down with it, and is basically edging into the vortex using this pressure data to tell where the center of the vortex is. And you can see where it abruptly encounters that vortex up aloft. So this is a great example. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. The condensation is entirely dependent on your thermodynamics of the environment, which change with every tornado setup. It's always a little bit different. So tornadoes aren't always as visible as you might see in the movies.
And I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is the actual recorded pressure drop down here on the bottom that's left for you guys. But yeah.
All right, and Arnett. This was a really big photogenic tornado. It's just a brief overview of some of the data that we're still seeing, but so far has been very promising in our process. So we've been looking at this very heavily. And next we're going to go over the flight, and Lewis is going to explain his experience flying the drone.
All right. So we had just flown on the Higgin tornado, and for about a minute there near the end, when you guys were seeing that clip earlier, they were telling me, guys, we gotta go, you gotta, fly back. And I'm like, I'm flying inside a tornado. And so I end up flying back, and then we end up getting on this tornado here. There is golf ball or even bigger size hail kind of coming around me. So we end up getting kind of a little bit away from it. And then at this point here, there are baseballs starting to rain down on me. Nelson gives me a hard hat as I'm flying outside, and I'm kind of fearing for my life at this point. But I'm doing the mission and flying inside this tornado. It's pretty unbelievable. You can also see here like how the debris was being flown around while I'm flying up here. You can see, especially when I get near the backside, you can see how this is just coming straight up. So you can see some of that flow. And then at this point, I have a hailstone that lands like right next to my head on top of the car, and I have to land the drone in the field because I'm like, I ain't doing this no more.
It's no Matt Capucci.
Yeah, and this is a general example of some of the altitude-adjusted pressure drop here. I wanted to show this to illustrate too. Again, the tornado wind field is not confined to the condensation or what you can really see. That pressure drop is plummeting outside of the condensation there. The condensation is the point at which the saturation of the air with the lower pressure is such that it produces this condensation. It lowers that level above the ground that the air can condensate at, which is usually why you see these flat cloud bases. That's the level at which you get that. So again, the tornado is bigger than the condensation funnel, and it's just an example of some of the preliminary data we're still working with.
All right, North Dakota. So we're going to play one more clip from the Spiritwood Day.
Then you got your Eric Fox.
Nice. Oh, sorry, I've been texting Eric and been like, you guys just.
Okay, so this is the edge of the tornado here.
They're showing me the video. I mean, the ring. It's outrageous. I'll call you back. Anything important? I'll call you back.
Then I see a board scene here, and I basically just try to go right there.
Yeah, you'll see like ground circulation. Right there. See how fast it's going to spin. Boom. And that you have a pressure drop in here about 10 millibars in about 0.1 to 0.2 seconds within that little vortex.
How tired are you, Lou?
Tired. I've been chasing for the last 2 weeks straight. But yeah, last, I guess, 14, 15 days have been complete. Mostly whiffs, pretty much. So, yeah, a little detail from that. I think we've driven like 2,000 miles or something the last 14, 15 days, at least. So, hopefully today's the day. That'd be great.
What happens if everything goes perfect today? What happens?
Everything goes perfect, and we get a night vision cloud into a tornado and make history. So, that'd be pretty cool.
You see that horizontal border seat? Oh, yes, get it up. It's got a tornado genesis right in front of you. Oh my God, look at that motion. Dude, I've seen a tornado every time I've seen this, like this.
I'm telling you, the guys are contagious. Their attitude, the way their mindset is about helping people is contagious. It's easily developed in your life of what we're trying to do to make a difference.
You can see, yeah, I see ground circulation. I see it.
Yeah, ground circulation, tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground, tornado on the ground. Straight ahead? Yeah. Yeah. It's Get in. Looking straight back.
Oh, it's condensing. Right in front of me.
Condensing, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, look behind us.
Wow, yeah, I'm right there.
Yeah, go right into it.
Oh, I gotta go straight into this. This is exactly what we want.
Right into this thing, guys.
Do what you can, yeah.
Oh my God.
You okay?
Yes. Be cut through it? Cut all the way through that son of a bitch.
Tanner and I had so many conversations through the off season about all he wanted to do was have the perfect tornado and then have the perfect night chase. And the fact that we were able to do it, you know, I just looked at Tanner, you could just see it on his face. When we bagged that freaking monster barrel tornado, you know, it's almost like a proud dad moment when they hit a grand slam.
Oh my God!
I'm just the guy that gets them there. You know, the brains that's going on behind me is insane. You know, seeing the guys just be successful in the biggest moment at the end of the year, you couldn't make it up. You really couldn't make it up. And I still think we're just barely scratching the surface on it. To go from an email to where we're at now, I mean, I can't comprehend what's next because it's coming so fast.
Almost in it. Power flash. Just saw it. I saw another power flash.
Yeah, just land that destruction and we'll go find it.
I see it. It's a rope. Almost in it.
Well, I received a phone call from the National Weather Service out of Air Force, and they were very interested to study a train that had derailed during the tornado. The train was stopped. It had boxcars fully loaded with grain. There were tankers, mostly empty, but some of those tankers were thrown off the track, and one in particular went over 400 feet. And we soon realized we could have an EF5 tornado here in North Dakota. And that would break the gap that was there since 2013, and it'd be the first EF5 tornado in North Dakota history. Ultimately, the consensus was this was EF5. I think drones are the way of the future. So I commend the Otis project. I really am excited about the future and seeing what they can do with that technology and expand that technology. Otis serves a great scientific achievement and can contribute even more in the future. So I'm looking forward to that.
So let's talk about the meteorology of that day. So raise a hand if you ended up on the border with Wyoming / I think was it North Dakota, South Dakota area. I guess Black Hills area. There's a lot of people out there. But one thing that we were watching was the cap was so strong out there. And we knew the longer we stayed out there and we gambled and we got nothing, it was the end of our season, literally at the end of our season. So as you can see, we just did a basic radar loop of that day. We have one lone cell right here, that's Spirit Wood, and then this continued long track, multiple cells that continued to form to the south. We knew this MCS with 120 mile an hour winds that were coming at us behind us, and we were also dealing with a lot of terrain issues, right? Because the roads were good, but we either went too far south or had to go too far west to get caught up with it. So really, we just dedicated ourselves to the east, knowing what was going to come. We had two lone supercells, and one of those being the Innerland tornado, and of course the Spiritwood tornado. And you'll see it in just a bit, the mesocyclone that created the Innerland tornado, we actually flew in it in, what was the town? What we're near?
Fort Ransom.
Fort Ransom, which was what you see in the night video, that same mesocyclone later on produced the EF5.
Yeah, so this is the look as we're watching the storm go up. We've been waiting all afternoon there, just hoping that our gamble would pay off while we're watching storms already going up to far off to the west. And it did. Patience did pay off here. And yeah, this is our view as the storm was organizing and preparing to produce the Spiritwood tornado.
It's what I call a boom. It literally went from a little 5 DZB cell to massive supercell in less than 8 minutes.
Yeah, so just to summarize, then after we started getting on the storm and to summarize our intercepts that you guys just saw in the video, This was a really, really successful day for us. However, it was the only Otis drone that we've still not been able to find. So we actually have a bounty out for this drone. We have the coordinates right here. All right, if you want to take a picture of that, if you want to go out there in your little kayaks and little lakes there and try to find a drone.
And if you find it, I'll give you a free summit ticket for next year. Just throwing it out there.
So yeah, it's the only drone that we've ever lost. Being able to corroborate a lot of other videos from other chases, we realized that another drone may have knocked us out, unfortunately, on their own video signal. And yeah, as Eric said, like we were pretty stretched thin by this time. As you saw in that video, I was pretty dead inside. We had been chasing for 2 weeks and pretty much never even got a tornado, which is pretty unfortunate. But this was pretty much our last day. This was a pretty good setup. Again, if our gamble paid off. And we did have multiple drones ready, but after this day, we had used almost all of our drones at that point. So yeah, this intercept required a lot of pilot skill. Tanner was flying around in this practically almost wedge tornado, pretty much blind, and he was able to actually get out of the tornado and then go back in, sample that corner flow again, which was really cool. And then we also got the world's first night vision intercept.
Yeah, when he flew, Nelson, you can speak to this a little more than I can. This was clearly EF3 plus strength at this point. Clearly the strongest tornado we had flown into.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll show some damage soon, but this is probably one of the most interesting things of the season to me. This is some of the tornado genesis process here. So one thing, if you ever look up tornadogenesis.org, which is a website recently released by the SPC forecaster, Chris Broyles, who gave a lot of detail, and compare it to some of the elements that you see here, it is really fascinating to see some of the RFD wraparound and tightening of the circulation here. So right now we have some pretty strong RFD. We have descending heavy core there in the back, and the inflow is getting accelerated. And here the tornado really seems to start to take off here and just grows very fast. You'll see this altitude adjusted pressure, how quickly the pressure field both expands and deepens. I think our launch pressure was, I think from the highs to the bottom, I think was about 50 millibars, and this is without it being fully condensated. Later, it had a condensation funnel a third of a mile wide, so obviously it strengthened much, much more after that point. So yeah, this is just a really cool perspective of tornado genesis, and some of the idealized data we're trying to get low down, get within the radius of maximum winds, get vertical measurements here, really everything we were looking for. And by this point in the season, we were really stressed for resources. We're still largely self-funding this, and we did not have a whole lot left. So this was really good to have as our last big day for really good data. Just again, here's some more things from there. Some temperature data that we're still working on that has been promising so far. And again, you can see this cut here, just to geek out a little bit. You can see the actual hook that you're going to see on radar with this storm, which is just so amazing to see. It always blows my mind away. It's always magical, especially in person. Yeah.
We actually hook slice that. I don't recommend it.
And Lewis, you can talk about this.
Oh yeah, as I was flying around during the Genesis, I saw this silo cross the road and almost hit the car I was driving down. So I think I've seen actually the perspective from the car. It's pretty incredible. All right. And yeah, the strategy for this tornado genesis flight was to try to stay up as long as I could, because whenever I'm in the air, it's draining battery. So I was kind of riding that RFD, and then once I spotted, where the vortices were starting to really hit the ground, that's kind of where I went, and then kind of coasted along here.
I'll comment too, that seemed to be in the area where the inflow was rapidly accelerating, it's getting constricted. So that was not necessarily within proper tornado circulation, which is a reminder, when you get close to tornadoes, you can still be in a lot of danger with these other forces around them.
Yeah, so this was my Spiritwood flight right after that. And you can kind of see, or you're going to be able to see quite strong RFD trying to push me to the right here. And I start by leaning left. And you can do this on a lot of other tornadoes or the storms that are less powerful, and you can kind of fight the RFD and just get a straight line to the tornado. But after I realized I was leaning way too hard here, I decided that I was just going to let the RFD push me out and then kind of ride like the line between the RFD and the inflow to get into the tornado. So in a lot of other intercepts, you see us go straight through the middle of the tornado. In this case, we're going to kind of wrap around to the right and then start moving with the tornado motion and then kind of wrap my way into the middle.
And something as chasing perspective that this was a learning lesson for me. This was way too far out. The closer we can get for us, the better life span of the drones we have. And unfortunately, I think we probably had a little more time in the tornado, but it's a chasing perspective because we're also getting inflow. He's standing outside at 105 mile an hour inflow winds at the surface. So it's also where we got to stand back a little bit because I can't get my guys injured. But imagine the surface winds and then feeding into this beast and trying to fly.
Yeah. So here I'm also kind of targeting that corner flow region where the inflow and the RFD are kind of meeting up. You see the video get bad on the inside of the tornado. That is because the entire drone is wrapped in condensation, and that's actually blocking our video signal a little bit.
And also, you made a very skilled play there, getting to below of 20 feet down there to try and get some near-surface data in the strongest part of the tornado, which again requires a lot of skill with these kinds of forces. You have to react very fast. And this is some of the damage around the intercept spot where he flew into the tornado. This was a very, very strong tornado. We knew immediately from the drone pilot's feelings of trying to battle these winds that this was by far the strongest tornado that we'd ever tried to fly against because of how hard it tried to keep the drone out of the tornado. And this was some of the damage here. Vehicles were just shredded. Ground was scoured. It was definitely our strongest one to date.
Yeah, so this was the night vision intercept that we did. You can kind of see all the flashing on the screen. This is just because of how incredibly bright the lightning is. And then you can kind of see at the bottom there, we got some power flashes going on. And yeah, this was a flight that I was pretty excited about because I'm able to get through the tornado, and this kind of opens up the possibility to do nighttime tornado intercepts and gathering data from nighttime tornadoes. Getting probes into tornadoes at night hasn't really been done very much, and a huge majority of the tornadoes do occur at night. So this was a big kind of turning point for us, and it opened up like a huge capability.
And this was like what, our third attempt, I think, at night, and
Yeah.
it was tough. I mean, every time. And
Yeah, it was tough. But the best thing about night vision too is that, there's no tracer traffic. We can get, where we need to be, fly drones. There's generally not interference at night because other people aren't flying their drones. So it worked out really well for us, and we hope to get way more in this next year. And then to recover this drone, it was a few months later, and we actually met with the family that was impacted by this tornado. When Tanner was talking about the power flashes that he was seeing, that was because of that home and a power station.
Shout out to the guy's dad who went to North Dakota. How many times to look for this drone? I can't remember.
At least three. At least three. All right, and this is Crowder, Missouri. So these are other kind of runner-ups for us, intercepts that we wanted to show you guys. Show you guys also footage here that we haven't publicly released before. And this was on May 16th. Yeah, so this was Crowder, Missouri. This was our first intercept of the year. So we were pretty excited about this. And Nelson, if you want to talk about some of the damage that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, this one impacted the town pretty dead on. Fortunately, it was not too strong when it hit the town. I mean, there was quite a bit of damage. There were fires. This outbuilding was destroyed that we saw. But fortunately, I don't think anybody was hurt here. Unfortunately, there were fatalities a few miles downwind with this tornado. So yeah, this was our first time also having two drones at once in a tornado. This was our first intercept since the Duke tornado the previous year. So this was a big relief to finally get our systems to test them on this, and we're still very much studying both the footage and the data from this one as well.
And another tornado that formed behind us.
Yeah, this was also a tornado that formed behind us. This is Tanner's flight. He's moving pretty fast here.
Yeah, Tanner was using a different strategy here. They were at one point when they entered the tornado, they were basically vertically aligned, right above and below each other. He was punching straight through the tornado at incredibly high speed. A different strategy, mostly just experimenting and getting different kinds of data with that.
And then obviously this is the first intercept of the year, so we were really stoked about this. This was just a really special moment for us. And originally where I landed in a spot that I thought was right next to a road ended up being just inside of this field. So it took a little while for Tanner and I to find this drone. But we ended up using like some kind of like system on the telemetry to be able to like ping where the drone could be. So we just kind of came up with that on the spot. It was pretty incredible. And then this was also Morton, Texas. So Nelson, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this was Morton Day. This was really a half staff chase. It was me, Lewis, and my dad as the driver. And
Thanks to Josh Morgan's party. I don't know where he's at. I missed this day.
Yeah. I blame Josh Morgan for Eric not being there, so
yeah,
no hard feelings. So, and yeah, this was my first actual solo chase as being like the chaser, which was pretty amazing to have this kind of storm on that. And yeah, we got phenomenal fly through of this tornado. Really, our biggest limitation is we just didn't have a lot of resources at this point. We really only had 2 good drones at this point, so we really couldn't take full advantage of all the tornadoes. We did get this great flight on this one. We had multiple mobile radars scanning nearby, which helped us really understand some of the structure here. And yeah, this was just a phenomenal example again of some tornado genesis in this very wide, generally weak tornado that was gradually strengthening in the viewpoint here with all the dust.
Yeah. One funny thing about this tornado is that as I was flying through, you can see me kind of poke my head out because I don't really know what's happening. So I'm like, I want to see what's happening on the outside. And Nelson's talking about how amazing the structure is with the mezzo and everything. And so I kind of come out and then I end up landing on this road right here.
And something I want to say about this about Nelson too. I didn't believe this day. I really thought this day was going to bust. I didn't think the moisture was there. And Nelson's persistence and forecasting on his own got them this tornado.
All right, let's talk about some near misses that we haven't shown. We've just pretty much just published our intercepts, but there's a lot that we haven't shown that we'd love to show you guys today. So this was on the Arnett day. After the Higgins intercept and the Arnett intercept, we actually got 2 more drones that were going out to the Arnett tornado, and then it just roped out in front of our eyes.
Yeah, something about this tornado. I know everybody was on the east side of this tornado and probably saw it from a distance, but there's a few of us. I know Raxpol's on this side, who has some NSL, and I believe there's a few of you guys were on the west side. I've never seen the fastest rope out. In 25 years of storm chasing, this tornado roped out and missed Arnett by a block. It literally disappeared. So look, I'm a religious guy. Whoever was praying in that town, God listened. And because, I mean, it was that close, 1 block. And we actually talked to Rick Smith the other day on Weather Brains, and he said that they measured it was like 200 feet from going into the town, something like that. So.
This is in Spearman, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, this was the day after Morton. There was obviously a lot of people out chasing this day. Tornado right at dark. That was really difficult. I mean, with these southeast moving storms and the way they vent their hail and stuff, it's a real pain. And so we were kind of out a little further than we liked when it finally actually produced a tornado. And it was getting dark, and we didn't have a lot of resources. And so we got close. We got about 6 miles there on that drone before realizing we were only going to have much left even if we got to the tornado. So
didn't Jeff Petrowski also try to take you swimming that day in mud and water?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. That's a whole other story right there. Yeah.
Yeah, if we had more time, we'd probably share that one. But yeah, this was probably one of the longest flights that we had at our peak. Like, we were pushing our range to the max here, and then it obviously rips out right before we get into it. And then later that night, we ended up to try to recover the drone, and we ended up making a wrong turn on a dirt road, which is a big no-no.
What's my rule?
No dirt roads. And so we end up trying to push this car out of the dirt road for at least half an hour. And this is what we're seeing on radar. We're seeing some pretty ginormous gorilla hail coming right at us with a possible tornado. We don't know if it's there or not. And we were terrified at this point. So we're pushing for at least half an hour. A hailstone strikes Nelson. He jumps back in the car as we're still pushing. And I'm like, no, get out here. Like, we're going to push to the bitter end. And so we end up finally, pushing this car out onto the road, and we end up, barely making it out.
Shout out to Jen Watson for getting the word out to the community, getting them help as well. Thank you.
Yes. And then this was also in Hyannis, Nebraska. We got really, really close to this tornado. This is one of our first deployments of the season, right after Taylorsville, I believe. And yeah, this was back in April, and we got really, really close. Unfortunately, we had a drone failure, and it went down right before we went inside. But we still had a really cool chase. This is what we saw here at night. There were tornadoes on the ground, but we just didn't have the resources to be able to go out there and fly into them. So we come back 3 months later and ended up hiking, through these Nebraska sandhills to try to get the drone back, and we got it back. All right, so for the Otis Engineering for 2026, this is kind of my perspective of Tanner from my seat. And so Tanner, if you want to explain what's going on here.
Yeah, well, in 2024, we only got one intercept, so we didn't really get to see the entire maintenance process that goes into flying drones. So these are all taken as we're going to tornadoes. At this point, I think the probe was clogged and we did not have any time, so I just sucked all the dirt out of that one. There's some lab-grade electronics equipment that we were trying to use to debug the drones, like just powering it off the car inverter, sitting on the seat. And then there's me. We didn't have good tool organization, so I was diving in the back all the time to get our tools out.
I make sure he has a good ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for 2026, we're actually redesigning the entire drone. The goal of this is to get a higher payload capacity. We have a new wind probe. So as I was mentioning earlier, we only had one element on the past years. For this one, we're going to have a 5-element probe. And then we're also adding a 360 camera. We found that a lot of researchers found it very useful to have a view of like everything that's going on. And with a 360 camera, we'll be able to see the entire storm and inside of the tornado. We also learned a lot about maintenance. It's actually become kind of a big deal. We're able to get quite a lot of intercepts, and so it is pretty important that we're able to replace components quickly. So in this new design, you're able to swap out the entire camera and telemetry system just by sliding it off. And then same goes with all the thermo and wind probes. You can just slide those off and quickly replace it. Yeah, so another thing that we're doing is the Otis flight controller. So this is a pretty novel flight controller design.
He built this by hand, by the way. So
yeah, all these traces are drawn by hand, and it's like 8 layers of this. So there's a lot going on. You can go to the next slide.
By the way, he does some of that while we're driving down the road.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, I've like written code and compiled it and deployed it like with a tornado on the ground before. Anyway, so yeah, here's the flight controller. So going from this past year's to now, we're going up in voltage quite a bit on our batteries. I'm making this capable to 100 volts. We're actually only running 42 volt. This is due to like the tornado can spin up the motors, and then as you may know, like a motor is also a generator. So if the tornado is spinning it up, it can cause voltage spikes. So I keep the voltage like capability at a higher level. Also for maintenance, everything is now plugs, so we aren't soldering in the car and burning ourselves. Yeah. I think Lou still has a scar from burning himself with a soldering iron.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, so it has like built-in video off switch, so if a drone goes down, we can just turn off the video. It also has something that hasn't really been done before as far as I know on drones. We have 2 flight control processors on this. One for controlling the actual drone movement, and then a second one that controls sensors and autonomy. This is going to be useful later for when we're kind of like, I'll talk about it later, but long-term goal is to have autonomous drone stacks. There's also a bunch of other stuff like receivers for the signal. There's actually a 3-port USB-C hub like built into this. There's, let's see, all kinds of other stuff. That's cool. There's 2 different SD cards for storing data, both from the flight control and then from the autonomy flight controller. Another thing we're working on is an antenna tracker. So this actually started back in 2025. I welded this together in Eric's garage before Chase. I was really pushing to get it done and like get it tested in that season, but we were just chasing the whole time and I wasn't able to get to it. One of the big issues with drones is interference. So what this is essentially a thing that receives the telemetry signal from the drone, and then it has a GPS on itself, so it knows the position of itself and it knows the position of the drone, and it can point directional antennas directly at the drone. So it's like a spotlight that just focuses all of the signal onto the drone. And yeah, this gives us a lot better reliability. It also means that we can stay inside of the car during chases, so we can stay closer and stay with the storm better.
Right, because getting out of the car was a huge problem for us, especially with hail. So this keeps us in the vehicle.
Yeah, this is just kind of a little graphic of the full setup that we got going on. So yeah, another thing that we are working on, this is another custom board, is a drone finder. So ideally, the drones will always come back, but sometimes we run out of battery and we have to land it like next to the road or in a field or something. So we have this quad finder that as the drone goes down, usually you'll kind of lose telemetry and then you don't know where exactly it landed. So this is a beacon that's powered off of battery, and it can let you find the drone up to 2 days like from when you lose it. And you can have a little ground station that will essentially point you to where the drone is. And yeah, another kind of interesting note is that everything that we design is always like has almost every engineering constraint that there is. Like it has to have low drag, has to be very light, has to be the size has to be pretty small, and then sometimes even like we're cost sensitive. Yeah, so this is the hardest part of the entire project, I would say, other than the wind sensing, is thermo. So especially for temperature and humidity is quite hard. With the pressure, you have to remove the effect of the air hitting the drone. So if you're flying, there can kind of be wind coming from any direction. And if that's hitting the pressure sensor, you're going to measure an incorrect value. So it's very important that you actually straighten out the airflow and then measure kind of from the side, and then that lets you get an accurate measurement of the true like static pressure. And this is different from how airplanes do it. You need to do it in a little bit more of an advanced way since the air is really coming from every direction. And then with the temperature and humidity, you need to actually separate the dust, debris, and the water droplets so it's not getting on your humidity sensor. And this is a lot easier said than done, because you also want a very high aspiration rate. So you want a lot of air flowing over your sensors. Otherwise, you're just not going to get those response times that you need. And oh yeah, that's a custom board for all the sensors as well. This is wind. So something that I don't think a lot of people think about, like when you talk about measuring wind inside of a tornado, is actually knowing what angle the drone is at. So usually you can look at gravity to know which way is down. I mean, that's really the only way you know what way is down, is because you feel the force of gravity. But in a tornado, the drone is being pushed around by the wind. So you don't really have that gravity vector that you can look at. So you need either very high-end aerospace grade IMU. This is like what you would do on like a rocket. They just have like very high-end IMUs, like best that you can possibly buy, and then you can just essentially integrate the accelerations and get kind of like a positional data, and you can integrate the gyro and get like an angle. For us, we don't really have well, first of all, those are quite big, also quite expensive. So ideally what you do is you do a lot of cool statistics and math that honestly I am not super well versed in, that we still have to do to figure out what the angle is based on like essentially the statistics of your sensor. One other quick thing is that with the probe, we're now moving to a 5-element, which means that the number of airspeed sensors is now at 25 per drone. So you actually start running into a lot of issues with scaling that up. So we're going to probably like go to having like individual processors on each of the airspeed sensors, and then have it all communicating over this like kind of automotive communication protocol, so that everything is like measuring at the right time and everything is good. And yeah, all of this is also mass and size sensitive. Another thing I wanted to talk about, which is actually really cool with drones, is that it kind of opens up a type of measurement that was pretty hard, if not impossible, before. So there's some theories that are talking about supersonic winds being present in tornadoes. And this is pretty hard to measure. Like if you look at the bullet, there's obviously like a shock wave coming off of this. And this is exactly what's going to happen on the probe if it's just stationary. You'll get a shock wave, and then you'll have very high pressure in front of that shock wave, and then a lower pressure behind the shock wave. And then you don't really get an accurate measurement of wind. But that all happens because supersonic winds are actually present relative, or if they're present, they're relative to the ground. But the drone is moving. So let's say the drone is moving at, let's just say 200 miles an hour. If there's a supersonic wind of 768 miles per hour, and it's moving in the same direction of the drone, the probe only has to measure 568 miles per hour, which is subsonic. And it actually kind of puts supersonic measurements like into the realm of at least technical possibility, which is kind of cool. There are some issues with, like, if you actually fly into a supersonic wind, it's going to make the tips of the propellers go supersonic, and then your drone's just going to stall out, and the propellers are going to stall, and it's not going to be a good day for the drone. But at least it will actually confirm the presence of supersonic winds because the probe is what enters first.
And I'll give some context to that. There are a lot of theories, and there have been some videos that seem to support this, that when you have a vortex breakdown in particular circumstances, you can instantaneously achieve supersonic winds. There have been some videos of sonic booms from tornadoes before like this. So this is just the stuff we're talking about. I would be blown away, pun not intended, if we actually did get something like this, but this does show that we have a very high level that we can record wind at. So that's not really the limit for us. The limit would be more other factors, if we can get wind sensing working and have the funds to do so.
Yeah, and then we have another kind of master plan, which is what we want to implement even maybe this year. So what we've theorized is that, if we can get all this data coming down from the drones, and we have drones always inside of tornadoes, we want to have at least 20 drones for this next year, then we could maybe have a live stream or live stream to another platform where we can show like the real-time position of a tornado, potentially its direction and everything like that, which we think could be game-changing to better help people. So that's just a huge concept that we're working with right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can basically just say, hey, there's a tornado with max wind speeds 200 miles an hour heading at this exact heading at these coordinates. This is another kind of part of our plan. I kind of touched on this briefly with the flight controller. So right now, kind of what we got going on is just down here where we're manually flying drones into the tornado. But in the future, what we want to do is still have that bottom drone be manual, but then use this new flight computer that we're developing to have multiple drones stacked on top of this. So essentially what will happen is that you'll get a vertical wind profile of a tornado, you'll get the vertical thermodynamic profile, and that's kind of like the output. And then something we've kind of been talking about a little bit is doing a similar thing with planes around the outside. So this obviously gets a little like iffy with hail, so it will require some development. But the idea with this is that you could have wind speed and thermodynamic measurements around the tornado. That's like the input, and then you have drones on the inside stacked like this, and then that's the output. So like being an engineer, like if you know the input and you know the output, that's how you can find the equation, or like the equation for a tornado.
Or like a 3D image, right?
Mm-hmm.
With data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so important part of our wind measurements, and really what makes it possible is we have been collaborating with NIST. So because they have some programs that are deeply looking for tornado-specific wind sensors to be developed. This was one of their big findings after the Joplin tornado. There was a massive investigation, one of only 5 such investigations of that scale in U.S. history about the engineering. And one of the first findings was we need sensors specific to tornadoes that can measure wind speeds and characteristics with height and different directions. So this is something that we've been collaborating with them. I interned as a research fellow with them in 2024, and we got connected, and we're working on this 3D wind sensor. We actually would have had it by now. We've had a lot of delays with various shutdowns and those sorts of things, so it's been pushed back a lot, but we're still locked in to get these wind tunnel calibrations and to have this eventually an omnidirectional wind sensor on the drone. And this is just more of what I was talking about with the delays and such. So yeah, we're going to have post-calibrations of the sensors we've already used, again, with the drone attached to understand the wind flow around the drone, because that can influence the wind that is experienced by the probe. and we're also going to be looking at the omnidirectional aspect.
All right.
And these are some of the objectives, again, just rehashing from beginning. We're trying to help inform better structural resilience and building standards. We're really trying to understand these different forces. So I'll give an example. So the turbulence is a big unknown in tornadoes. That's one of the biggest things when talking with NIST experts that they're very interested in. So the turbulent coefficient can change the amount of force that the same wind speed can exert on a structure by like 30%. And we don't actually know that coefficient in tornadoes. So that's one, in basic terms, one thing that we can eventually look at with pitot tubes and with airspeed and pressure. And we're looking at standards. So vertical winds are a big deal. As of the last time I checked with the ASCE standards, vertical winds are not factored into tornado structural design. Because they do not have data to support doing that. Even though we can infer, we all have seen tornadoes with incredible vertical velocities and damage. We do not have any measurements, so that is why they are excluded from the consideration, and that is something that we are very well positioned to change, and also the thermodynamics of tornadoes. So understanding how they form, tornadogenesis, what is the air going in and out of a tornado? Is the tornado just like a soup of warm or cold air, or does it have like a layered structure? We can directly measure these and check if the computer models are correct, or if they're making up things that aren't actually, that don't actually exist in the real world. So those are things that we're looking at, and collaboration with really any of the big scientific efforts that we can. We love to collaborate and share data and to have integrated measurements. We've been working with flexible array radars and measurements and coordinating our deployments, and we're hoping to work with many more in the future. Data is everything for Otis. That is why we do this, and that is what all of our resources are going towards, and we want to make meaningful change with that data.
All right, Stephen, if you want to tell us a little bit about the documentary.
Yeah, so we've followed them throughout the season, and there's lots of complex ideas that they talked about today, and that's why it's important to get these stories out, in a way that people can understand, that can bring a lot more attention to it. So we're going into kind of a post-production schedule for season 1, working on 3 episodes, and then we're at the same time we're going to be going into recording all of this next season. So we have. Shout out to Dorian as well. He was out there with us at Spiritwood, and he's going to come back out. His chasers on the team. We're keeping it small, but yeah. And then just some other things coming out. We can't make too many announcements about it just yet, but you will see it somewhere.
It's coming.
Amazing.
And that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Q&A.
Questions?
Oh, we're gonna wait for a microphone. Hold on one second.
Try to take a picture at the same time. All right.
Come this way. Come this way. Right from the podium.
All right, so I got a few questions. First off, while you're taking a photo, you can listen.
Where are we at?
Where are we at?
Right here in front of you.
Oh.
Right here.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
All right. So what kind of motors are you running, and what kind of props are you using?
We can't give away our secrets. But yeah, you can go into it.
Yeah, so we have a drone racing background, so they're more standard drone racing FPV motors, and then we're just running props that are relatively high pitch so they can move fast. So that's pretty much all that you need.
All right, we got one right here.
When you first made the first drone, did you think of a GPS at first or after?
Yeah, so we use the GPS right now to know exactly where the drone is at all times. This was really important not only for the measurements, but also for recovering the drone and just knowing where exactly we're getting the footage from. So GPS was always kind of a part of what we wanted to do. So when we did our first drone in 2024, we had GPS, we had measurements of the angle, we had temperature, humidity, and pressure.
And also we could say that as we've done this project, the technology available for how fast you can get these GPS updates on its position has really improved dramatically. So as we've been doing this project, it's been getting easier and easier to get rapid updates.
So, more questions?
So when you
when you have lost the drone, right, in Spearwood, is there data on that drone that needs to be collected, or is it just the drone that has been lost?
Yeah, there's data and footage on that specific flight. We were down to like the wire on drones, so we did have to send one that had some issues with sensors. So the data, had issues with some sensors, some were good. So yeah, there is data and there's footage on that one.
Anybody from North Dakota in here? Just asking. Okay.
So I understand science is number one here, but a couple of years down the road, could we expect to see any type of live streaming?
Yeah, so it's actually, I'll take that. It's something we're actively working on. I can't really announce anything formally because the science comes first, which is being finalized right now. And once the science is finalized, what we're going to do, then we can move on to how can we stream that.
Yeah, we had a pretty slow approach. Like with social media, we've just posted our intercepts, and that's pretty much all that we've done. I know, for a lot of people, it's making a living, but for us, we've just tried to just do what we're doing. And then I think, though, moving forward, we definitely want to involve the community and everyone and get everyone involved with what we're doing. So we want to have live streams. We want to post more of the behind the scenes, all of the near misses that you guys saw today. We want to be able to post that in real time so you guys can follow along with us.
The short answer for that is yes, but it's just not a priority right now.
Question here. Thank you. On your future plans for the vertical automated drones, are there any future plans for having automated drones further up in like the mesocyclone, or are there too many barriers to that right now?
Yeah, we generally kind of avoid going high, mainly because our friends over with the mobile radars have that pretty well covered. Drones are kind of trying to get into that niche where the radars really can't measure down low. So that's kind of where we target. Of course, in the future, it's kind of more open. So maybe we'll end up doing that. It kind of just depends on what the needs are of people.
Yeah, all the scientists we're collaborating with right now, that's what they need is what we're flying. And so I think at some point they'll probably want that data, and I'm sure we'll be able to do it. Yeah.
I remember last year you guys had another drone carry your drone into the tornado with,
That's right.
And it seems like you've gotten past all that now. So I'm curious how long your battery life is for you to continue that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our first year, when we first went out to do this, us three had never even seen a tornado. And we designed this whole project and we had never even chased. So what we did is that we over-engineered as much as we could to try to maximize the battery life of the drone in the tornado because we didn't know how much it would struggle. And it turns out that our drone struggled quite a bit, but not as much as maybe we thought. And so for us, it was just about, hey, if our drone has a range of maybe going 6-7 miles or more, and it can fly for at least 10 minutes or more, we're able to kind of ditch that second drone and that wing and just be able to fly out there. And another big problem with the wing that we talked a little bit about last year was that it required a lot of setup. And with these tornadoes, you need to be getting on them really fast. Like there can be tornado genesis, you need to start your flight, and maybe the tornado could be gone by the time that you've already gotten there. So for us, it's just about getting to the tornado as fast as possible.
Yes, so you had mentioned that on the Spiritwood tornado, you flew the drone right up to where the RFD met the inflow. Did you see any drastic differences in temperature and humidity in that location?
So that is, are you talking about the first flight tornado genesis or the second one?
The one where you had to go in kind of with the RFD and you went right to the part where the RFD was meeting the inflow.
Okay. Yeah, so the second flight, that's the drone that we don't have, so we don't have the sensors back to check the data. We have some stuff on the on-screen display that we have with the goggles, but we had some issues there again with the drones because we were running out of resources, so that wasn't entirely correct, at least with the thermo. I think the wind data was fine, but unless we get the drone back, we really won't know, I guess. That's really the only case, actually, we've had a complete cutoff there, yeah.
I have a question. How can people help support you guys and your mission?
What do you think?
Lots of ways. I know a lot of you are trying to get the t-shirts out there. We're going to launch an online store. There'll be a QR code possibly on here to do that. But also there's donation link on their site. They've mostly done pretty much everything
out of their own pockets and savings. And hopefully a lot of these bigger things that are going on, will help fund the science. But those things take time, and so we're always looking for ways to do that. A lot of you try to get this shirt, so if you want, we'll ship it out to you. Just enter your email. That includes shipping and all that, but that's just one way. But go to their website, theotisproject.com. You can make direct donations as well to fund the science.
Because I want to be clear, this is completely self-funded. There's not one outside source coming in right now. So that's how they're doing it.
And thank you to everyone who's already bought a shirt. Really appreciate it.
All right, last question right there based on time.
We can get plus or minus. I think it's a couple of centimeters. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's quite precise. We use pretty much the newest chip available from U-Box for that.
Actually, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, so in order to help fund our project, we're thinking of different ways to invite people in. So yeah, I think we could be open to someone.
Yeah, there's something it's something we're looking into to being able to somebody attach with us for a day or two, depending on what happens.
Yeah,
it's not settled. It's
still in the works. We'll make announcements about that when that's finalized.
Oh, wait, I have one quick question. So thinking about Josh right here next to me, are we going to fly drones into hurricanes?
Hey,
yes, very safe.
If we would have had an American landfalling hurricane this year, we would have. Right? Josh had actually already worked it, and we were going to chase with him this year. But unfortunately, we didn't go to, I don't know where you went to this year. Jamaica? Is that right? Yeah. Thanks, guys. That's it.
Awesome. Woo!
Awesome. Yeah. What a great job these guys did. Yeah. Keep that applause going. This is like truly innovative stuff here.
Amazing job. Good job, Nelson. I know. We're going straight through, guys. We're pushing through.
Yep.
We have one more talk and then we have a break. And then Tim Marshall comes on after that. But who is coming now?
So next we have up some of my favorite people in the storm chasing community, Hunter Fouts, Cameron Nixon, and Jim Tang. They're going to be talking about Chaser Archive, which is super cool. How many data nerds do we have out here? I feel like we're all a little bit of a data nerd, right? All of these guys are just compiling information that is just amazing for the community. They're doing it for us.
And you know what's cool? Because I believe this came about at the summit 2 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah. So this collaboration started at the summit. So if you're thinking of doing something, want to collaborate with someone, just talk to them, ask them. Because you could be presenting something as cool as this.
Yeah. So, actually, without any further ado, let's bring them up on stage.
Yeah. Woo!
All right.
All right. Do you want to balance things out a little bit?
Yeah.
How's everyone enjoying Summit so far? Yeah! All right, so I'm going to get right into it. Let's talk about Chase Archive. Let's talk about recent advancements and what's coming up in 2026. All right, next slide.
Yeah, the clicker. We got the clicker. Where's the clicker at?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. So I'm Jim Tang.
I'm Cameron Nixon.
And unfortunately, Marcus Reynolds couldn't be here today. Next slide.
We need the clicker.
Next slide. Okay. Sorry, previous slide. And then Amelia, who's in the audience, and then.
And hi, I'm Hunter Fouts.
And then Aiden, who's also in the audience, and Vitor, who also couldn't be with us. And we got Kyle and Landon. And last but not least, our new members, Hunter Hurley and Allison Shapiro.
Hi.
I want to give a big thanks to ISP Tech. They've been helping us with hosting, with servers. So big thanks to them and their support. Okay, so what is our mission here? We want to connect the chaser experience to scientific understanding, right? So we see so many kinds of violent weather around the world. And what we see improves our understanding of what makes the atmosphere do these crazy things. So this is really the crux of citizen science here, right? How do we connect our experiences with the understanding of the larger world? So I'm going to talk about 2025 in review. So let's start with satellite, radar, and surface ops. So we've added these for hundreds of cases in the archive. And to demonstrate how useful this is, I'm going to ask you to play a game. Thank you. All right, so at 23Z, I'm sitting in North Platte. It's sunny, which is kind of a bad thing for 23Z. That's 6 p.m., pretty late. So let's see. Got the clicker?
Yes.
So I'm not feeling great about this day, right? It's like it's late, nothing is happening. What am I doing out here, just sitting in the field? So I start scrolling my phone, and awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And then awesome. So yeah, so I'm sitting scrolling my phone, and then 30 minutes later, I look back, and there's this huge thunderstorm that just appeared out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, something could be happening. I'm getting interested here. And then 30 minutes later, I'm driving down. This thing is just pumping out CGs. It's a huge supercell. I'm getting pretty excited. What day is this, guys?
Gary.
Not Gary. Wellfleet. And we will talk more about this event later. All right. We also have added sounding evolution through the day for those same several hundred cases. And once again, we're going to play Guess the Event, right? So this is at 17Z, which is noontime. And that sounding looks terrible. That looks awful, right? You got a lot of low-level stability, barely any cape. I am feeling quite bummed about this day. Now, let's fast forward 3 hours. What has happened in those just 3 hours? Your dew points have risen by 8 degrees. Your temperatures have increased 10 degrees. And we have a bunch of cape now, right? And so now I'm thinking, okay, something could happen. Something could happen, right? And then at 0Z, look at all this cape. We have 80, 83 degrees, 75-degree dew points. We are extremely unstable. I'm getting pretty excited. Woo! Right? Okay, now guess which event this is. Lake City. Not quite. Good guess though. Gary, South Dakota. So what am I showing here? These maps of sounding evolutions and the radar and the satellite, you can tell through the day how quickly things can change. Even just the span of 6 or 7 hours, you know? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thankfully, I've also added upper air maps. So we have upper air maps for those same several hundred cases. We also have a new UI. So we have priority filtering. We can show the individual cases on an interactive map. As I mentioned, we have priority filters. So those are the priority cases are the cases where you have those sounding evolution maps and those radar and satellite maps and those upper air maps. You can navigate through the results. So we have 3,517 cases, and we're constantly adding new cases, right? And so you'll be able to kind of scroll through them and look through them. We've added a bunch of historical tornadoes this past few weeks, and let me tell you, this is so comprehensive. If there's any tornado that you think is interesting, chances are they're in the archive. We've added so much in the past few weeks. And finally, we just unveiled this last week, an advanced search. This is a one-of-a-kind thing that does not exist elsewhere. This advanced search allows you to search cases by storm relative helicity, by CAPE. And so just a demonstration here, on the left-hand side, you have all cases with very little SRH, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH being less than 150. On the right-hand side, you have SRH being greater than 300. And what you can immediately tell is that the SRH doesn't matter that much in the high plains. You can see like so many cases with very little SRH in West Texas, near here, right, in Colorado. And then on the right-hand side, you can see near I-35, and in the southeast, the SRH becomes much more important. But we can do even better than this advanced search. What if I could actually search through my own cases, right? What if I said, what are the cases that I chased where SRH was greater than 300? What if I can search for, like, what if I can search for the most photogenic tornadoes, right? What were the tornadoes with, let's say certain parameters, certain states? So we can do even better with this advanced search. And this is where I'm going to say, this past year, we talked about priority cases, we talked about soundings. It was focused on content. This year, this is going to be your chase archive. Wow. What was, yeah, come on. What was photogenic to you? What was special to you, right? What if I could have a user interface that says, I want to just look at the chases that I was on that was really pretty looking. It's nothing like this exists out there. So this, just a couple days ago, we have added these 2 buttons to sign in and join, to register, to create an account. This is going to be your chase archive. So log in. So moving forward, we're going to require you to log in to submit cases. But you can also rate cases based on these 3 different criteria: appearance, uniqueness, and forecast difficulty. You'll be able to bookmark cases, right? Like the old tornadoes that you find interesting, you'll be able to save them. And also to mark your chases. So if you have this, when you fill out this form, you'll be able to say, I chased this event. Also, you don't need to actually chase an event to rate it. We are looking for ratings from everyone, right? So if you see a cool looking tornado from 1940, I mean, obviously you didn't chase it, right? We would still like you to be able to rate the case. At the bottom of the form, you'll be able to add an optional account of your chase, media link, URL. And finally, this is the biggest thing here. After you've marked a few of your cases of something that you've chased, you can build your chase map. Wow. And here's an example from Hunter. I think he likes Iowa. And so that chase button on the top right, that's a new button that we just added, and you just make that filter, and this is your own map. So we invited 12 chasers to test out our new rating system, and guess what? You will not believe what they found. And for that, I'll hand it over to Hunter.
All righty. Thank you, Jim. So this is a really fun concept, and there's a lot of things that we can really do with a lot of this data. And the best way to do it is we wanted to run a preliminary run through with some, essentially like a beta survey, initial survey of what this could potentially look like. A lot of the future things, and Jim's going to talk about this later, are probably going to come from a lot of this important data. We wanted this to be an important time because we're making this a important feature and how we can include you guys in the archive. So we at least wanted to give you a preview of what this could look like. So these are some event ratings based off of a preliminary survey and eventually rated by you. So as Jim talked about, there are a lot of cases. We have over 3,000 cases, and I actually filtered this by US, so there are over 3,000 cases in the archive from the US alone, and definitely a lot more even outside if you include outside the US as well. So there's so many cases that we can't get through these all by ourselves, and it takes a lot of time and effort to get through these cases. So as we go through this, just remember it is preliminary, and not every case has obviously been perfectly rated, but we've got a pretty dang good list. So rating storms and tornadoes, it's kind of a hot topic in this community, right? We tend to like really take ownership of the things we see that are really cool, right? And that is awesome. We love that. So let's just have some fun. Let's relax. It's nothing personal. If your tornado isn't number 1 or your supercell isn't number 1, you know, we're here for some fun, right? Let's look at some cool stuff. All right. And I would like to mention, if you see this guy, that guy right there, remember him because this guy doesn't stop seeing tornadoes of the year. So let's begin first with appearance. We ran up into generally 3 conditions that we found when we were chasing storms that we would want to particularly rate these by. And appearance, and we're going to look at 2025 cases. The scale of this is on a 0 to 10 scale, and the other 2 will be as well, but we're generally looking for photogenicness versus more grungy storms, something that I'm sure every one of us have seen before. For a top 5 out of the ones that we ranked with the 12 individuals that were part of this ranking system, I don't think this is too much of a surprise, but Gary and Wellfleet obviously take 1 and 2 spot. But we had some phenomenal supercells and tornadoes throughout the plains this year. I mean, if you were out chasing, you saw something epic this year, something that just blew your mind. Just what a year, right? And just 2 beautiful cases. There's a wonderful photo from Jim. You're going to see a lot of photos from him. I swear this whole presentation is just a shout out to Jim. I'm sorry. But just what a beautiful year to chase storms. But how does this kind of rack up historically, right? We had 2024, lots of amazing supercells and tornadoes. What about 2023, right? There was so much more that just happened than just what happened in 2025. So we ran a poll here to try to see, like, where do things rate? And I want to point out just obviously the number 2, because there are going to be some that max out the scale. And on this run through, a familiar one, obviously Wellfleet maxing out a 10.0 scale, funny enough, but also a older case as well made it to the top with a unanimous decision of ranking a 10 out of 10, was the Stratton, Nebraska tornado supercell from 1990. And if you've never seen this before, it's insane. These are 2 example pictures of both those cases, Jim Tang on the right with the Wellfleet tornado and the absolute monstrosity that was the 1990 Stratton, Nebraska supercell, and produced a tornado from this as well. Just awesome. We love these. This is what we want in the Chase archive, right? This would define your Chase career if you saw this. But let's take a look at uniqueness now. Uniqueness differs a little bit from appearance. Uniqueness is going to make that thing that's truly rare, right? You want to find something that is potentially strong to violent or just not common to the area that it occurs in, versus more commonplace tornadoes or storms that are kind of more the average things that kind of fill your season, like I said here. So when we ran the top 5 here, the top 5 that came out of here were, funny enough, number 1 ranking the Underland tornado, and I think it was really demonstrated really well how crazy unique this tornado was in the Otis presentation earlier, that this is just such a unique tornado situation. We don't get EF5s in North Dakota. The last time we had an EF5, sure, was 13 years ago officially, but that was just such a spectacular tornado. Like, if you would have said the next EF5 was going to end up in North Dakota, no one would have believed you. There's almost hardly anything out there to get that DI rating to reset scale. So truly a unique tornado here. But as you all, I'm sure you're always aware that Gary's probably going to take the number 2 spot because everybody likes a little wiggle in their tornadoes. So if you're a wiggle enjoyer, yes, it made at least the number 2 spot out of a preliminary survey here. So again, historically, have there been a lot of unique tornadoes and supercells throughout history? Yeah, there have been a few. And out of this preliminary rating, we even have more maxing out the scale, and I'm sure some of these case states will be very familiar to you. Stratton, we already talked about. Moore 99, we all collectively agree it's one of the most insane tornadoes that's happened in our history, especially not just the damage, but just the meaning to the community. We have Dodge City. I mean, do I need to say more about that case? And Capitol, what a rare, unique tornado situation, supercell tornado combo out in the super high plains in Montana. Just beautiful tornadoes. And here's obviously an example of the Dodge City, one of the Dodge City tornadoes on the right, and Wellfleet. No, this is Capitol, but Capitol in Montana, just an absolutely beautiful storm that a few people were able to be on. Just mind-boggling supercell structure and tornado. So yeah, nice. Right, we want to see that. That stuff is going to be the thing that's going to blow your mind after a chase, and you're going to go, "Oh my gosh, did I see that?" That's uniqueness. So on the last scale that we ran into, we realized an important factor that goes into chasing is figuring it out, right? You have to spend time forecasting, and some chases are super easy. I like to call it the "hey stupid, go here," right? Or maybe the "her was right" kind of type of chases. But other times, like, you really have to get into the nitty gritty. You go to a place and you have no idea where you're going on a chase. It could be a cat bus for everything, and it's super hard, or there's multiple targets, right? There's so many things that go into difficulty, and I think that matters when you storm chase. So we ran a bunch of cases again through this preliminary survey, and for our top 5, we came out with a pretty fun list. And if you're going to be aware, every single one of these cases, funny enough, had another target that almost everyone else was at from 2025. These were just fantastic supercells tornado combos, and I'm sure some of you were on them, but not everybody was, and that's what makes maybe a difficult chase. There's so much that goes into this, and I want to point out Floyd, New Mexico. Which rated, by the way, the hardest one of 2025 to go find out of this preliminary survey. I want you all to look at that and just think, that's exactly how I want to feel after I nail an insanely difficult tornado intercept. Completely unfazed by the experience and just, unbothered, right? No, I know Quincy was having an absolutely fantastic time next to that tornado while everyone else was out east in Texas, but that's kind of what goes into maybe a difficult type of chase. So on the flip side, what does an easy, difficult event, easy, difficult sounds like kind of a funny thing to say, but like what's the easier chases from 2025 that we could go through? For our top 5 here, there's going to be one funny case that I'm going to point out specifically, but as you can see, these are going to be cases where almost everyone was there, like, right? You say like everyone and their dog was out chasing, everyone got to have a good time. Likely a bunch of you met up at Applebee's to have that steak dinner that we were told that we can't have if we go chase hurricanes out of the US. These are the fun chases, right? We all got to be there, have a good time. And for the top 2, I'm sure lots of you were chasing the Enix Texas Supercell, or I think you know who this guy, Matthew Capucci. He was having clearly a great time, even though number 2 is ranked as one of the easiest chases. That guy was having the best time on the planet chasing that storm. So again, historically, same thing. Let's run through how do things look. And this is a fun list because surprisingly, a lot of these rated lower. Maybe we just are really good at chasing and we think, it's not that bad, right? An 8 out of 10 is a generally really difficult chase. But overall, most of these rated in a little bit harder to go after, which I thought was an interesting thing to note. But I did notice that if you look at the number 2 spot, a certain tornado from Arizona showed up at number 2 spot. And I had to laugh to myself, and I'm like, well, I guess that's fair. None of us are driving to Arizona to go chase a land spout. So, hey, I guess you guys are right. So maybe I need to talk to the person who rated this one. Looking on the complete flip side, we wanted to see, like, okay, what were some of the more easier chases to rate that were kind of in this thing. And I want to point out that there's a very funny one at the bottom. I will move out of the way here so you guys can see it. Hopefully you can. But it says something, I don't know, what does it say? May 24th, 2016. I don't think anything happened that day. Everyone went there. It was probably a bus. Nothing happened. It's just something by Dodge City. I don't know. But no, jokes aside, just an absolute fantastic day. Tons of storm chasers were out chasing, had an absolute fantastic time. That's the definition of like maybe an easy chase here with this preliminary survey. So we've come across this, right? We've gone through 3 different conditions, we'll say. We've had appearance, uniqueness, and difficulty, but what makes that event like truly special? Something that like blows your mind. You'll call your mom to tell her how awesome it was. That thing you want to tell everyone about because you cannot believe it happened. And we realized there is actually maybe something we can do about this. So when all of us in the Chase Archive team were getting together, we were thinking, how can we like fix the issue of tons of tornadoes maxing out other rating scales? So we decided that we want to take an equal blend of both appearance and uniqueness, value them equally, right? And add a little bit of a nod to difficulty factor. When we ran all of our cases back through this that had enough votes to make this survey that weren't super biased, we found out that there's an excellent list now at the top. We have none maxing out a 10.0 scale, and now we can put context to some of these more fantastic chase events that you could have been a part of over some of the past history. And you'll notice that it's not just 2025 cases, right? We've got some fantastic cases from more recent and even distant past as we are now in 2026. So there's so much that we can develop with this and try to understand like what makes that chase excellent. And I want to point out that this one was labeled as the lameness scale versus special scale. And I want to make, again, shout out to Jim for this idea. So if you chase this day, apparently to Jim, it's extremely lame, sorry. But I want to point out that when I was making this scale, I never thought it was actually possible to bottom out the scale and get a 0 out of 10, which I thought was really hilarious. And I want to point out again, as we talked about earlier, a certain Guthrie, Texas from April 29th, 2025 found a way to bottom out the scale. And I want to point out, like, if you chase this day, you probably are aware what happened, but this scale is designed to give you an idea of what makes that photogenic, unique, maybe a little difficult event, that thing that really gives you a sense of reward when chasing. That's the thing we all go chase for. That's what we want to find most of the time. But just because a day was rated horribly on this, so-called index here, I want to point out these 3 guys. I would argue that they were having the time of their lives. Matthew Capucci here finding an absolute hailstone. I mean, that's what he loves to do, right? He's having the blast of a time of his life. Connor Croft here finding, I don't know how he found this tornado and all of that RFD rain HP nightmare, but he did, and he was having a great time, was able to provide proof that it existed. And Stephen, I am so sorry, I'm terrible with names, but Stephen was able to have also a great time enjoying extremely strong winds, large hail, etc. So just because a case may rate necessarily lower on this idea of a scale, doesn't mean it's not worthwhile to you, right? It is still your archive. You're going to be the ones that decide what really matters on a chase day, and you can find fun in multiple ways, right? Not just necessarily finding a super photogenic tornado. So to close up this little part before we continue on with other parts of this presentation, we wanted to have this as like more or less like a call to action, so to speak, that when we roll this out to you guys, we want you to just absolutely flood the archive, search every case. And if you see a case that, shouldn't be at the top of the list, go ahead and rate it. If you see a case that maybe is overinflated, like why the heck is an Arizona case at the top of this list? Maybe go in and rate it. If you see a case that, maybe you didn't chase, but a friend of yours chased, or a storm chaser that you're a fan of that chased, and you thought it was cool, or maybe you thought it was terrible and you're just angry about it, go in and rate it, right? We're here to get everybody's opinion on events, to get a collective understanding what the community decides, what is awesome, maybe what is not. So at the end of this, we all, at the end of seasons, right, we all suffer from not being able to chase storms. And we all watch those tornado videos and supercell videos and think, man, I can't wait to go out and chase. We want to take that feeling and turn it into something actionable with the community, like a citizen science type of effort. The more people that get involved in this, the more realistic this is going to be. And we want to be a little serious with this, right? It's fun to kind of say everything's a 10 out of 10 or everything's a 0, but we want this to be serious because there's going to be some exceptional things that we want to do with this data, but we need you guys. So please, as you go through this archive, remember that this is for a purpose. This isn't just for a silly gag, but we want to do something incredible with this data. So please just rate honestly, rate responsibly when you review your cases. And again, just the last thing before we continue on is the Chase Archive is for you, and it's only as good as you individually make it. So without you, it would be nothing. So get archiving, and with that, we're actually going to have another little activity with Mr. Jim Tang.
All right. Take out your phones, everyone. Let's get them out there.
Woo, phones.
It's right out.
Phones.
Yeah, bear with the internet.
Yeah, so
yes, we can.
All right, so go to chasearchive.com and then see those three little, it looks like a hamburger at the top right. Click on that, and you will be able to either sign in if you already have an account or join if you don't. And again, I apologize for the poor internet connection here. I've noticed this all day today, but we'll just make do with what we can.
We'll give folks a minute.
And then after you click join, you'll be directed to the screen to the right where it will say create your account. So you can either enter your details or you can link it to your Google account. And so I'll give you
Even I got it and my connection is awful. So
And then once you sign in, you should be directed to the page that has the interactive map with all the cases. And then what we're going to do here is you're going to search either a case that you're really, really interested in or a case that you personally chased. So I'm a little biased with Wellfleet, but you can enter any storm that you chased. And then next to the name of the town, the event name, basically, you should see kind of like a little check mark. Looks like the Twitter blue check mark.
I need to work on my Vanna skills.
And then when you can click that, and you will be able to start contributing to our citizen science mission. If you chase this event, toggle that top flag on, and then you can start rating this. You got those 3 sliders. And then I'll give you a minute to do that. And once you're done with adjusting those sliders on the bottom, submit that, and there you go. You have your first rated case.
Nice. Who was able to get this far? I was afraid to ask. Okay.
Hey, we got some. Good.
That's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, but as you can see, it's a fairly easy process. So once you get into better Wi-Fi, try it out.
All right, we'll continue on. Okay, now here's the kicker, right? So if you rated a case that you chased, if you go to the three different filters, right, the map area priority, if you click on saved, you can now toggle your chased events. So now not only are you contributing to citizen science here, you're able to build your own chase map.
And we got inspired by the fact that so many chasers do kind of upkeep their own map of all the chases that they've been on. And I think this is a lot easier because you don't even have to upload all the dates and the locations and whatnot. They're usually already there for you, especially for past chases.
Yes.
In terms of ranking that, how do you like rank something like you didn't think it was a particularly difficult forecast, but only like 3 people?
So this is supposed to be, so the question is, right, how do you rank forecast difficulty if you figured out the forecast, but let's say only a few chases were on it? And so we understand that everyone's going to have their personal bias on what's photogenic, what's difficult to forecast, what's good looking, right? And the idea is that when we aggregate everyone's votes, each individual bias gets canceled out, right? So we can extract a signal with large numbers. So what I would say is vote true to what you believe, right? Yes. So don't vote because someone else voted something, right? That defeats the whole purpose. So that's groupthink, right? We want to be able to extract genuine signals from your data.
Remember, this is your archive, not someone else's archive. So rate your tornadoes. Rate your storms.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, just chase archive.
Just chase archive. Sorry, no R, no R.
Don't do that.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna wait a few more seconds so everyone can get their ratings in.
Thank you guys so much for participating.
All right, with that said, you can continue to rate on your phone, but I'm also going to hand it over to Cameron right now to talk about data.
Thank you. So I'm assuming this is the forward one?
Yeah, just the one button.
What did I do? I think I just turned it off and back on again. What's the
center button?
The play button.
Play button? Okay. So I wanted to take a look at the data that we do actually have already because it's actually pretty impressive. Before we started Chase Archive, we were somewhere around 2021, 2, 3. And you can see ever since we, put this project into action, we're kind of getting this exponential rise in the amount of data and storm chases and storms and pretty tornado pictures that we actually have. And I think this is really special and cool because the more of this data that we have, the more we can understand the environments that kind of lead to these events, the more that we might be able to, say, predict when the next AI tornado is going to happen. And just the more data, the better in terms of forecasting and our chaser experience. And so, but we've gotten this kind of exponential rise throughout history, right? As we get YouTube and Twitter, and then of course Chase Archive, and this is really helping us kind of source a lot of this data. And so with this, we can, take a look at what our best highlights were in the last few years. And what I made here is a map of departures of, chase activity per normal. So all of our reds are more chases than usual, and all of our blues are less chases than usual. And we've had a rough last half decade as chasers. Many of y'all probably remember 2020. As a planes chaser, it was not very fun. Maybe y'all remember 2021, where again, as a planes chaser, maybe we were just sitting here watching all of our friends score really awesome tornadoes in the upper Midwest and the Southeast. But what's in it for us? 2022, again, was rather abysmal, especially if you like chasing the high plains. A little bit of activity in Kansas, but otherwise fairly dry, especially in my favorite chase terrain out in the Texas Panhandle. 2023 started to kind of shift the vibe a little bit, right? We started getting tornadoes up in the high plains that were, a fairly long day's drive away, but were pretty awesome to see. Colorado actually had a lot of good tornadoes that year. Odds are maybe this year it could be something like this too. We'll have to see. 2024, though, felt a little bit more traditional. We had a lot of our classic tornado alley from Omaha down into northeast Oklahoma, down into Texas. And this dealt some pretty awesome tornadoes, especially in April. And of course, we all know what happened in 2025. A lot of those big red splotches, which is chasers, is kind of fun to see. And a lot of cool tornado activity in a variety of different parts of the U.S. But what's really cool here is that you could take a look at how these good years and bad years have kind of ebbed and flowed over the years, and maybe you've heard about some of these years or chased them yourselves and had some really good experiences. 1990 has continued to kind of ping the top of this adjusted scale. So has 1995 and 99, 2010, 2015, 2019 made a valiant attempt, but as we remember, it was all right. And it can also show these dips that we've had, especially lately, right? 2017 and 18, 2020, 2022. These have not been good years, but the good thing is this is not really normal. And as we, make it out of this lull here, you could actually see that these good years for planes chasing tend to happen about every 4 years. There seems to be kind of a natural rhythm in good years versus bad years on the planes. And so you can see these are pretty evenly spaced out. And so, it makes you wonder, is 2029 the next really good year? So we'll see. We'll see if that holds up. So where are the best places to chase then on the planes in general on average? Well, we can make a heat map, right, of all you guys' activity and all of your chases. I want to say there's probably a little bit of bias here, me living here. There's a lot of chasers here. So take that with a grain of salt, but there's also a lot of other locations that kind of stand out as to, places that you've probably seen tornadoes. And these are all, calculated. These are not just me putting random cities on the map. These are the most common places for us to see storms. So if you've ever seen a tornado in Pampa, or some good structure in Aurora, or a beautiful tornado in Wyoming, or North Platte, York, Nebraska, you're not alone. A lot of other people have seen some really good stuff in these areas. And of course, Fort Stockton seems to be its own little hub. And what's really cool with this is we can pluck some soundings and see kind of the average environment that's good to see storms at. And I really want to thank Hunter Hurley for these graphics here. But you could look at, the mean tornado sounding here in Oklahoma. I'll stand maybe right in the middle. Just classic hodograph, right? This is the stuff they teach you in textbooks, which is not surprising because Oklahoma wrote a lot of these textbooks. But we could also go west out in the Texas Panhandle. See, it's a little bit drier here, and your hodograph might, not be as provocative, I guess, as that last one. But still, if you've chased West Texas, you've chased this kind of hodograph. maybe even looked for it. And it's funny because we've seen this kind of photograph before. This was in John Davies' talk. This is straight out of his slides. We really want to appreciate him for that. But this was the photograph from the Arnett tornado. So patterns repeat themselves. And of course, if you go up into northeast Colorado, things look a little bit more marginal. And as a lot of Colorado chasers know, as soon as you get all that moisture and all that shear, things really aren't great. And so like you're actually looking for these more marginal weak flow events half the time in Colorado. They end up producing the best results. Of course, if you're an Iowa chaser, as I know someone here may or may not have been, what you look for is 3 Cape, right? Lots of 3 Cape, low-level Cape, decent photographs here too. And if you are a Southeast chaser, God help you, maybe you're looking for something more like this. But, given all this data, right, you want to know when you want to plan your chasecation. Where are the best kind of environments and locations for you to chase storms? Well, thankfully, I have this little pretty graph for you, right? Especially if you're thinking about when to take your PTO off or when to start some of your tours. And one day really stands out, May 24th. Who's seen a tornado on May 24th?
All right.
Wow, that's almost half the room. Yeah. So this is the most frequent day out of the year for seeing tornadoes statistically, or good storms. June 12th also takes a pretty good lead here. What's interesting too, if you've chased long enough, you might remember mid-May as being a really finicky time of year to see storms. Maybe some years it works out and some years it doesn't. And you actually see this in you guys' data that you've submitted, that there is a mid-May slump, and it's actually from May 1st to the end of June, one of the worst times to chase, which I find really fascinating. So May is not all a good month for storm chasing. And so, this begs the question, where do I want to go and when to see tornadoes? And what I made is this. We're going to bear with me. It's difficult to explain, but what you're doing here, this is going to be you, right? This little dot, and the more red that dot gets, the more likely you are to see tornadoes. And then this is going to be the date, and we're going to take you around the plains, kind of like as if you were on a tour. And so as we go forward, you can see in late March, you start kind of in the Arklatex or again southeast Dixie Alley. Things get a little bit chaotic in April as you're dealing with these troughs and these cold fronts. But ultimately, you settle down somewhere in Northwest Texas, right? Your Lockett kind of days. Then you might spend a week with your buddies in Norman chasing whatever's over there. May 17th, 18th, you might end up near Arnett. Then go up into Kansas. Maybe show the Texas Panhandle some love, right? If you've been chasing, this is kind of what you do every year. You go up into Colorado into mid-June. And then have some fun kind of traversing between Colorado and the Midwest. And again, as a chaser, I've done these crazy paths before. End up in Wyoming, South Dakota in July. Keep circling around. Maybe end up back toward Gary and then back into Colorado. So it's really cool the kind of visualizations that you could do with this. And why we want your data, why we want more chases and ratings is because we want to be able to tell you where you're going to go this year to see the best kind of stuff. And it's a really high pipe dream, but I think with enough data, we can kind of tackle that. So I will bring it to Allison, who will talk about Chase Archive merch.
Yes, the playlist.
So I'd like to start this off by giving a huge thank to Hunter Hurley, who took that beautiful hail photo, and Marcus Reynolds, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but he is a wonderful artist, and he made this beautiful thing that we're using on some of our merch later on. So we have stickers. Right now we only have 100, but if you come in after Summit and go onto our merch on the website, we will be able to sell those to you. But right now, at Summit, they're free. We only have a few left because we've handed out so many. So find any one of these beautiful people in these shirts, and you can come up to us, talk to us, and get a sticker for yourself. And coming soon, we have embroidered patches and Chase Archive hats. So you can get a patch with Velcro on the back, or we could put it onto just a hat. You could get either separately if you want to put one on a backpack. And then we also have these front and back prints with all of the icons that we have on the website. And then we also have just front print if you want to be a little more formal. And then that is where we can find the merch on the website. It's a coming soon spot right above join where Tang showed you. And I'm going to hand this back over to Jim for Beyond Features.
Sweet. So let's talk about 2026, guys.
Yeah.
All right. So first off, based on your ratings, we want to develop a better advanced search, right? We talked about this a little earlier. What if I just want to find the most good-looking tornadoes? What if I want to find the most difficult to forecast tornadoes, right? What if I just want to find better than 8 out of 10, better than 5 out of 10 looking tornadoes? So this is going to be, again, based on all your data. This is going to be a community effort, right? We get more ratings in, the better this search will be. It's going to be fantastic. Next bullet point, sort results by rating, right? So in a lot of websites, you see like there's a sort by best, right? Well, what's best? It's going to be what we think is best, right? So more ratings means better sorting. We know what's best for ourselves. Finally, third idea I've been kind of thinking about, last year we had all these discussions on what was tornado of the year, right? Was it Wellfleet? Was it Gary? Was it Lake City?
Ooh, Lake City.
And then, so what if we had a leaderboard, right? What if we had a real-time leaderboard that we could update based on your ratings? What is TODY? What is actually based on the data? What is tornado of the year? So one more thing I want to unveil is a new and improved submission page. So I'm not sure if I can play this, but the gist of this is, so we've had a lot of feedback about our submission page, and I completely understand it can be difficult to input your own latitude, longitude points. So we are putting a lot of work into improving the submission page. Hunter Hurley has done a great job of this page, and so I wish the video could play, but you could see like this only takes a minute, and it's so much easier. You got an interactive
Actually,
map.
37 seconds. Jim.
37 seconds. Thank you. So you get an interactive map that you can select your case. You make sure that you're not submitting a duplicate case, and you have like a pre-selected set of tags to select from. It's wonderful. All right, and on to content side, we're going to add more content, right? So that's a given. So on our radar stat and upper air maps, we want to add the SBC outlook, right? We want to do advanced search with SBC outlooks. What cases were slight risk? What cases were moderate risk? What cases were general thunderstorm, right? We want to add observed soundings and compare them against the model soundings that we have on our website. So another point of feedback that I've been hearing from you all is that some of the model soundings aren't perfect, right? So we want to be able to have observed soundings to compare the model soundings against and make sure that we're on track with the environment. I've heard a lot of people online talking about mesoanalysis, and that's something like we want to add. We want to add archived mesoanalysis. So not only do you see the surface obs and the radar and the satellite, but you can actually look at the mesoanalysis through time. And finally, priority cases back to the 20th century. So imagine our radar and satellite loops. You can see how May 3rd, 1999 evolved, right? So that's something that we want to add all the way back to the 20th century. And we want to add local radar loops. I don't know if this is going to play, but Amelia's been working on this. She's done a great job with this. So we obviously have those regional maps, and we want to have like different zooms now. So you want to have a local zoom where you can see how the storm evolves, and you don't have to, go to Radar Scope and open up 5 different apps for, different maps. All right. Want to also add that we are planning to add a subscription plan soon. So more search options, right? So right now we have advanced search for CAPE and SRH. Can you imagine searching for stuff like, LCL, surface temperature, surface dew point? Think about any parameter under the sun, right? What kinds of cases had low surface temperatures, high LCLs, etc. We want to add mean soundings. So this is what we just demoed earlier, right? So what were the soundings in the high plains? What were the soundings in Norman, right? We want to be able to have mean soundings for, let's say, your chases, for all cases with more than 4,000 CAPE, right? Again, these searches are stackable, right? So you can kind of mix and match what you want to see and what kinds of data you want, and you can develop a mean sounding for that. All right, and I'll hand it over to Hunter.
All righty, guys. So as we come to the close of this, our presentation here, we just want to leave you with a call to action here. We have even so much more planned and things that we have ideas about that we haven't even mentioned here, but it's going to heavily depend on your ability to go in and rate everyone's cases, your friends' cases, your favorite chasers, anybody's cases. It's going to require a lot of effort, not just on our part, but the community's effort. So what do we want you to do? I don't want you to change anything else about your life. I want you to go chase storms. Yay! We want to go see tornadoes. Yeah, who wants to see tornadoes? Right? We want you to go out and chase. That's all we care about. All we ask, just tell us about it. Go archive it, and then go rate it, and then tell your friend to rate it, and maybe have them argue back and forth of what's better, right? But do it on the site, right? That's all we want. Nothing changes in your life. You just go out, you chase your storms, you archive it, you rate it, you rinse, and you repeat. So other ways to just support the project here is merch and donations, and like Jim mentioned as well, a potential subscription service as well if you are interested in that. You can follow us on various social medias. We've got Twitter here, we've got Facebook, and we've also got Blue Sky as well, so if you're on various platforms, we have this as well. And from all of us here at the Chase Archive team, for us here on the stage and those that lurk behind the scenes that are all involved in this project, we just thank you. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we look forward to what you chase in 2026.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. You guys are incredible. All right. Well done, guys. You're amazing. All right. So before we have one more amazing talk by Tim Marshall, I want to bring up a special group of people, the Stormfront Freaks. I am a Stormfront freak, and also Weatherfront. These are two of our amazing vendors here at the summit, and they have some words to share with us, some insights, some wisdom, some knowledge. And we've got Stormcat 5. Here he comes. Yeah, that's right. Hopefully your mic will work.
It's not working.
There
we go.
All right, I'm going to hand this to you.
Who's having a good time tonight, right? Can we give it up for Eric and Holly and everyone at the Storm Chaser Summit? Come on, people. Listen, we're going to talk about Weatherfront here today, but first, guys, everyone in this room, you guys are here for a reason, okay? There is a reason. There is a purpose. You are here. You are here because of your love for weather. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys, in weather, it is not easy, okay? This is not an easy gig. This is not the path of least resistance. A lot of us aren't going to get paid a lot, and the hours are going to be long. This is a 7 days a week, 365-day-a-year gig, and you got to make a lot of sacrifices with friends, with family. That's how this is, okay? We signed up for this, but we do it because we love it. And I tell you what, it is hard, it is difficult, but you push through it. And everyone in this room, you guys are here because of your passion. And don't lose that. Never lose sight of that passion, because like Jordan and Sierra were talking about earlier, a lot of us can't do this full time, right? I don't do this full time. I've got a day job. You know, a lot of us have day jobs. Everyone in this room has a day job, but you guys still do weather because you love it. And you can do that, right? Yeah, and the point is here, guys, find a group of people like the Stormfront Freaks and like Weatherfront to support you, because you need that support. You do, because it is tough. And I can tell you right now, there have been times where I've felt like quitting, right, and not going for it. But you got to have a group behind you like these guys. And I tell you what, I cannot say enough amazing things, not only about Weatherfront, but about the people and about the Stormfront Freaks and Phil and Dina. And I would have probably given up on my dream if it wasn't for you guys. So I just want to shout out every single person in this room. Never give up on your dreams. And I want to shout out these guys because they're absolutely awesome. Let's go.
All right, Weatherfront, let's go.
All right, is this thing on? All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Banghoff, and I'm one of the co-founders of Weatherfront. Dylan is also here. Bear with me with my voice. So, how many of you guys have heard of Weatherfront before? I'm going to have it downloaded. Love that. Okay, so we are a free professional radar app. We launched 9 months ago. One of the things that we have available is a whole bunch of radar data, model data, etc. Look at those detailed roadmaps. That comes free. You're going to be able to zoom down in, see the couplet, see exactly where you are along the way. I want to look at a couple of different particular resources. So all of this data you see listed here, completely free. So National Radar Mosaic, MRMS, full resolution, rain mix, no intensity, 80 plus MRMS algorithms. And then this really neat feature, you can pull up the National Mosaic, long press anywhere on the map to be able to switch to the closest radar. So as you watch it here, I'm going to click on the right-hand side. It'll switch automatically to Providence, then to Buffalo. Then I go up to Maine and then back down to New York. Long press switches automatically. A whole bunch of different stuff here. So this is accessible not only to professionals, to storm chasers, but even to the general public, totally free to download. Then we look at the models. This is really where the innovation comes in. Optimized for a mobile device. The HER and the GFS, a subset of the products, entirely free. And then you can get the full suite, $9.99 a month or $99.99 per year. I just showed it here. Long press anywhere on the map across the globe to generate a point sounding on models. So that point sounding tool is really, really incredible. Along with when you're on radar or satellite, you can turn on the mesoanalysis sounding tool to generate a profile of the HER analysis to get a current idea of what the environment looks like. Don't have a ton of time. Just want to show you some of the other features. It's designed to be a one-stop shop. GOZ satellite imagery, some incredible imagery of Melissa, observational data sets like the HER, the RTMA, that give you a sample of what currently is going on for mesoanalysis purposes. Also have SPC outlooks and a variety of NWS products. All the alerts, area forecast discussions, ability to contact those offices directly from the app to look up phone number, social media accounts, etc. If you haven't had a chance to stop by the booth, if you go out the back, we're in the back corner, right over here next to the Stormfront Freaks. We'd love for you guys to come visit. There's a QR code up on the screen to download a 1-month free trial. We're also going to be giving away a free annual subscription. So please stop by. That's right, free annual subscription. Stop by, leave your name and email address. We'll do that. And then before we go, one last thing I want to showcase for you guys. Fully embedded navigation coming to Weatherfront very soon. Compatible with radar, with models, and with satellite. Going to be a game changer, we think, for the storm chase season. Not ready for prime time quite yet, but in the next month or two, we'll have that. Stop by, say hi, John or Dylan. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your time.
These guys are grinding. Download it, guys, because these guys, John and Dylan in the back, are some of the best dudes in the world. I'm serious. They are grinding. Give them a shot. It's an unbelievable app.
Thanks, Brady.
All right, Weatherfront. Thank you so much, Stormfront Freaks. All right, so we have a very, very short mini break for 5 minutes. Tim Marshall is going to give his annual epic presentation in 5 minutes. So if you need to go use the restroom, get a bottle of water, whatever that is, do it now, but come right back here in 5 minutes because we're going to continue to push forward. So we'll see you back here soon. Woo! What, 15? Oh, now we get 15 minutes. I knew we were short on time, but we get 15. You have a little bit more time.
people have a little bit of energy left.
Woo!
Yeah.
We're making it.
Yeah, I mean, we're alive. How many people got more than like 4 hours of sleep last night?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
You got more than 4?
I did for the first time. Like Monday night, I got an hour and a half and then maybe 4.5 hours. I didn't go out at all last night, guys. Like after everything ended, I just went up to the room.
But the question is, are you partying tonight?
You bet I am. A margarita is happening.
What about karaoke? Is anyone gonna do karaoke?
Woo!
How about this? Who wants to watch their friends terribly mess up some karaoke?
Woo!
Yeah, that's the funnest part about karaoke.
So the question is Edgar gonna do karaoke?
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
Edgar, do you have a good voice though? Are you one of
Oh
those-
no, I usually like perform some rap or something. It's just easier that way.
Edgar, you rap?
I'm taking suggestions, so if any of you guys have a suggestion, maybe I'll do that
Edgar,
tonight.
would you rap on stage right now?
Oh no, not right now. It has to be, that would be scary for everyone.
That would be exciting and maybe would go viral. That would
Yeah.
be wonderful. Okay, so has everyone just learned an amazing amount of things like so far, like the past 2-3 days? Yeah? We loving it? We love the feel of everything? So
Yeah. Wait, who's excited for Team Dominator's presentation later? Who's excited?
Woo!
Do we have Team Dominator fans in the house?
Yeah. Woo! I see it. You know, what about the Vortex Awards?
Oh,
Those are I've never submitted. I know, I'm so bad.
is anyone? What about Storm Chaser of the Year?
Yeah.
Who could it be? I'm sure this is going to be controversial, but
It's
it always
okay.
is.
Maybe it's Edgar. I don't know.
No, that's not me.
Yeah, but so we have so much more coming tonight. Like this is just the beginning. So we want you to hydrate the next couple of hours because tonight is going to be fun. But before we get to tonight, there is, we have a certain special presentation that is about to happen. So yeah.
This is really special.
It is really special because this is one of my favorite moments and times of the summit.
It's very serious.
It is very serious.
I mean,
it's
it's-
kind of like we don't know right now what exactly is going to happen.
It's
Like it's just we're all sitting down. It's eerie and quiet. Like where's the speaker going to come from?
we
Is
just
he? Do you think he's going to come from behind?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like I mean,
Maybe.
he could be under the stage right
Yeah.
now.
All right.
Or it could be Tim Marshall coming up right now.
Tim Marshall.
Well, well, well. I'm back. I told you I'll be back. I am here to pump you up. Except for Matt Capucci and Reed Timmer. I am here to pump you up. So, you probably are wondering how I got such beautiful arms. I've been doing this 50 years. And it's due to photography, holding the camera and clicking a photo. So we're gonna do, before I talk, storm chaser exercise. Everybody on their feet, on their feet. Everybody on their feet. Right arm up. Do this. Swirl around, big tornado. Left arm up. Click, click, click. All right, another arm up. All right, swirl it around. Click, click, click. That is how you'll get this. "50 years of doing this." Click. Okay. Well, I guess this is mine now. Well, this is interesting. I am Mr. Freeze. Why? Have you ever heard of Ice Chip? I was on Ice Chip this year. Ice Chip, we chased hail, not tornado. We drove away from tornado. Tornadoes are for you. We chased hail. And it was a hail of a year. That's right, hail of a year. Okay, let's get this party started. After 48 years, I still chase storms. 48 years, non-stop. I hope to make it to 50. We'll see. But here is my chasing. First chase, April 19. Tornado. Easy. Everyone can do it, right? Everyone can do it. Then a lot of just storms. First day of Ice Chip in blue. Ice Chip is in blue. Arnett. The thing about Ice Chip, we were tethered to the cow. You know what a cow is? Yes. You know what a cow is? Yes. We were tethered. We could not go past 100 miles. The cow was in Greensburg, Kansas. So by the time they said mission over, it was too late. Too late. But we redeemed ourselves near Akron, Colorado. We did the mission. We got the hail, and then we got the hail out of the hail, and we got to see a 25-minute tornado in our face. And then we were on all these ice chips. In Morton, saw several tornadoes, including the big dusty one, and then we left it. We said, it's dusty. Let's go get some hail. We got some hail. The last day, we were near Gary, South Dakota, but it was on the edge of the Doppler range of the cow. We just had to say bye-bye and get the squall line that moved through. Missed that. Missed Enderlin. Missed Felt. Missed all these others. I still saw 12 tornadoes, including when I flew from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Dallas, Fort Worth. The airport was closed due to a squall line. We went to Houston. In Houston, we land, pull to the gate. A supercell comes up to the airport, produces tornado. I chase 30 feet from my chair to the window to photograph the tornado. It was my shortest and longest chase, chasing from Buenos Aires. Shortest and longest chase one day. Okay. Anyone in Southwest Texas on April 19? Anybody? Anybody? Really? Yeah, it's a bad road network. So what? Everybody's got drones. Now, come on. Oh, it was a great day. Wonderful day. This is before Ice Chip. Okay? By the way, before I go further, this chase case is sponsored by Loves. Okay? This is where your tornadoes and your showers are ready. All right? Okay. Let's look at the surface map. Yes, I still do surface maps. It's not all about where the circle is in the SPC Outlook. Here we have dew point in green line. Red is the target. This is a cold front roaring south, but it didn't stall until middle afternoon. We thought it was originally going to be there, but it actually backed up a little bit in West Texas. Okay. My chase partner since 1988, Carson Eads. He has a one-of-a-kind chase mobile. Not to be confused with the Batmobile, chase mobile. It is torpedo launcher. No, that's a tripod launcher. It launches a tripod. The tripod's fully extended. No need to sit there and do this in front of the tornado. It's already deployed. You just open it up, tripod pops out, boom, tornado. He's a mechanic. He knows how to make a one-of-a-kind vehicle. That's a torpedo launcher, a tripod launcher. And he's got the EF5. That's right, the EF5. And Carson and I are members of the Tornado Research Division, otherwise known as TURD. That's right. We are turds, all right? We're out there chasing. See our vehicle, you can say hi to the turds, okay? That's what we are doing. Now look at the her. -1 hour. Who the hell cares? Okay, valid 0Z, temperatures. Look at the front. Can you see the front? Yes. The front is right in here. Cold air. I don't like cold air. I don't like blind lifting. I don't like fronts that are moving like that. Cold fronts especially. But we waited, had a beautiful barbecue dinner in San Angelo. That's half the chase. And decided to wait. I waited a little bit. Sometimes is right, as you know. Sometimes is wrong. Sometimes it's terrific. Other times it's horrific. Just depends on where you put the syllables in there. Okay. So here we have a mess. Yes, it looks like a mess. 850 millibar. 850 millibar is for moisture. How deep is the moisture? You can see there's some moisture that comes up to the front. Not bad. See if that continues. Never mind this stuff. That's noise. Don't always chase bullseye. You'll be down in Mexico. All right. Let's bump it up to 700 millibar. Trough in the west. Wind coming around, 35 knots, El Paso. That's all going to work over this area. These are 12Z, so anticipate what's going to happen in about 12 more hours, or maybe 9 more hours. It's going to be higher winds at the mid-levels here. Okay. Wind shear. Yeah, we like wind shear. Certain amount. It's like ingredient. 500 millibar, trough in the west. Coming on in. Look at the wind in Midland. 60 knot. 60 knot. 65. Nice. Very nice. Ventilate. Push. All right. At the very top is where you really get the ventilation of an anvil. 100 knot. Zippo. Amazing. Look at the wizard. And awe. Absolute awe. Okay. Look at the Del Rio sounding. This air is moving north. Couple of things we like. Got some cape. Not bad for April. Okay. Look at, not a big cap. Not bad. Look at your shear. Storm relative helicity. Look at the nice little red and the blue there. Separating. Very nice. Photograph a little more linear. Low levels a little messy. But maybe that'll change throughout the day. Okay. SPC. They liked my red box. They put an enhanced over it. Right? Very nice. Twister and wedge is $2.99 Dairy Queen. All day. Love it. Absolutely. Dairy Queen. That's where I go. All right. 5%. Look at that line. Anyone want to go to Fort Smith? Not me. Too many trees, too many hills. No, not good. Okay? Let's look at the her. All right, not bad. We have some tracks with supercells moving northeast rapidly, of course, along the boundary. The boundary does not move. Moves on up. Ever see this movie? Okay. 15Z, visible. Mid and higher cloud moving up. Ooh, nice. This is where heating will take place. Lower cloud behind front. Not good place to be. Unless you want to cool off, like me. Okay. I totally agree with Chewy on this one. Absolutely. Look at the SB cape here, surface base cape. Not too bad. Playing the gradient. I play the gradient of cape. Not bullseye. Bullseye down into here. Not going to play that. The gradient is where I want to play. Looking here. What do you see? Supercell composite. All right? Very famous saying by Galileo. Very, very, in fact, picked up by a rock band, right? Picked up by a rock band. Again, you want to go down to Mexico? No. Play the gradient. Not bad. All right. Visible satellite. And then we have storms developing at 20Z right there. Yes. Out in the clear air. Now we just have to find one storm that's a little bit separate from the others and hang on to that. Blue box. What? A blue box. I wanted a red box. It's a blue box. Well, we might as well go home. No. Still chase. Blue boxes. Can tornadoes happen in blue boxes? Yes. Keep the faith. Keep the faith. Okay. And, hey, if you're going to bust with some friends. All right? Started meeting all these chasers. Can't be in the wrong place if all these chasers are showing up, right? Got to be there. Yes, absolutely. Boom. Storm up. Kind of messy, but there's some interesting things here. Yes, roads are sparse. This is a very interesting storm. Early convection, 3 o'clock. You can see where we were. So maybe this road goes west and then north to Sterling City. Yes. Okay, if you can go west, north of Sterling City, you intercept it. It's a nice thing about knowing what's going on. So it's 3:49. Look at that clear slot. Does that tell you something? What does that tell you? What does a clear slot tell you like that? You have an updraft, that's right. You have a rear flank downdraft coming around. Subsidence is occurring. That's how the clear slot forms. It's subsidence that's coming around trying to strangle that updraft. And when you do that and stretch it, guess what happens? It's hooky time. It's time to play some hooky. We heard about this. Race north, doing the speed limit. Edgar was on it. He nailed it. We saw this over the hills. We wanted a good photography angle, so we kept going. He had the good photography. This is the angle we started getting. Large tornado, 4:02 p.m. And roped up to the Wizard of Oz tornado. Awesome. All right. So we watched it rope out, 12, 15 minutes. Beautiful, nice, narrowing state. Oh, no. Back to the little cylinder again. Nice. Then it roped out. What a show. Hey, why get one when you can get more than one? So we decided to go after another storm. This one back down towards Big Lake, headed southwest. Tail end Charlie. Good storm, right? No, it was outflow dominant. It looked okay, but when you got there, huge shelf came roaring out of there. Got some hail. Oh well. Late at night, going home. I live here, Dallas, Texas. Red box. We had to dodge tornadoes going home. There was one cell that, in fact, here's the blue dot. That's where we are. Here's one cell. Moving north. Easy peasy. But at night, really dangerous. It crossed the highway in front of us and no power flashes. Couldn't see. Very dangerous to do that. Look at all the tornadoes produced at night. So never give up chasing on the day. But as I get older, I get more tired. I need to get some sleep. Tornadoes at 10 o'clock at night. Whatever. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad of a forecast here. Okay. Then, time to give up tornadoes on ice chip. I was asked if I wanted to join ice chip, which is the largest hail research project in the world. Now, I was asked to join Vortex 2 years ago, so I could do both. I could be on the largest tornado project and the largest hail project. So I said, sure, why not? I didn't realize that since the main mission was hail, we had to leave tornadoes. We couldn't chase tornadoes, really. It was not a tornado chasing project. It was a hail project. All right, so that's what we did. So I was pleased to be selected to join Ice Chip until I found out what they wanted me for. Okay? Well, here's the group. Here's the NIU team, which I was on. Yay, NIU, go Huskies. There's the truck. It's my truck. I made a donation. It's my truck. Well, they went ahead and outfitted it. Here are the leaders, who you probably know, some of these leaders of Ice Chip. But before ice chip, I looked like this. After ice chip, I looked like that. It was exhausting. These field projects take a lot out of you. Oh. So what did they pick me for? They needed someone to beat up. They picked me. You've been chasing a long time. Time to beat you up. They wanted one vehicle and one vehicle only to be sacrificed to the hail gods. Core puncher, Marshall gets core puncher, otherwise known as the Husky Hail Hunter. That's right. One vehicle and only one vehicle was to penetrate the hail cores and get the biggest, the baddest hail in the project. All the others, they stayed away. They deploy before and then they run away. Wait for the storm to hit and then they come back after the storm. We got beat to doo-doo. That's right. We got into hail. Here are the other types of instrumented platforms. They have, after we accumulate big stones, we take it to the field manager who has a crusher and a 3D scanner and scans the stones. The big stones they put in dry ice, ship them up to Boulder for further cross-section analysis. There's hail pads and collections deployed before. There's a mobile hail cam, high-speed camera with lights as bright as the sun, getting the hailstones tumbling down, photographing it, high-speed cameras. Dials, 2 X-band, 1 C-band, a mini C-band. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. That's the luck of having Doppler on wheels out in the field. The UAV groups were out there, flying into the hail cores. Balloons, they had big balloons, the Rawensons. They had small balloons they would have. Lots of balloons were launched. Mobile mesonettes and pods doing transects outside the core. And they had a microwave radiometer to do atmospheric soundings. Only one vehicle, us, punched time and time again. All right, this is the vehicle. The funds I donated, they purchased this vehicle. And they put a state-of-the-art hail shield on there. Didn't lose a windshield the whole project. All right. We took a lot of beating. Can't say the same for all the metal around there, which we riddled it up. Here's my teammates. Landon and Tony. They were, I guess, volunteered to get beat up with me. Who would do such a thing? But they're from NIU. Go Huskies. Okay. So here are some of the stones we saw and measured. We got this one over here, 4.2 inches. Everything's in millimeters, science. And the biggest one, the fish, 5.9 inches. We had several 5-inch plus stones weighing more than 1 pound. So be careful. If one of those were to hit you in the head, you're dead. Simply. It's weighing more than 1 pound, being thrown out at terminal velocity of maybe 100, 120 miles an hour, weighing more than 1 pound. That pegged the scale. This calipers only went up to 150, and you can see it was bigger than the calipers that we had there. So the Husky Hail Hunters went ahead and bagged. We had location GPS. We had a cooler that the stones went into, so they know exactly which stones came in. We also had an app that we use on the phone, so we could type in what that was. We served multiple purposes. We also carried the gas so that the balloons could lift on up. So We were the gas carrier. We also had roofing samples put out with a distrometer like this, impact distrometer. So hailstones hit that and record impact energy. We were doing science in our little way, getting beat up. This is the vehicle after ice chip. You can see we have some souvenirs. Some of them are pretty large. Okay. This the largest ones we got. We took this back to Boulder. Okay. It was really difficult getting this out of the ground here, but we managed to do it with the team. And we put it on the truck. Back to Boulder it went. It melted along the way, but that's the way it goes. That's science for you. Okay. We were not the only ones who like hail. Do you like hail? Hail, yes. Hail, yes, you like hail. Yeah. Most of my career, 48 years chasing, I've been trying to keep away from hail. Not all the time. I've lost my share of windshields. But it's nice to see that others are involved and love hail as much as we love hail. Okay. Shipping back in coolers to Boulder, where they do this crystallography. Cut it, put some polarized light on it, get to see all kinds of neat things inside these hailstones. Polarized light, you can see the drop. Look at the layering, like dendritic pattern here on trees. See the different layers, sometimes rime ice, clear ice, rime ice, clear ice, get bands, different temperatures, accrete. Here's the analysis at the main mobile. They would put the stone up, they do a 3D analysis. They'd also crush it, put the stone in here, and destroy it. Not every stone was destroyed. So they would pick and choose. Here's the team. They were in Levelland, Texas, and they were looking at the hailstones that we had brought them. After each mission, we would do this. So my bedtime is normally 10, 10:30. You'd be lucky if we get in 12, 1 a.m., and do it all again the next day. Hail pads, tons of them. Set out, you step on them a little bit, and there's a stake that goes in the ground and holds it. This is like a polyisosanurate insulation. Records the impressions of the hailstones. Cheap but effective. Then there's these bigger collectors. These are kind of rubbery. Comes on down into the cooler. Set them out in the field. They're pretty lightweight. Except when a stone gets stuck, because that's like a 4-inch. The high-speed hail camera. Sean Watt was with that, and others. See the high-speed motion of the hailstone coming down. It's a shot I took during one of the hail fests that we were getting. Very bright light. We had the cow. Okay, all kinds of radars set up. Nice outriggers. The drones. Ooh, a crystal ball. No, actually, it's an impact distrometer. Different kinds. Laser, impact, balloon teams. We had a lot of people. A lot of people going a lot in harm's way. I had the pods. I used to do this for 5 years. Deploy pods in front of tornadoes. That was a fun project. It's my old vehicle. Okay. And then there's the microwave radiometer. I did forget one thing. We needed security. And we had this guy be chief of security, stopping all chase vehicles to interfere with our project. No, that's all a fun joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke, folks. It's a joke. That guy was not chief of security, although he is here right now. All right, so here's the results of the project. We had 16 hail days in about a 45-day project. Our biggest stone, 5.9. We had one event with 5-inch hail or greater, 4 with 4-inch hail, 7 with 3-inch hail, and 10 with 2-inch hail or greater. And there's all the kind of the preliminary results. More later on that. There's the domain where we traveled. We traveled as far south as the Big Bend. It's traveled as far north as near the Canadian border. So we actually covered north to south pretty well. A lot of Montana. And of course, this is the NIU team going and coming home. So we ended up in Minneapolis. There. All right. This next chase case is sponsored by Capital One. What's in your wall cloud? All right, let's talk about the Atwood tornadoes. That's right, Atwood. Who was on this? Up in Northeast Colorado, May 23. Yeah, there's a shot of the tornado with our ice chip machine. Yeah. Here's our group that day, traveling around. We got an early start. They sent us to Sterling, Colorado, and then they sent us northwest, where we got on. Oh, yes, we have mascots. I had NIU folks had Thor, so I bought Tor. So we have Thor and Tor as our mascots, okay? And my hard hats for obvious reasons. So here's what our great her says for the day. Isolated supercell in Northeast Colorado. They were pretty good about that. It was further west, actually. But it's interesting. There was nothing there, really, in terms of mixed layer CAPE. So it's like, would that improve during the day? How can you get ice bombs when the mixed layer CAPE is so poor? Well, you just hope that the atmosphere doesn't recognize the her. All right? So looking at the 850 millibars, look at the moisture plume, the green lines going all the way up there to Northeast Colorado. Very nice. Moist plume up there. And look at this. This is the 700 millibars. Kind of a troughiness, quasi-troughiness, weak flow here. But, you know, Colorado magic, man. That's right. All right. Look at 500 millibar. It's not really the greatest 500 millibars, but again, there's some sort of speed coming through there, over the Rockies maybe. And then kind of an almost northwesterly flow. In fact, it was northwesterly flow. Okay. Up top. So SPC had this kind of broad, kind of odd banana shape, slight risk. And we liked Northeast Colorado that day because we were there. That always helps. And 2% Northeast Colorado. Yeah. So I plotted up a map. Looked pretty good here. 56 over 52. You say, well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it is, but it's higher elevation. 56, not so bad in the morning. Low in Southeast Colorado. So you're kind of playing a little upslope here. The warm front coming on up. So watch out what happens that day. But anything change? Well, they extended it further south and southeast. But then they went ahead and did a 5% for Northeast Colorado. Okay, not bad. Hey, I like cones. Yeah, absolutely. I like ovals and cones. Huh? That's my forecast target, the ovals. See a narrow plume. So the storm develops, and then it moves southeast, and then it runs out of the Cape, and guess what happens? That's right. That's what it does. So here, nice sunny skies, heating it up. Here, this is 1834, SIGTOR, not going to be any tornadoes in Northeast Colorado. Right. All right. What's going on here? Mesoscale discussion. Hey, it's always nice, isn't it? You make a forecast, you go out there, you're sitting there in a parking lot, and then an MD is issued and you're there. Isn't that nice? Guaranteed, right? Get those cameras ready. But it's clear. More heating's being done. All right. Blue box. No more tornadoes are going to happen, right? Forget it. Let's go home. Blue box. Well, we were the first out of Sterling. They sent us out and they said, hey, go out there, catch this little junkus that's out there. Well, it wasn't so junky. we got out there and there seemed to be a nice vertical tower, 335. Get under the base, 358. And it was just like a continuous rumble of thunder. Oh, don't you love that? You know, no CGs really yet, just rumbling and grumbling. And then it started to hail. Okay. Looking at, well, look at this. Not too shabby, right? Got a hook forming on it. That's nice. Look at the hail core. Got some small hail moving toward us. We didn't move. We just let it come to us. Okay. Got some hail. It's not too bad. 32 millimeters. Not bad. But it's getting more supercellular all the time as more moisture comes on in. You know, it makes up, it seems, for the shortfall in winds aloft. Storms seem to make their own environment conducive if given the chance. We got into purple haze. Okay, hail's getting a little bigger, 1.8, that goes severe. Moving southeast, we're getting them even bigger. Okay, 3.2. And then we hear the tornado reports. We're in the core. We hear the tornado reports. And I said, okay, we've done our science for the day. Let's bolt south. So we bolted south through Atwood, cleared Atwood, and we got to see a sight. First thing we saw was this tornado off to the southwest, kind of a dusty thing for a little while. It seemed to kind of hide itself. And then all of a sudden we got barraged of hail up to about 3 inches. And then it started to stretch and rope out. But look, it just kept on staying that way. Minute by minute, lasting. And we kept on getting really close to it. Right in front of us. The Tower of Power. Love it. Stretching on out, but still digging up dirt out there. Very nicely done. Okay. We got to Akron. We stopped, picked up some hail, as we're in the hail business. And then the echo, look at the echoes kind of taking this kind of backwards C-shaped bend. Well, that's pretty much curtains for the tornado. It's the opposite what you'd like to see. But there was some good hail to pick up. Successful chase, what do? You go and have a steak. That started back long ago. So one of my favorite places on the plains is the Dish Room. Anybody ever been there? That's kind of expensive. It's a little more expensive than a burger, but they have some nice steak and you can celebrate there. All right, so very good. Chuck was very happy with that. Very nice. Nailed that forecast. All right. So the next chase case is going to be sponsored by chasersonly.com. That's right. This is where you can find your significant other chase partner, all right? chasersonly.com. Hey, you know, marriages can be made in front of a vortex. Well, we all know that, so think about it, all right? If you're lonely chaser, think about chasersonly.com. Might be right for you. All right, let's talk about Morton. June 5th, anybody there? Yeah, several of you were. This one almost was a miss because, you know, there's a cell that developed over Lubbock and they were kind of, what about staying in Lubbock? No, let's go west. West, please. I like west. Tail end of the boundary that's there, stationary. Look at these dew points. Eastern New Mexico, 67, 68. Goodness gracious, that's massive. Moisture coming up, that boundary's kind of stationary. You want to get west. Go west, go west, go west. All right, so get some upper air. All right, this is 850, plenty of moisture in eastern New Mexico, not a problem. 700 millibars, okay. He's kind of weak flow. Well, that's what happens when you get into June, weak flow. And then you're looking up further, very marginal flow at 500 millibars. It's 25, maybe 30 knots out here. Okay, it's coming on in. Again, this is where you need the environment and the storm and the winds kind of picking a sweet spot somewhere there. Help you out a little bit. Okay, this massive high, and it's zipping right through here. So we got some good speed shear going on there. Got some good speed shear running through there. Looking at some sounding. Definitely. Possible hazard, other chasers. Ever see that pop up? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that happens a lot actually these days. Hey, love that low-level turning there, Midland. Not bad at all. Look at this. Nice little swing here. Yeah, very good. Look, there's some morning sounding. Not too shabby here. Look at that. SRH is over 100. And capes, plenty of cape. Not a problem there. We just need now that one cell that can stay away from the others. Look at this mess. It's like, oh my gosh. But when you get something like this, I kind of would like that one. That one would be the one I would like. Okay, this one too. Nothing wrong with that. One of those two. Okay. Look at the helicity streaks here from her. Boy, did this get nailed. Almost. It was just a little bit to the north and went through, kind of died out in Lubbock when other nudger came in and killed it. That's pretty good. SPC, well, it's interesting that they split it up like that. North, enhanced. South, enhanced. Okay. 5% through the whole thing. Well, that's interesting. 5% through the whole thing, but yet they enhanced it with a gap there. Oh, this is nice. Sig Tor. Bullseye's down here, but it's actually playing the boundary. Get to that boundary. Why do you play the boundary? That's east-west. SRH is enhanced along that boundary. More spin at low levels. Sure. 18Z. A lot of cloud cover here. Kind of keeping that boundary on the cool side. There's where you want to play. Okay. Look at this. Man, the supercell composite parameter. 12 all through here. Yeah, that's really nice. Like to see double digits. Okay. Look at the cape. 4,000. Not too bad. Yes. Get a red box going. That's what I'm talking about now. Interestingly, the Ice Chip command says, we're going to leave Lubbock, folks. And I go, yes. Or we're going to go southwest to Brownfield. What? We need to go west to the border. But I was not the forecaster. And that was kind of problematic. By the time the storm developed and started producing tornadoes, we were already in Morton because we went out ahead of everybody. And you know what happened after that. It started producing tornadoes. Okay. So this is our first view. Look at how low to the deck that wall cloud is at 436. Nice hook here. And the first of several tornadoes started to develop. And it's okay to chase tornadoes before everybody gets set up. So I kind of like the fact that they were all lagging behind for a while, but we could get a few tornadoes out of the way before we had to leave the tornadoes and go into the hail. Had another tornado here. I think it was in Texas. It could have been New Mexico. And, you know, we were right there. Perfect. And an interesting thing about the core punching that we did, you can see the purple there, and we were directed to go north. But as that hook came by us, we got some baseballs out of it. So not always is the purple the big stuff. Sometimes you can get big stuff here. Sometimes you can get big stuff out here. Just falling out there. And you all know about this dusty wedgie thing. And then we decided, well, we didn't decide. We were told, go north. And we did. I love this on the Dow. This is eye candy for the soul for me, okay? I love this kind of stuff. The eye, look at it's art. It's Mother Nature's art. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, so this is where we're getting some baseballs. The back end of the hook coming through there. Yeah. There's our 3.1 we picked up. Sometimes we are directed to pick up the stones as they fall. And that was dangerous. We had one of the guys get hit in the hand when he reached, Mother Nature slapped him and he hurt his hand bad, but fortunately nothing broken. But we got some good stuff. Got a whole bunch of hail, some 100 millimeters. We were able to save those. One of the hazards in doing a core punch are the flooding of the roads, which happened. It slowed us down a little bit. We managed to get over towards the Reese Center. And look at this couplet here, beautiful radar. All right. So this is our chase route. Initially started in New Mexico, worked our way back, got a couple tornadoes, went north there, and came back north of Morton, 3-inch, 2-inch chase route, more tornadoes, and came and nearly got us again, but here just west of Lubbock. So it's quite a good chase that day. Very nice. Nice. Very nice. Like that one. All right. Okay, well, I'm wrapping it up here, but before I do, I want to pay homage and respect to my friends who have passed this year. There were several of them, but these are the ones that were near and dear to my heart. And Chuck, of course, Bill McCall, and Neil Frank, all were good friends, storm lovers. Neil Frank with hurricanes, and Bill was a phenomenal photographer. Chuck, as you know, just depended on, sometimes he was phenomenal, sometimes he was not so phenomenal. But, you know, that was Chuck. That's the way he was. But he was dearly loved, and anybody who loves cats can't be all bad, right? Got to do that. So, anyways, that's all, folks. I want to leave you with this. Next year, Kansas City.
Woo!
Kansas City. I'll be back.
How's it going, Tim?
Very good.
Me too.
All right.
Me too. I'll see you
pump
later.
you up.
Oh, good.
Remember-
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Remember your exercise. 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 Build you up.
This is like one of the only times me and Tim match. We look
We
great,
need to
right?
take a photo. Can we
I
take?
mean-
there's- oh my God, Tim, you're amazing. Are you going to stay in that the whole night? Yeah.
Wait, more to come tonight.
Oh,
all right.
More to come.
Oh my gosh, we love Tim. Tim is so amazing because I had no idea he was going to dress like that. We just knew he was coming from that door. So, yeah.
Surprise for everyone.
It is a surprise for everyone. But guess what? We have a dinner break. Yes, round of applause for Tim. Woo! Woo!
Might we add that he is in the Storm Chaser Hall of Fame?
I know, he is in the Storm Chaser Hall of
Kind of
Fame.
a legend.
He is a legend. He's, you know, and he spends so much time on these presentations to just make them clever, smart, and just have fun. So I can't wait to see what is going to happen tonight at the Vortex Awards. But before that,
Yeah.
we have a break.
We do have a break. So dinner will be starting at 6:30
Mm-hmm.
back in here. And we're going to we have a lot more going on. We have Team Dominator, of course, will be presenting.
Yeah. We're going to have the Vortex Awards and then karaoke after that. So your goal right now is to get comfortable, hydrate, take a break, take a mini nap, and then come back here energized.
Yeah, 6:30, dinner in here.
Woo! Woo!